Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Friday edition of High on Politics. Unlike most people, I think that this will not be the last one of the year. I think I got one left in me. We'll see, but hope everyone is doing well. Man, so I got some stuff to get to. Natch, what's up? Good to see you. Pinkerbell, thank you. Like the stream on the way in. So, should probably address the title here. It is semi-clickbaity, because I'm asking, is this it with the Epstein files? So, it's very clickbaity. Guys, I'm not going anywhere. So, get that out of the way. All right. No, but for real, there's some stuff going on. Oh, man. And some actually... It's good news, surprisingly. So, after some major annoyances yesterday, I did not even get the day off, really, because I had to deal with some life stuff as far as the insurance companies and getting some things figured out. Yeah, well, I found out that my insurance premiums are definitely going up. My copays are going up. And the good news, drum rolls, apparently someone on their side fucked up inputting my insurance information by one number, and it caused us to get a bunch of denials. So, hey, look at that. So much fun. God. See, I already buried the lead. Now everybody's just like, oh, he's not leaving. Damn it. Well, I should, oh my God, no. Yeah, it's not like anybody could die from that. Whatever. Dude, I am not in a very good mood from this, but yeah, actually, because I had to deal with a bunch of that stuff yesterday. I also got, I had a good reflection day. So, I also had some things happen, too, behind the scenes. There's going to be some changes coming up here on the show. Bandit, what up? And they're good changes. It's, hopefully, I may have gotten something cooking here where, yeah, it will be a very, very good thing for the channel. But there would be minor changes as far as, I might have to keep it into, a 4 to 5 hour time frame. Hoping that is not the case. So, this is all, honestly, I was even toying with not telling you guys this, but, yeah, it just kind of all hit me yesterday. So, ooh, suspense. Yeah, that's what my channel's all about, is the suspense. But, yeah, God. Sorry, I'm still, kind of recovering from yesterday. My brain is complete mush. I still can't believe that this happened. I can't believe that they caused me to have as much stress as I did. Because there was, yeah, without going too deep into it, there was a little bit of a, can I pay this and not pay, and can I afford to not pay this? And it almost caused some major issues in my life. Thank God, I was able to figure this out yesterday. So, but life is life. So yeah, this isn't it. This isn't it for the channel. This isn't it for the show, anything like that. I gotta learn how to do this, though. I gotta learn how to do a clickbait title and then keep everybody here. Or just do some drama at the very beginning of the show. Although, I should actually be... Yeah, you know what? Fuck it, I'll tell you guys. So, I have to get some medical tests done because I have this really bad twitch in my eye, like right here. I'm not sure if anybody's noticed it, but I just actually kind of noticed it yesterday. And yeah, so because we've met the deductible, I'm gonna go get some medical tests. Oh man, isn't that kind of funny when you're just like, well, so it's already technically like, oh okay, well, as long as it's not like the, you know, the imaging test that they've just blanket just said, hey, we're not covering a whole bunch of this stuff now. Don't know when that happened, but good luck, man. Thank you. No, thank you for the lucky wishes. Also, hey, I should probably, let's see, check in on this. Get all the tests, squeeze what you can. All right, so that's kind of where I'm at, where, you know, discussed it with the wife, and, you know, I wanted to make sure I wasn't going to step on anything that might, you know, affect her, you know, getting her stuff covered. Because I don't know how any of this really works. That's the one thing that I have figured out through this entire process, is just how little I know about insurance and how I'm learning it in real time. Not fun, but yeah. But yes, get all the tests done while I can. Yeah, I mean, hey, if that deductible's already met, screw it. Because that was the bigger thing, too. Oh my god, dude. When we hit that payment, that was fun. That was a lot of fun. Medical, dude, the medical system in America, I know that I can rant about this a lot, and I kind of do, but it is just, it's fucked in every single corner. There isn't a single process that's easy. Right down to just getting administered, like going to the ER. I have never had when I was growing up, the ER wasn't so full. And they had more doctors. I swear to God they did. So, Hermit, what up? How's it going, brother? Hope you're doing well. Shouldn't be for profit. No, and that's kind of the thing. Like, when my wife went to the ER for her first pre-cancer screening, because we didn't know, but when they were about to give her the imaging, like they were taking her for an ultrasound, and then before they would let her do the ultrasound, they were just like, oh, administrative needs to see her. So this little, you know, lady with a little cart with a laptop on it comes in. What's your insurance? Okay, well, do you know what kind of coverage it is? It's just like, you do realize that she's sitting there writhing in pain and you're asking her these questions. I couldn't get over that. Ugh. That's what learned people tell me. Well, learned. Yes, the learned people. Well, no, for real. Once you meet that deductible, just go get your stuff done. Because this is the scariest part. We don't know the future of our insurance, like, past this. We just know kind of like a rough day when it turns over, and oh boy, that's anticipation that I'm so excited, guys. Can you tell that I'm worried? Is it showing on my face? Is my poker face breaking? No, but again, a little bit of a tease. There's some irons in the fire here. I got some fun interviews coming up here. It looks like they are going to have to be pushed off until after the new year, because I think that everybody had it this year. It seems like the majority of the people I talked to, Christmas just kind of like snuck up on everybody. And I'm glad that this isn't just a me thing where I'm just like, I kind of forgot what day it was. Like, I forgot my birthday, was this week. When on Monday, I didn't really correlate it because I kept saying next week. And I'm like, oh my God, that's on fucking Wednesday. So, what day is it again? Exactly. Like, dude, have you guys been having that real bad? I know that I'm kind of speaking hopefully here, where I'm just like, please tell me that you've all been having this problem. I think we say this every year in these times. I think so, but I don't know. Maybe it's because I am getting older that I really noticed it this year, and also because stuff has been going on. Been having a little bit of a rough holiday here, but been able to talk about that on stream and just in my life with peoples. So that's been good. But I'm just saying, for real, like, time, it all, I don't know where it fucking went. Like, I still feel like it should be maybe December 10th. Like, I just kind of feel like I'm losing day by day. What was the last good year? 2005? No, honestly. It was like 2016. It was like right before he went into office. Like, things were okay, man. Like, this is my biggest problem, is with people that, you know, grass is greener always on the other side of the fence without watering our lawn type of thing. Like, we gotta, yeah, like, we always can just look at everything and just be like, everything sucks. It's like, no, I've seen some good things come from just the time I was in fucking high school, man. You know, Mary Jane is pretty much, you know, legal in most states, a majority of states, and just never thought I'd see that happen. Freaking gay marriage, you know, got codified. Like, there are so many good things that have happened. It's just, we're so I've had this lecture before, but we hyperfixate on all the bullshit because that's what the algorithms do. That's why I'm focusing on this Taylor Lorenz video that was released today. Her talking about addiction in social media, because I'm not gonna, I did not pre-watch this one specifically because I want you guys to get the full bit of, you know, authentic outrage, if there is any, or just me just going, oh yeah, you know what, I actually agree with her through this entire thing, which we'll see. Because I think that, yeah, social media addiction is real. I think that the way that they are doing addiction, where it has to be like a chemical thing, they're not recognizing the chemicals in our brains that literally dictate addiction. So she's going based off just like, well, yeah, you don't have like a physical dependency. It's like, some people do. Like, like that mental dependency does turn into a physical dependency. Like, it literally, there's really no difference in the way your brain perceives that. It's the same with gambling. That's why so many of these people tend to, you know, it's happened to me. It happens to me all the time, but I have an excuse. I had a stroke. Yeah, see, I'm actually a little worried because, like I said, I have this, like, twitch right underneath here that's been happening. I thought it was going to be, like, I thought it was my migraines. This ain't migraines. Like, I'm a little worried that I might have had, like, a mini stroke or something. I don't know. Which, with everything going on, especially yesterday, yeah, it would kind of, yeah. All dopamine responses. Exactly. What up, Etch? I Twitch. Yeah, I have, like, this weird thing where, you know, just, I'm not sure if you guys can see. It's right here. And it might be doing it right now. Like, it's very subtle, but if you have a YouTube in the other eye, do I smell toast? No, I do not smell toast. And no, I've been doing this. I've been checking my smile. I've heard that is dehydration. Let's test that theory. I hope it's nothing. I don't know. I called my doctor about it. He said because of our situation with the insurance, he said, yeah, get tested. But he did also say, like, yeah, it could be nothing. It could just be like you. He said, you've been going through a lot of stress. This could be your stress response. And he also did say, like, you've been staring at a screen and you stare at a screen for how many hours a day? I'm like, a lot. Like, a lot. So, might need more sleep. That could be. Although you know what? My sleep has actually not been that bad. I found, like, the perfect mixture of, edible fun. I've been getting my 8 hours, so I don't know. I should feel good, but sometimes body just does random stuff. Yeah, well, I'm almost 40. Like, I'm 39. One more year and then everything falls apart, right? That's how it happens. Like, you hit 40 and then you're just everything magically boom. Oh, you know what? I hate to say this. That, like, Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Pep. Take care of yourself. I'm trying. And if I'd be lying to you guys if I said that I'm doing fine. Like, just, no, when I'm here, I'm doing good. But no, I have not really been taking great care of myself. I have, been putting all my energy into making sure that my wife is okay, and that, then the little bits that I do have aren't exactly great. Like, this is why I'm so happy I have a stream to come and do this. So I'm early for everything's falling apart. Yeah. Well, I mean, wait, are you? Because that's where I kind of feel it. I just kind of, like, the knees happened yesterday. God, that for real? I woke up this morning and my knees were just like, they were so sore. I'm like, okay, great. That was fun. Oh, well, somebody's gonna just be like, yeah, they were. Set myself up. Must exercise. I know. I haven't, like, it's cold out. I haven't been able to really do much. I should probably get a gym membership. I don't want to. I hate gyms. I absolutely hate gyms. My calisthenics ain't doing it. I'll tell you that much. I do 12-ounce curls every day. Let's see. I mean, I do like dumbbell lifts and stuff like that. Although, again, I haven't been doing that. These effing meat bags we live in, yeah, they kind of suck. I don't like that my body's just kind of like breaking down, but whatever. Hydrate, don't dihydrate. I like that. Beer. Yeah, that could be it. You know what? I'll admit it. Yeah, this week has been kind of full of that. Like last night, I gotta be, sorry for swearing, YouTube. Oh, did YouTube get mad at you? Yes, they will smack your hand now. Yeah, last night was one of those where after my stressful day, I gave myself that permission to just be like, you know what? I already feel like shit. I shouldn't do this, but I'm going to. And the thing is, it made me feel better. I watched some anime and just, yeah, I don't know. Some dudes get drunk and, sing or tell stories or cry or, get more depressed. I watch anime. So, yeah, I just shotgunned a whole bunch of Gundam. I feel that one, Pep. Yeah, I mean, it's... I don't recommend it. Like, I definitely don't recommend it. I kind of have been toying with just not doing that, but One Punch Man new season. I have never gotten into One Punch Man. I need to check it out. Like, I got friends that love it. It's the same with One Piece. I have absolutely nothing against these animes. It's just, like, I barely have time to watch the stuff that I'm into. So, I try. Especially now with stream, where, it's kind of a little bit harder, but hey, Bloodstone 420. Uh-oh. Perfection. I was looking at One Piece Lego set today. Nice. Do it. Legos are great. Everybody should love Legos. I thought my issue, or might have been the weed messing with me, but I haven't had any, and whatever's wrong with me is getting worse, so who knows? Might have to go back to the hospital soon. Damn it. Pinkerbell. That sucks. Well, virtual fist bump to you, and, yeah, let's take care of ourselves. How about that? I'm gonna take out, because I have somebody here that is in a position where we need to kind of like, I mean, maybe you don't need the pact, but I need a pact with somebody to take care of myself. So you know what? You're taking care of yourself. I'm gonna take care of myself. We have a pact. Self-care pact. I really do have to take better care of myself. I am hoping that after literally the day after Christmas, I feel better. Because, oh boy, like I'm just, Christmas is going to be rough this year. So, prefer not to talk about it right now, too, because I don't need to dwell. But sincerely, guys, thank you for any time that I have kind of needed to go off and just, like, I just talk about my feelings and stuff. Thank you. Like, just for hanging out. I know that can be a little awkward sometimes. Like, I unfortunately may have had to like get better about that myself. Like, I had a friend kind of going off on, he was going through some stuff, and I recognized what I was doing right at that moment, and because I recognized it in that moment, though, I became so much of a better listener, like in that moment, and then from there on, I don't really have that problem anymore. Like, it's so refreshing to get rid of that. 'Cause now I just tell like everybody, like, no more filter. I'm just gonna tell you how I feel. Which they say that's what happens after you lose somebody or somebody close to you dies, is like you start doing that kind of stuff. So, you're welcome, Pep. This is my favorite. Don't tell Letterhack. I won't. I was actually just chatting with him earlier. Dude, I'm gonna just say it. Matt's awesome. Like, I love everybody on this space. I really do. Like, we have such a like cool little conglomerate of people. Carlos, saw him in Majority Report today. I love these guys. I know that LTB streaming, doing pretty good there too. I saw, you know what, our boy, the Mod's Mod. Yeah, Lost does that. Yeah, no shit. I have had I had a conversation with a friend, like, and again, thank God I have good friends. Oh, you know what? Shout out Jake. Jake, me and him had a conversation about this too. Was not letting our perception of loss and all that take us to the angry place. We use it for like constructive reasons. And it's really cool. You know, like, having people just bounce that kind of thing off of. Like, I was talking to my therapist about that. She even said, she's like, that's invaluable. Like, you don't really find people like that number one, kind of understand where you're going through or what you're going through, but then also have like a really good positive outlook on it. Because I've had the unfortunate one where, like, you have a friend that's going through some of the same shit you are, and then they just decide to take it in the most negative places where you're just like, okay, well, this isn't gonna help. Had that too, but yeah, it's good. You have good friends. No, that's the one. I'm very happy about that. Speaking of my good friends, PS great hoodie. Thank you. I love this. I love this hoodie. Although every time I see this, I think Darkwing. Come on. What's up, DW? I got a Darkwing Duck behind my goalie mask there. I think some of y'all know that. But I do have I got a little announcement that I think I can make. Let's just put it this way. If he gets out of work in time, Kaz is going to try and pop on stream tonight. But I say if he gets out of work on time, because sometimes that doesn't happen. When there's trouble, you call DW. Yup. Which I did not know this, but I always thought that, like, Jim Cummings, for some reason, the guy that did Darkwing Duck and Winnie the Pooh, I thought that he was the voice actor who did Duo Maxwell in Gundam Wing. He was not. I learned that was a totally different guy. And then I kind of learned their names, and just I realized how much I think I kind of want to, like, put myself out there. I should, if you guys know how to, like, do a resume for, like, voice acting, I think that's my biggest hang up. Yeah. We need to work on that, because I wouldn't mind popping on some shows or getting a few gigs here. That'd be cool. I already got the equipment. Although they probably want me to go in studio, but who knows? But that'd be so much fun I don't even want to do, like, main characters. I wouldn't mind doing, like, a 4th tier character and then all the background characters. Well, look at this guy. Yeah, we don't like you around these parts. I mean, immediately I'm just going to do a Western that's very unfriendly to whoever's walking through town. Haktua. Wait a minute. Dude, he'd be good. Thanks, Natch. I appreciate that. You live next to Funimation? Oh yeah, you are right there. Oh, I appreciate that, guys. No, that'd be cool. Like, let's see. Do NPC. Oh, I could do NPCs for video games. That'd be cool. Pep doing a voice for an indie YouTube show would be so much fun. So many shows out there. I'm down. I mean, the one that I did for Jake, like, he's just like, use your normal voice, and then I started doing Macho Man anyway. I can't help myself. He's like my go-to. Which I would do that one, obviously, for my reel. Generic wrestler type, yeah. Just kind of tone it down a little bit. Let me tell you something. And then just fucking break down and be like, nah. And this one's just Macho Man Randy Savage. Uh-huh. Best impression in the game, not so much, yeah. Tell the stories, though. Yeah. Old Man Pep is gold, too. Oh, yeah. Huh? I mean, it's literally just an impression of my grandfather. Hey, I remember I found this guy, Pep Talks. He was talking about politics in a way that made me laugh and reminded me of the old days when I would listen to the talkies. And they would also be playing some Benny Goodman occasionally. I always liked that Benny Goodman, the way that it went ba-da-da-bop-bop-bop-bop, ba-da-da-doo-doo-doo-doo-ba-da-bop, and all of a sudden you start dancing. I feel so young! Oh, man. Do the normal voice, proceeds to not do the normal voice. This is who I am! You know? Unfortunately, that hits a little too close to home there, Bloodstone. Like I've said, there's been a few, like, I've talked about the auditions that I straight up blew. There was the one that the one that I got and just asked too many questions. God. Keep me from doing that, guys. Keep me honest. But not too honest. Just be like, Pep, shut up. Pep, shut up. This is why, I hate to admit this now. This is why I need a manager, and this is why I'm glad that I have one that tells me exactly when I need to just shut up and calm down. So take yes for an answer. Oh my God. You know, just reading that is that something like that has to be something psychological with me. There has to be something there. Because, yeah, like I've talked about imposter syndrome before. It ain't that. Like, I have a little bit of that, but, yeah, the Carbonaro effect. Yeah, that was just one. That was just one of the things that I have kind of screwed up. The other ones were more straightforward, though. They were just like auditions that I knew I was just like, oh, I blew that. Oh, no. Funny enough, the ones that I did, like, that I felt the worst about were usually stand-up sets, but then I got, like they would call me back and, like, offer me a night, like a feature spot. I was like, oh. And then it's just like, don't say it, because half the time I'd be like, oh, you couldn't find something better? Like that shit right there. That's when I need to stop. Accepting, something implies action from you in the future. Well, yeah. This is where my anxiety has really fucked me sometimes. Where there were times I got asked if I wanted to be part of something, and I'm like, oh, you know what? I think I might have something going on that day. I didn't have anything going on that day. I was just not sure if I wanted to commit to something, and I felt overwhelmed, and I just went, I don't know. Maybe I'll do it later. Pathological obligation avoided. Uh-oh. Is that a thing? Because if it is, I definitely have it. I mean, when I read that I was like, oh. Like, my heart skipped a beat. It's like, oh, no. I totally have that. It's actually the reason that I'm not really doing anything for Christmas. Like, I'm just kind of, I didn't want to deal with the airports and all that bullshit. It's kind of my fault. It's hard to buy yo-yos. There's always strings attached. Yeah. As long as they're Seymour Duncan Invaders are fucking pickups. I meant Duncan yo-yos. Oh, man. Speaking of, I actually just tuned up my guitar. I haven't played my guitar in almost 20 years. But yeah. Oh, no. Is that my midlife crisis? I mean, it's safer than skateboarding. But yeah, dude, I just got a new amp. Oh, no. It's happening, guys. It's happening. What do I play? I just, a little bit of 6-string, some 4-string action, and if you can tune it for me, a 12-string. Legit, I can't really tune. I don't know. Like, I have to use a tuner. It's so embarrassing. I can't read music. Like, I can do tabs, and I can mostly do it by ear. Like, that's the weird part. I can't tune a guitar, but I can totally hear what note like, I can just, fiddle around and figure it out. Let's see, what can I actually play, though, as far as, like, catalog? Background Red Hot Chili Peppers, The Beatles, Dispatch, I can do a little bit, like, with the 12-string, I can do some, like, jazz. I know how to do again, on a 12-string, oh my god, Keller Williams. Miss a 12-string. Yeah, I never had one. I used to just kind of jam on my buddies. It was a lot of fun. And I just remember him saying that, where he's just like, you're actually pretty good at that. I'm like, I don't know why. It's easier to make sounds that are pretty. I felt like if you screwed up, it wasn't as noticeable. But yeah, I actually have like a warped neck on my acoustic. I have to figure that out. I might not be able to figure it out, which sucks because it's my favorite. It's a beautiful Ibanez, but it also fell out of the back of a bus. We were at a rest stop and my buddy opened the door knowing that all of our equipment was back there, and we were just like, no! I didn't get it that bad though. It's like all it did was there's a small crack on the face, but it was in the actual like varnish or whatever. It didn't crack the guitar itself, so whew. Oh, necks are hard. Yeah, especially when it's fucked. It's fucked. It's okay. I can't really do. Yeah. I kind of was thinking about it, like, I'll pick up maybe a cheap $120, Spanish guitar, because at this point, that's kind of what I want to play, is, I just learn a whole bunch of Mexican standards. It can be done, though. I took it to Guitar Center, and they told me, short of them just, me buying a new guitar, I was kind of fucked. Pep's band name, Pep and Tim. Pep and the Tim. It's just Pep and Tim Pepper. Pep's on guitar, Tim on drums. Oh, man. No, I am by no means good. Stan on vocals. Ow! It was funny. Some dude, like some solicitor, came here today and sent Stanley just into a tizzy. He did actually get me to listen to him, though. He's like, he's a handsome dog. I was just like, well, you complimented the dog, I'll talk. Bunch of bullshit I'm not going to commit to anyway, so. Who the fuck is going around? Like, by the way, just like, who's going around trying to get you to remodel? Like, now? That's very stupid. But I'm also too nice. I should have just fucking not answered the door. Animal is the best part, or the best puppet drummer, sorry. Oh. You'll eat those words. Yeah, you have no idea. Yeah, what? You did!
At HBX $5. I wonder if this will wake Stan from his slumber?
Yeah? Did you just see me went? Almost got whiplash there, dude. Oh, we're doing this, huh? All right, one. Woo, you got a little shock there. What is it about these you actually chew? Good boy. Yeah, you got your $5 worth. Thank you, Edge. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks. Thank you for the 5. I really appreciate that, bud. I will add that to the goal here coming up. Hey. What's up there, dude? We got the cat. Cat's in the house. Can you see him there? He'll make his appearance here in a second. Come here. Once Stan isn't, in defense mode. Oh yeah, you should have seen the other day. They got into it, and yeah, Stan may have gotten fucked up. Like I said, there's a little bit of a new power dynamic in the house. He is still smart though. Incoming, LT is sending some folks your way. Oh, cool. Appreciate that. Always appreciate the LT raids. Are they getting along today? Yeah, no, they're getting along today. There's a factory that makes those doggy treats in Denver, Purus. Worst smell on earth. Oh, I bet it is. Poor Stan. Did he lose him? I mean, he got him on the snoot, but you could tell that he also got him like on the top of the head because he has like this weird, like, it looked like a claw mark that just kind of, it gave him a little balloon scab. You know those? It was like a pinpoint scab. But yeah, you can tell because now Stan's doing this where before he would his ears. So just to do it, my Stan impression is this. So his ears, right? His ears would go like this, and he'd. The Darkwing Duck theme is, really. Wait, that's not Darkwing Duck. Oh my god. I went DuckTales. DuckTales, woo! There you go. Start saying that. That'll get it out of your, that'll work. But yes, Stan lost that, and where'd the cat go? Where's your brother? He just disappeared. Alright, that was weird. I didn't skip, right? Like, we didn't have a moment where, like, I was just staring off for a second, because where the fuck did he go? Oh, there he is. Cappy Cattin'. Both those songs are saved on one of my playlists. Hey, yeah. Hey, Donald Duck. I can't do a Donald Duck. It's the one impression that, like, even when I was a kid, I, like, that's all it is. That's my Donald Duck. Like, it's me clearing my throat. Huey, Dewey, and Louie. That was his name. Dewey, when I got him, because he was part of a trio. And Huey and Louie, they went before he did. Just speaking that voice wasn't bad. Wow. Like, I can't do any voice though. That's it. It's me saying wow. I have better impressions with my burps. Actually, now damn it. And I think you might have been right about the whole dehydration thing. Oh man. So that's what's going on. I've just been super dehydrated. It sounds like I stepped on a duck. Yeah, exactly. I'm definitely not doing a good Donald Duck impression with that. Oh man. Yeah, I got some weird theme music saved on my playlist. Let's see. What would the most obscure one be? Oh God. Let's see. I mean, I have G.I. Joe, just like that one's queued up though, because me and my buddies, we play The More You Know. So anytime we do a More You Know, it's G.I. Joe. Electrolytes, get some. Here, actually, you know what? I literally have these just sit like got a little basket that my wife put together for me because I got an awesome wife that takes good care of me, even though she needs all the care taken care of her, or all the care focused on her is what I meant. But yeah, I'm not sponsored by them, so I'm not even gonna say it. But I do strongly condone them. Also, by the way, speaking of the wife, she said it was a mouth noise, so it didn't hurt the throat. Wait, was Donald Duck's voice actor a woman the entire time? I didn't know. I mean, that wouldn't be the first time that has happened. That's like half of anime. Where I'm just like, what? Like I remember that with the Dexter. When I found out that Dexter's Lab, like she did Chucky and a whole bunch of like the most famous cartoons that we know of. Oh man, this card's bent. Damn it. Oh, bummer. Oh, whatever. I'm not sending it to grade or anything. Look at that. That's cool. I always like full art cards. And then we got the 19th. Oh, man. Yeah, next week, actually, I might even do a Christmas stream, guys. Because, like I said, don't have too much planned. Trying to figure out my dinner plans. If I have none, I won't be streaming. I don't know. Anyway, cool. We're almost there. He's in there. I like it. Anyway. All hail Xenu. Fun fact, Bart Simpson's voice actress is also a Scientologist. Yes, I did know that. Yeah, I know that there be some weird ones out there. But I'm not a doctor, but muscle twitchy stuff is usually electrolytes. Is it? That would actually, I mean, that kind of makes sense. I went through it at the beginning of stream here. I haven't been taking the best care of myself, okay? I've been slipping. It happens. But now I'll get better. I got my liquid IV. Wait, damn it, I said it. I just said I wasn't gonna say it. Not sponsored by them. But coffee and tea will dehydrate. Oh. Well, that explains a whole lot then, because this is my third cup of coffee today, and I've had 2 cups of tea in between my 2 cups of coffee, or my 3 cups of coffee. Oh my god. Who's this sexy gal? Thanks. The fuck, man? Really? Well, Beexus. Thank you for the compliment. That is one hot bearded lady. Everyone drink water now, no excuses. Yeah, you know what? Now I'm like really at this point of just, yeah, I should probably. Is that Dr. Phil? What do you mean that you came here looking for sexy gals? Is that what you're about? Going on leftist pages looking for sexy gals? Wait a minute, are we revisiting the Majority Report today? Because that was funny. Did anybody else catch that really, really just low-key funny moment? Went by super quick, where they were talking about Sam's girlfriend. And then that they had a chatter that was asking like, where can I meet women in, online kind of thing, and Matt was just like, go outside, and then it was so funny to see Sam just go, it's okay, dating online's fine. What are you like? Because he made that was it. He made a joke about finding somebody in the Majority Report Discord, which, yeah, I have to say, like, what the fuck, Matt? Like, oh my God, you might find somebody that you actually share politics with and are in a local, like in the same locality, so you guys could meet up. Like that. Oh my God, that's crazy. What a crazy idea. Like, could have just said that and, I don't know, been a little bit more constructive, help a brother out instead of just like knocking them down. Just be like, oh, what? You're trying to find somebody online? It's like, yeah, it's like how everybody does it now, man. Like, what's wrong with you? Dang, that is, again, Matt has a tendency to say some shit and just like people glaze over it. And I'm like, yeah, Matt's kind of stuck up sometimes. I love him, but yeah, no, for real. Because the way that he talks about comic books and like people who like comic books, maintaining that he is a sneakerhead, like, I don't know. He's gatekeepy. Not everyone has an Emma. I mean, to be fair, I met my wife out and about. I met my wife when she was working at Starbucks. She was the barista. Like, she was so like bubbly and outgoing, and that I was just like, I want to go out with her. And then I found out that she was dating this guy who I happened to, make some transactions with. So, I don't know. Not, like, I can be jealous, but I'm not like the jealous type like that, where, like, oh, just watch. He will leave you, like, or anything like that. I was just like, if anything ever happens. And then I found out that, like, they were separating, and I kind of just asked him straight up. Where I was like, would you mind? He's just like, no. Like, didn't work out. I'm like, that's healthy, people. Like, I hope you understand that that is probably the most healthy way I've ever had anything like that go, because I have had, like, in my friend circle, the, like, way opposites happen, where it's just like, whoa, people got possessive, people got, like, really upset at things, just over adults being adults. So, I don't know. That's literally the only part of the show that I caught this morning. Oh, really? What up, Ghost Dog? How you doing? Still working on down my morning coffee, to be honest. I mean, I'm on my third cup. That now that we have established that this is why I'm having these twitches, that kind of makes a lot of sense. So after this, it's going to be water and just liquid IV. Gonna have to run up and get another bottle. Oh, man. Yeah, I did all of my freaking metal water bottles, so it is the plastic, contributing to the... don't tell Sandy, please. Don't tell Sandy at an environmental coffee house, because I feel like I always... legit, anytime that I pop a water bottle like this, I'm just like, oh, and Sandy's going to be very disappointed in me. She's so cool. Again, to go back to the fact that I love everybody on this space and how cool, like, everybody is and how they have been. We all have our own thing, and it's a great mix, I don't think any of us are, like, the same, really. Me and AG, like, are probably the closest thing to saying, like, yeah, they do pretty similar kind of content, but he's even more serious than I am. So, Tinkerbell about to snitch again. Hey, jealousy is unhelpful. Jealousy, like, not everybody has mindfulness, and this is where I can actually give Michael Brooks some credit here. He used to talk a lot about, like, what do you call it? I think he called it layman's meditation, even though he did, like, Vipassana or whatever. Excuse me. He was also very big into doing like mini bouts of mindfulness and just being like, no, like you can feel like you meditated even if it was just for a few minutes a day. You know, just it's the whole breathing and letting your mind kind of go and then reflecting on whatever comes to that, like comes to you, and then you kind of just you face it and then realize what you can do better in that moment. I was just like, wow. Yeah. I'm sorry. If he did like a short audio book on it, I might be able to do it. Sitting down and reading a book about meditation, I can't. Someone gave me the 4 agreements and I'm just like, thank you. Put that on my bookshelf. Now, did they release an audiobook of that and then I read it? Yes. Is the 4 agreements a little bit new agey for me? Yes. Is it also very useful? Yes. So there are apps now. Yeah, but that's cool. Like if you need that, I'm kind of okay with just like meditation to me isn't about having like this quiet space and like doing like I'm gonna call it new agey yoga-esque stuff to it. I can literally meditate in my car just by turning off the radio, turn on the white noise of, the AC or whatever, and just do that. Like be mindful in my car and then just kind of reflect. Actually roll the windows down is the best one, but yeah, realistically, the way that I do it is either that or I will sit in, just a pose, do a little bit of a mantra, and then, this is gonna sound weird, but I kind of talk it out where I'm just like, this is why I couldn't do this in like a control or like a non-controlled environment, where I'll just kind of, start saying, maybe I could do this. Like, I probably look a little nuts. I'll admit it, because it's supposed to be internalized. Maybe that's why I'm all right at this. But, yeah. I don't know if this can help you guys. If you're playing guitar and you're in the zone, it's kind of like meditation. Kinda. So, like, when I'm painting, same thing, drawing, which I haven't done that in a while. I need to paint some figures. I need to get back into my art. Like, 2026, like, if I'm doing resolution day, or, like, the resolution time, that's what I want to do. I want to get back into my, like, painting my figures, playing some miniature games, kind of diversifying, like, the stuff that I do on my time off. 2026 is the year I'm finally taking a vacation. Like, I'm going to figure this out. Whether, it's a vacation of me just... let's see. What's a cheap one? All right. Almost did the most Midwest thing where it's like Wisconsin Dells. It's like, that's not cheap. I don't know. Just going anywhere. Hell, I guess very worst case, I could just go and visit my folks. But when the time comes, I need a few days off to just chill. And I'll probably stream then too. Because that's not what I need a break from. I need a break from everything else. Herb helps with self-awareness. Absolutely. No, this is why I love the therapist that I have, is like, they're very aware of how I use it in a pretty healthy way. Did they kind of say like, there's times that you really shouldn't, and you should try to be a little bit better about this? It's like, oh, okay, fine. All right. I'll try my best, can't always win, but... And no, dude, vocalizing and thinking out loud is so beneficial, it counts. Mindfulness doesn't mean being quiet, it means being reflective. I kind of needed that, because, I thought that was maybe cheating or something. I don't know. Okay, I gotta finish this coffee. It's like this close to getting cold, to the point where it's beyond return, and then I'm gonna power this water. All right, no twitchy eye today. P.S. Cool Batman mug. Oh, thank you. I love this thing. It's one of my favorites. Got the original logo on it. This was the logo when I was a kid. The funny part is that's me making fun of some of the older comic nerds where they always do that. It's like, you do realize they haven't really changed the logo, but like at that point they didn't. Now they did. God, they started doing that like in the early 90s. All of a sudden they just started changing all the logos. Do I have any Visine? Yeah, no, I've been using that. Nothing's in my eye. It's just, yeah, I think I was stressed and I think I was dehydrated. Like I said, guys, like I didn't take very good care of myself yesterday. I ate like crap. For the one meal I ate, I drank beer, like to the point where, again, I just got to, I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna watch some anime. So I watched some anime. But yeah, Batman, the animated series is The Batman. Yeah, it is. Yeah. When I read Batman comics, it's in Kevin Conroy's voice. Same with the Joker. Like, yeah, that's the quintessential Batman. Also, best voice cast in almost any cartoon. Like, it's incredible who was on that voice cast. But Pep, what is going on with the Epstein files? Fred, what up, Fred? We can find out in 2 minutes. How about that? Because I want to get through the first hour. Although, who needs structure? Structure. What's going on with the Epstein files? I don't know what's going on with the Epstein files, but I do know what's going on with this, and I do think it's kind of funny. So real quick, I can't show this on screen, so I'm just going to read this to you guys before we go into the full news. MAGA infighting erupts at Turning Point USA conference. If you guys didn't know that the Turning Point USA conference is taking place in Phoenix right now, and there was another Grindr outage, go figure. Members of the MAGA faithful gathered here on Thursday to kick off the Turning Point USA America Fest. Really? That's a mouthful. The largest meeting for the organization since founder Charlie Kirk was shot to death at Utah College campus in September. Despite the somber backdrop, the event quickly devolved into a spectacle of MAGA infighting. Ben Shapiro, the first speaker after widow Erica Kirk, ripped into those who would take the same stage in the coming hours and days. Oh my God. See, I don't know, man. This is hilarious. I can't really have much more of an... Oh, wait, this was a political piece. I might be able to actually put this up. Hold on, guys. I don't know why this wasn't... No, I still can't. All right, never mind. The conservative movement is in serious danger, Shapiro said, arguing the danger is not just on the left, but from charlatans who claim to speak in the name of principle, but actually traffic in conspiracism and dishonesty. Gee, wonder who he could be talking about there. He called Bannon a PR flack for Jeffrey Epstein ahead of the imminent release of the files related to the late convicted sex offender, which, can we just all agree that Steve Bannon, how is he not just canceled by everybody on the right too, where it's like, yeah, dude, you be on this shit hard. No more for you. No more power for you. But yeah, I hate to say this too, but if anybody was the scapegoat of the Trump administration right now, he'd be the one that I would put under the bus. He already throws himself under there pretty hard. Trump pushed to stop Republicans in Congress from voting on the release of the Epstein files. Though he signed the legislation once it was passed, both Bannon and Trump appear in the photos with Epstein and that were released by House Democrats. Shapiro particularly focused on Carlson, both for elevating Candace Owens' conspiracy theories about Kirk's murder and his recent interview with far-right influencer Nick Fuentes. I'm going to say it like everybody else. A Holocaust denier who repeatedly pushed anti-Semitic tropes, Carlson, a former Fox News host, now hosts his own show on X and routinely garners millions of views. The people who refuse to condemn Candace's truly vicious attacks, and some of them are speaking here tonight, are guilty of cowardice, Shapiro said. adding later, if you whoa, hold on. Stupid pop-up. If you host a Hitler apologist, Nazi-loving, anti-American piece of refuse. Really? You couldn't even say excrement? Like Nick Fuentes, you ought to own it. Both the Fuentes interview and Owens' conspiracies have embroiled the party in recent weeks. On Wednesday, Shapiro called on the Heritage Foundation, a powerful conservative think tank, whose president defended the interview, to change its tune about Carlson's elevation of Fuentes. Carlson responded with heat of his own from the stage on Thursday. That guy is pompous, Carlson said, saying he laughed while watching clips of Shapiro's speech backstage. Calls to deplatform at a Charlie Kirk event. That's hilarious. Oh my God. All right, I'm here for it. Carlson went on to rail against cancel culture and promised the crowd that he was not anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitism is not just naughty, it's immoral, he said. Erica Kirk addressed the MAGA movement's fractures while casting her late husband as a rare unifier and pleading with the crowd to embrace disagreement. You won't agree with everyone on the stage this weekend, and that's okay. Welcome to America. Now you get it. Wait, you can have disagreements as long as it's in the vein of like being right wing. That's it. That's it. You can't go too far left. Then that's where we draw the line. Come on. The event wasn't entirely heated. Actor Russell Brand, blah 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 blah. Don't care. Kirk's influence on young people. Erica Kirk, who now serves as Turning Point USA, said 80% of attendees had never been to an America Fest before. Blah 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 blah. We are going to get my husband's friend JD Vance elected for 48 in the most resounding way possible. That is how she ended her speech. Okay. Interesting. What up, Pendulous Dragon? How you doing? It's not in danger. It's actually dead. The conservative movement has destroyed the republic. I mean, it's... How many called him a slur? I would bet a lot. Been calling the managers. It's crazy. He was like, okay, so he's the first speaker after Erica Kirk. So he gone. Like, he's already out of there. He didn't even have to book a hotel. I just wonder if he, like... Did he do that with the intention of doing mic drop? Or just not caring that he was going to get cooked? Like, because he was going to get cooked. Oh, don't usually ask, but be needing some weed. I mean, yeah, sure. I should probably not do that, because, yes, I need my own fundage. And actually, I mean, fucking Christina over on this space, she doesn't even have electricity right now. Like, everybody's going through some shit right now. It sucks. But yeah, I mean, if we can get you a little smoke, you know, a little smokage. I mean, we're... Obviously, don't be looking for your normal, your normal go, but... No, you're good. You're good. See, what other YouTuber would do that? Not many. I'll tell you that much right now. I will pat myself on the back for that. Man. All right, so we should probably get to this Jeffrey Epstein stuff, because, like, it's... Oh, my God. All right, so, yeah, they are... You got somebody that's obviously reading these, the files as they're coming in, because, yeah, there's already been an update on this one. Hold on. I just had to back out of my, my last story. Give me one second. There we go. We'll get the updated one.
It's 4 o'clock in New York on a day, and our years in the making as we await the release of the so-called Epstein files, at least a chunk of them. Some absolutely pivotal context to go over. 3 things to know up front ahead of a midnight deadline imposed on the Trump administration.
Snaggletooth's worse.
First, the sheer size and scope of what the general public is about to have in its hands is colossal. A mountain of documents, hundreds of gigabytes of information, encompassing trip logs, financial records, interview summaries, paper and electronic
Hold on,
documents.
this isn't even the newest video. What the hell? Dude. Okay, so this is what I get for pulling up a video before stream, because now there's already new news. Let me pull this one up. There we go. Oh, wait. No, this is it. Hold on.
And on and on. It's going to take some time to work through all of it once we get it.
Okay.
A team of our colleagues are standing by to do just that, to go through each and every word on each and every page. The second
we might
thing
have to
to
check in
know
with
about
Steve.
this afternoon's
Why even show
expected
prep?
data dump is that, yes, we'll focus, of
Yeah,
course,
right.
on what is actually in the release.
If you're asking about me, yeah, why?
And what we're learning, but we'll also be on the lookout for what is not included. Remember, Trump's Justice Department is not voluntarily putting this information out. It was legally compelled to do so by a bipartisan coalition of lawmakers in Congress. The deadline this day, a tick before midnight. And yet this morning, the Trump administration made a rather startling admission. Here's Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche.
I expect that we're going to release several 100,000 documents today, and those documents will come in all different forms, photographs and other materials associated with all of the investigations into Mr. Epstein. And so I expect that we're going to release more documents over the next couple of weeks. So today, several 100,000, and then over the next couple of weeks, I expect several 100,000 more.
Next couple of weeks, what?
Yep.
If you heard that and said, that's not what the law said, then
Yep. They're literally breaking the law.
you and that bipartisan
All good, I understand. I'll not do that here. Keep up. No, Pendulous. No, it's cool, bro. Like, go ahead.
coalition in Congress
I'm just saying this is a one-time, like, at the risk of, like, people seeing this and being like, oh, I can do that. Like,
probably have something in common. Following those comments this morning,
I kind of feel like I had, like, I had a kid ask me just like, hey, can I have this? It's just like, yeah, but okay. Like, I just want to make, okay, here, you can have that. And then it's like automatically, but I want one too. It's like, oh God.
Democrats on the House Oversight Committee released a statement suggesting the Trump administration is in violation of the law
Nah, you all good,
for
son.
failing to produce everything before tonight's deadline. Quote, for months, Attorney General Pam Bondi has denied survivors the transparency and accountability they have demanded and deserve, and has defied the Oversight Committee's subpoena. The Department of Justice is now making clear it intends to defy Congress itself, even as it gives star treatment to Epstein's convicted co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell. Courts around the country have repeatedly intervened when this administration has broken the law. We are now examining all legal options in the face of this violation of federal law. Finally, though, the third and most important thing to keep in mind ahead of time, what we're expected to learn today is real life and the stuff of real life nightmares, trauma for hundreds of innocent women, some of whom were girls at the time, people who never, ever, ever asked for anything more than the truth to come out, never wanted more than justice. And today, although it appears there is still some work to do on that front. Just as we came on the air, the Justice Department has released its first batch of the Epstein files. We are right now going through them. You can see the steam coming off Lisa Rubin's.
As is always the case anymore, there's a two-tier system for criminal justice, and at this point, I hope the rest of the country understands that they're also liable to be violated against.
Keyboard.
Yeah.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but
Pendulous. Thank you for the $1. Appreciate that.
what strikes you in terms of what's just been released?
Well, let's start with the fact that when you went to the website, you saw that there was already a line of people.
Yeah, just so you guys know, if you guys want to help a fellow chatter get his smoke on today, Pendulous here is.
It looked like a Ticketmaster website trying to get Taylor Swift tickets. I'm just going to read to you from a screen grab. You are now in line. We are currently experiencing extremely high volume of search requests at this time.
Every bit goes a long way, guys.
We have placed you in a waiting queue.
I'm not even kidding about that. Like, just think of it this way, like, because some people are just like, oh, how much is YouTube taking? Blah, blah. Just don't even focus on that.
We will process your search request as soon as we can.
Every bit goes a long way.
Thank you for your patience. I have already gotten through, and it looks
I like that back wall.
like there are four new data sets of information in the form of zip files. And then the Department of Justice has also provided, almost as if they are trying to provide optically that there's more there than there might be, they also have provided declassified Epstein files, which appears to be things from the case, like an evidence list or a flight log. Those are things that were produced by the department in February. There's also video footage from the Bureau of Prisons that has previously been released. Again, videos by hour.
So it's all the shit that we already had.
That was
oh my God, I hate the fact that we called this
subject of much debate earlier this year, because
this is why I'm worried that it could be something else, is because I have been getting these tension like flare-ups when I get angry. That's why I got to be careful, guys.
Footage from the night that Jeffrey Epstein was found dead in his cell at the Metropolitan Correction Center, or the detention center. And then there's information from Maxwell's. They call it a proffer. Some people would say it was less than that. When Todd Blanche went to go visit her at a federal courthouse in Tallahassee, there are audio files here and interview transcripts. And then there's also some memoranda and correspondence. Again, things we've seen before. You and I have talked about the Office of Professional Responsibilities investigation in 2020 of exactly how Jeffrey Epstein got that 2007-8 sweetheart deal. It seems that the report is there along with its executive summary and some other things from the Office of Inspector General. But
it all seems like the same shit.
In terms of the actual files that are new, I don't have a sense yet, Nicole, of what's in there or its volume. As you noted, we have a full team of readers, and as we continue to talk about it, I'm going to be furiously hitting refresh
pound away,
and reading it while we await to see what information here is new. I will tell you.
I'm so immature.
One other thing. There is a
pound away
place on this website where you can search. And I was very hopeful that it would be text searchable, because the bill itself requires this to be presented in a publicly accessible text searchable format. The first word I ran a search for Trump. I found nothing, and I thought, oh, that's going to be illuminating. But then I ran searches for the words Maxwell and Jeffrey, and they also came up with nothing, which suggests to me not that there's not anything here about Donald Trump, but that the text searchability of what the Department of Justice has provided may not yet be up to snuff.
It's okay. It just might not be up. Yeah, convenient. Oh, holy crap. Like I said, guys, it's so unfortunate that we can just predict what's going to happen based on what they say. It's just, oh, we're not going to, we need time. Like, God. Smoking herb is good for patience. Final boss going to pound you. All right, let's get on to, we got some more news. All right, here, we got CNN's bit. Let's see what they're going to say. They're all wide-eyed. Let's see if they have any more information on these files. Otherwise, you know what? Fuck it. We're going to go to Steve first.
Trump in this release.
Let's see.
The released files include a small number of photos of Trump, which appear to have been in the public domain for decades, says AP.
So, we're still missing all the problematic stuff. So you're telling me they did exactly what we knew they were going to do. They're hiding all the information that could really damage people. Like, dude, I hate being right. But Donald Trump signed it into law, so they're actually breaking the law. So that's also fun.
AP also talks about, hold on a second.
Really, Steve? Damn it.
The Epstein files have just been released by the Justice Department. We are sifting through them now, and we're going to bring you what we find as we and our teams find it throughout this hour.
How many people did they hire to do this?
Let's get off the sidelines and head into the arena. My panel is here, and we're joined by CNN Crime and Justice correspondent Caitlin
I'm looking for updates.
And CNN Senior White House correspondent Kristen Holmes. Caitlin, first to you. I know that our teams are digging through these files. Is there anything you can tell us so far about what we've learned?
It's called the Epstein Library that's being released by the Justice Department. And Casey, it does include quite a lot of different types of materials about Jeffrey Epstein, some of which is already out there and some of which is very likely to have never seen the light of day before. The categories right now that the Justice Department is saying they're releasing the records on, and they have them all available for the public to view. That includes court records, Freedom of Information releases, some of the things that have already been out there, as well as documents that the House Oversight Committee has obtained and has been releasing, as well as the big part of this, the Justice Department's own disclosure disclosures. I'm looking at it now, and it's really extensive. There's multiple pages here. There's a
just
lot
like
of different
fucking,
lists
here's a-
of what's being
She's pulling an LT.
put out in the public view.
Here,
Some of that includes Epstein
He's good at that, though.
files that are being required by this law
Honestly, sometimes makes me feel like I'm just like,
to
God,
be transparent
just do this with an
by
iPad.
today. It looks to me like there are very large files here, data sets of information.
They had thousands of agents on it in March and half of April.
And also some things we haven't seen before. Things we have seen before. Things like video from the Bureau of Prisons from when Jeffrey Epstein was in that facility, as well as audio of
This will take a few days to make
Ghislaine
sense.
Maxwell
Oh, yeah.
speaking to the Deputy Attorney General.
Kind of funny that they always knew this was going to happen on a Friday. So somebody like, oh my God, could you imagine being an intern at CNN or any of these news agencies right now? Oh, you just knew that this weekend was going to suck.
Todd Blanche earlier this year in a taped
man.
interview. So all of that is collected. We are going to be looking through it to see what's new. But Casey, I was just reviewing what is already
Friday before Christmas to boot. Yep.
out there. There is a great deal already out there, but what is in this is also likely to be very sensitive.
Kind of funny.
Even just in reading the end of the trial against co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell, there is extensive discussion about the victims and how severe these crimes were. Girls as young as 14 being recruited from single-family homes largely to become people that
Oh, but they were looking for that $2 million payout, according to JS.
Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey
What a bad time to make that.
Epstein were both grooming.
Do you think that he thought about the debate at some point today where he's just like, uh-oh.
Through enticing them to be massage therapists or to be the recipients of massages, and there is extensive evidence already out there in the public record as to how great and vast this conspiracy went, how it existed over many, many years. In addition to that, I'm also looking for especially how the Justice Department has handled Epstein and Maxwell in the 20-some years of knowing that.
Oh my God, JS has got to be shitting.
This conspiracy.
Dude, do you think he like heard the 14-year-old thing and he was just like,
existed until Maxwell was convicted of crimes in 2021.
Oh my God, we might have to go through that again. Just at least like that small clip of him. Like, I need to, you know what? Fuck it. No, what I'm going to do is I'm going to clip that and I'm releasing that as a short.
That is something that we haven't seen a full autopsy of. We've
I should
seen
have done
bits
that
and
anyway.
pieces of it, but seeing exactly how those choices were made, how the internal communications may have played out within the Justice Department to choose not to prosecute Jeffrey Epstein very severely in 2007 or 2008.
Stop looking at your monitor. Stop looking at her, the one in the middle. She needs to stop looking at her monitor, and she's like, it's getting distracting. If you guys are going to do this thing where you're talking to somebody in real time going through the Epstein stuff, maybe, just maybe, reserve it for the 30-minute block that you don't have to go to commercials and you don't have to worry about any of this shit.
And then to choose to indict him and Ghislaine Maxwell again.
Like, they knew this was coming.
And in 2019, 2020, 2021. Those are
Cheers.
all
Scaredy
things
bear.
to look for in these records. It's going to be a long night, and as the Justice Department has made clear, today is not the only day of this release. There could be many more documents to come for the weeks ahead. Casey?
Weeks.
Like she's staring at a ghost.
Kristen Holmes, to that point, I mean, how has the White House been bracing for this?
The White House doesn't want to talk about this. They have been doing everything they can for the last several months to try and distance themselves from the story, but it is the story that they just cannot shake.
Why does she look like a character that would get bumped into by Kevin McAllister in like Home Alone?
And now we're looking at day
And like just turn around and just be like, where are your parents?
one of what is expected to
I don't
be
know.
a brand
Like she
new
just,
chapter.
I could see her
in
having
the
that moment. I just watched that
entire
movie.
Epstein saga, now that we have these documents, and this is going to continue for time and time again, because the fact that it will involve President Trump in some way. Now, one of the things I hear from these White House officials, they are convinced that there is not
I should have been a casting director.
Going to be some kind of smoking gun in these documents that show President Trump did something illegal. They have argued to me time and time again that if there was something like that in these files, that it would have been brought out a long time ago, particularly under a Democratic administration. However, they are also keenly aware that any
$10 says JS doubles down.
Document, any part of these files that shows or it reinforces the relationship President Trump had at one time with Jeffrey Epstein is likely to dominate any media coverage. It's going to eclipse anything else.
PR sent a memo this morning with talking points. That makes sense.
That President Trump is trying to do.
Even if you're joking, no.
Or is
I don't think you
doing,
are.
And they have no appetite for this. And there's also someone else who has no appetite for this, and it's President Trump. And that was very clear when he was asked questions or when he was delivering remarks earlier today. And a man who almost always
he just pieced he pieced the fuck out of those
questions, did this at the end of it.
Yeah, this is crazy. This is the highlight, by the way. We don't even need to watch the clip.
I really don't want to soil it up by asking questions, even questions that are very fair questions that I'd love to answer. So I think we have to just stop right here. I don't want to be asking questions having to do with anything else. Thank you very much, everybody.
Dude, it's so obvious. Oh, my God. Okay, I know that everybody says it, specifically Pondering Politics. He loves saying they grade him on a curve. They grade him on a curve. Well, dude, they grade him on a curve. Calm the fuck on. Could you imagine Biden during like any of his scandals, which according to them, he had the worst. Just, nope, gotta go. Sorry.
Thank you. About your insurance idea, Mr. President. Thank you,
Again.
And also the way that he just sombered to the door.
This is a White House. This is a president.
Sauntered.
Who is very aware of what is happening today with regards to the Epstein files being released. So it certainly seems
the Brown University villain wasn't a Muslim. Everyone who voted for a felon had their heart set on the idea that he was. They were all tricked into believing it was. It was a man named Mustafa.
Like
what?
He did not want to have any part of that.
Oops.
When
Were they doing that too?
in the room
Jesus.
were certainly going to ask questions.
It's the same way that they were just like, no, the shooter in Utah's trans. Wait, they're trans adjacent. Wait, no, their girlfriend's trans. That's just like.
They certainly were. All right, Kristen Holmes, Caitlin Polans, I think you'll likely be standing by for us as we sift through all of this, but I do appreciate
the body language and
top. Ellie
usually
Honig
you guys know that I've said this before. I'm not a big body language guy because, some people, you can't really control it. I mean, you got tics, you got all this stuff. And honestly, it doesn't always translate. But then there's the obvious bits where it's just like, no, there are bits that are tells. This is why poker is like recognized as the game that it is.
With us from New York as well. He's our senior legal analyst. Ellie, can you remind us how we got here? And I actually, I'd like to kind of set you up with what Ro Khanna, one of the congressmen on the House Oversight Committee, had to say today.
Gotta say, Ro Khanna killing it on the media tour.
About what we may see here. Obviously, they have been going through these documents to redact sensitive information about victims and other things. Let me show you what Khanna said, and we'll talk about it on the other side. Take a look.
Anyone who tampers with these documents or conceals documents or engages in excessive redaction will be prosecuted because of obstruction of justice.
There was a huge piece, I'm going to look for it later in the show, talking about how, it's from The Guardian, talking about how illegitimate the Supreme Court has become, and how, you know what they were saying about packing the courts? At this point, it's just, no, it's making the courts fair. There should be literally just split right down the line, equal amounts of, like, if you've got conservative, if you're going to play Democratic judges, then you need to have equal amounts.
We will prosecute individuals regardless of whether they're the attorney general or a
The fact that we play this game where a president, like Democrat or Republican, can just start stacking the courts for years and years and years just because it just arbitrarily says, nope, lifetime appointments, whenever they want to give up.
Or political appointee.
Ellie, can I just get you to, give us your legal expertise on what that could mean?
Sure. So we're here, Casey, because Congress passed a law, overwhelming margin, 427-1 in the House, unanimous in the Senate, signed by Donald Trump 30 days ago. That law gave the Justice Department 30 days to turn over, and I quote the law, all of DOJ's documents.
Like I said, guys, by the way, ignore the days to go on this thing. I'm trying to get rid of it, but I don't know how.
Relating to the investigations and prosecutions of
It
Jeffrey
won't let
Epstein
me.
And Ghislaine Maxwell.
Try to put
Now, the
zero
law does
in it,
have
just
some
won't let me.
exceptions in it. It allows DOJ to withhold documents if they relate to victim identities, if they relate to ongoing criminal investigations, or if they might undercut our national security or our foreign diplomacy. Now, as to Representative Khanna's point there, it would be obstruction of justice if somebody, for example, destroyed evidence or altered it or tampered with it intentionally. There's no evidence any of that has happened.
No, honestly, it should be kind of like no, because I was about to say like a Senate position, no, because there's never any guarantees that's going to be a Republican or Democrat.
Point. So
that should be probably the only, system that would have that is the Supreme Court, where it's just like, no, you got 9 judges, right? Well, no, we should have 10. We should have 10 judges, 5 conservative, 5 liberal, and then whenever they hear things, yeah, you need a supermajority.
I think he's thinking sort of speculatively and into the future.
Because honestly, we have seen just how corrupt the Supreme Court can get, and we've gotten complacent with it, where we're just like, meh, what are we going to do about it?
So at this point, they've made
that's 90% of why Trump does what he does. Is because we all react that way, and we're almost a full year in, and we're all kind of showing signs of getting a little too used to these things.
Production, that's the link that's now available that Caitlin Polantz and others are going through.
Oh, we need an odd number? Yeah, so 9. There
But
you
again-
go. We can, hold on. No, hold on, we could do...
Important to note, the Deputy Attorney
talk
General
about this after this.
morning, Todd Blanche, said this is actually
brainstorm.
not
We'll
the whole
fix the
production.
system, guys.
He said this will be hundreds of
On Pep
thousands of
Talks.
pages, and we will continue to produce more over the coming weeks. Technically, that's not what the law says. The law says all the documents today, but DOJ apparently has just not been able to do that.
Remarkable. Ellie, stand by for me. I want to go back to Caitlin Polantz because she has been poring over these documents as we have been talking. And Caitlin, I understand you're seeing some photographs as part of this. I don't think we're prepared yet to show them to our audiences. We're working on that, but please do
Learn with Pep.
tell us what you've learned.
Yeah, and we're also going to be cautious
You have
about
the solution, you'll
describing
post it on
what's in the
Discord?
photographs,
Check it out.
as we're seeing them, given the sensitivities, so many sensitivities around this issue. But what I can say here is, in the data sets that are being put out by the Justice Department, there are many, many photos, and they are stripped of context. They are just images. Many of them do show Jeffrey Epstein, of course. They would be from the files around him. There are also images of Ghislaine Maxwell. But this is the sort of thing that people will be clicking on, seeing, that you'll see around as people go photo by photo. I mean, some of these, there are...
Everyone keeping documents from release should be instantly prosecuted and everyone involved needs to be investigated. Yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be really nice if Democrats, actually had anything to stand on and any power.
There's clearly hundreds of...
Like Ro Khanna can go out there saying that we're going to do that and we're going to investigate, but...
of them. They're posted.
It is also Christmas break, which they come back, after January 5th, January 6th?
In dozens of pages of data on the Justice Department website, and they don't say where they're from, why they were taken, where the location of the photos are. So a lot of those context clues, that's the sort of reporting and questions that we'll need to follow up on in understanding what the meaning of these photos might be. But it's not just photos, there are other documents as well. Some of them, like I mentioned before, are going to be the sorts of things we've seen already out in the public sphere. A lot of the audio tape and the documents around Ghislaine Maxwell speaking with Todd Blanche while she is serving her time in federal prison. Some of the documents of the communications from the Attorney General saying that she wants to have a release of the documents, something that has dogged the Justice Department over many months.
I do want to go to Congressman James Walkinshaw. He is on the House Oversight Committee. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. Understanding that our team of reporters all across the globe, just starting to pick through these documents that are now being released for the first time after this immense pressure campaign to see this day come to pass. What are your early takeaways from this release today?
Well, thanks for having me. And first, I want to credit the courageous survivors. You know, without their voices, we would not be at this point today where we're starting to get some transparency. It's enormously frustrating that the law is clear. The files,
I mean, he signed it into
are supposed to be released today, and the Trump administration is not in compliance with that law. So that's very frustrating. That notwithstanding.
Oh, is it frustrating? Is it frustrating? Is it disappointing? Are they bad? Are you gonna bad Trump administration?
Our team,
fuck off.
House Democrats oversight.
Never wonder why people look at you and just go, weak.
Democrats team, we're going to be.
You suck.
Combing through.
Do something. Poke, do something.
What has been released to determine what is there and what might be missing so that our investigation can proceed.
You say that DOJ is not in compliance with the law, and yet we did hear Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche say there are hundreds of thousands of documents that are going to be released over the course of 2 weeks. Do you need to wait until the conclusion of that time to make that firm statement that DOJ has not been compliant, or are you certain at this very moment that there has been noncompliance?
Well, the law is clear that the files in full are supposed to have been released today. If the Department of Justice felt like they weren't on track to meet that legal deadline, they should have communicated that to Congress
day one
or weeks ago. They've had 30 days to redact what needed to be redacted from the files and release them in full to the public. So they have not followed the law. We're going to explore all of our legal options to make sure that the complete files, with obviously information related to victims and survivors redacted, comes to light.
Well, let me follow up with you on that. Can you be more specific? What exact recourse or actions are you prepared to take to bring DOJ fully in compliance?
We're having those conversations now. Ranking members Garcia and Raskin from the Oversight and Judiciary Committees released a statement that they're consulting with our counsel to determine what the legal options could be, consulting with the legal representation for the survivors, but we're going to pursue every possible remedy. I don't have additional information for you right now in terms of exactly what that will be.
And talk about the significance of this day, understanding that Congressman Ro Khanna, who's one of the lawmakers who led the charge to see this day come to pass, has put out a statement saying he's disappointed that the documents are not being released.
Again, he's disappointed.
In full. But talk about the significance of the fact that there is this large tranche that is starting to be released. It's something that lawmakers, but also the survivors have called for.
I think it's incredibly significant.
How reassuring. Yeah, right? Don't you guys feel so much better like you're actually going to get the full story? I mean, I do.
It's one of the very few instances that Republicans in Congress have found their backbone and stood up to Donald Trump. They resisted it for a long time. But, you know, it's important to remember President Trump has done everything in his power to block these files from being released. He tried to browbeat Republican members of Congress to remove their name from the discharge petition. He was actively lobbying against the discharge petition and the vote before it was held until he realized that he was going to lose. So he's tried everything in his power to block it. And in Congress, in a rare instance, in this particular Congress, stood up to him and said, the American people want to see these files. The American people.
I mean, one guy in both houses was just like, nah, but the rest of them were just like, you know what, this is going to be real bad for us.
Transparency, and the survivors especially.
What did that one guy know?
Accountability for those involved in the crimes committed.
This is
insane.
I've
just gotten the statement from Congressman Khanna. Let me read it to you, Congressman. I'll get your reaction on the other side. He says, I have to say that the release has been disappointing from the initial read of it, but I reserve judgment until we go through all of the release. Again, what I'm calling for in terms of a constructive next step.
But that means they're already seeing redactions that are problematic right off the fucking, like right out the gate. Like the way that one lady was saying that, that like they're supposed to keyword it, you know, like any good search engine. There was no keywording for Epstein, Trump, and Ghislaine Maxwell.
For Todd Blanche or Pam Bondi to...
And then they're just like, well, maybe there's a glitch.
Get in front of the country to share the timeline
Convenient
for the
glitch.
full release. If they were to do that, would that satisfy what you are calling for, Congressman?
Well, I think that's a necessary step, and it's not what I'm calling for. It's what the law that President Trump signed calls for, which is for the files to be released today. So, yes, at a minimum, they need to come before the country and Congress and explain why they haven't released the full files today and lay out the timeline moving forward. I hope
Then subpoena them right now. Like, don't let them go on fucking Christmas vacation.
a rapid timeline
Like, you do know that the House is shut down right now, right?
for the American people to get the
That was the whole point. It's almost like they saw this coming. They saw that they were going to release this. You wouldn't be happy. So then they closed the House, so you can't really do
transparency
anything.
that they want here.
And Congressman, as you start to go through these files, what specifically are you looking for?
Well, I think for me and I think for most people across the country, we want to know who,
Why the hell isn't she calling for it?
if anyone,
I mean, she's just a reporter. Let's be real.
who maybe hasn't been yet implicated.
Even as somebody who I have unrealistic expectations of reporters, because in reality, reporters are supposed to break the news and not have a bias. It's just in this political atmosphere we're in, it's just so obvious to see the bias that when the right wing just doesn't give a shit and they're just like, we're going to put every reporter out there with a bias. Unfortunately, that kind of there's a call to action there on the other side to just be like, all right, guys, you might want to be real with your opinions occasionally. But then you have these assholes that are just like, we are in the vein of Walter Cronkite. We try to see it right down the middle. It's like,
Was involved
yeah, but you do understand how that's used against you, right?
in Jeffrey Epstein's crimes.
CNN? Anybody?
Who were the accomplices who helped him to commit these crimes? Who perhaps knew that these crimes were taking place and didn't go to the authorities at the time? I think those are all really, really important questions. But this is a story of, rich and powerful men raping and abusing young girls and women. And we need to get the full truth. Everyone who knew about it, everyone who was involved, everyone who might have helped it happen.
And Congressman, just finally, once the files are released, what do you anticipate happens next?
Well, in the Oversight Committee, our investigation is ongoing, and it's also worth noting, even separate from the legislation requiring the release of the files, we have an active subpoena with both the Department of Justice for them to turn over the files to the Oversight Committee.
My mom would have loved that
and to
base
the
behind
Epstein
him.
estate for them to continue
Yes.
turning over files. And our philosophy is we're going to follow the investigation wherever it leads. I'm not prejudging where that
Her urn actually has like a pattern a lot like that.
investigation will lead, but we need to get all of the information and follow the investigation wherever it
Yeah,
leads.
every image is black the fuck out. This release is dripping with contempt for Congress.
All right,
Again, you don't go out and publicly say that you consider Congress to be as useless as the Duma, and that's exactly what you want, and then you treat them like they are the fucking Duma. So, like, dude, no, this is the trump card is don't listen. Just do what you're gonna do. The Supreme Court already made it, so whatever you do here isn't illegal.
Congressman James Walkinshaw, thank you so much.
And then you can just pardon people,
joining us.
like on your way out. Look, Biden did it.
Really appreciate it.
Like they're already laying it out there, guys. Like this is why I honestly, there's no surprise here. This is just like, okay, don't know what else you want from me. I mean, if I'm not properly outraged, I'm sorry, guys. It's like I'm reserving a lot of this just for being like, nah. Wait a minute. Here, we'll go shift.
Of California. He's a member of the Senate
shift.
Judiciary Committee and has called for an audit.
Oh, wait, no, Ro Khanna's
I want
better.
to bring into our coverage Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna of California. He's a member of the House Oversight Committee. He's been pivotal in forcing this legislation through and forcing the Department of Justice to release
Liquid
these
IV time.
files.
I'll be right back.
I apologize to Lisa for putting her on the spot. I'll do the same to you. But in terms of what has just dropped in the last 7 minutes, do you have any assessment? Has anyone been able to evaluate what has been released?
Nicole, first of all, your third point was the most important. This is about the survivors and what this means to them. I will say that many of them have been contacting us saying at least we're getting some documents. They're anxiously awaiting to see the central issue, which is are the rich and powerful men who raped or abused them or who were at these Epstein parties and watched rape and abuse, are their names in there? Are they going to finally face accountability? And as we search through these documents, we need to figure out whether they have hid those or whether that is actually coming out. Now, the law, as Lisa said, clearly required all unclassified information being released today. They obviously have not complied with that law. They claim that this is because it was only a few weeks. Well, they've known about this for months. They should have been preparing that. So at the very least, what we need is for the Attorney General or the Deputy Attorney General to have a press conference and say,
pretty much what I expected.
What we have released. Here is the timeline of what we're going to release by when to be in full compliance of the law. Here is what we've redacted, and here is why we've redacted this, which is required by the law. And so we'll see what they do.
Has DOJ had any contact with the committee to do any of that, to say, here's what we've uploaded today, here's how you search the document, here's what's coming in the next? I mean, they obviously, as a department, made a plan because Todd Blanche went on TV this morning and announced it, said, quote, in the next couple of weeks. Did they communicate with the Oversight Committee?
They didn't communicate with the Oversight Committee. They refused to meet Thomas Massie or myself, the authors of the law, to communicate. But what is most disappointing to me is they have not communicated with the survivors' lawyers. Now, I was told that there was supposed to be a Zoom with the Department of Justice and the survivors to give them a heads up. I don't know if that took place or not. But they should have been communicating at the very least with the survivors' lawyers about the plan. And they still have not communicated the plan to the American people. Look, they're obviously in violation of the law. If there is some reason, if they're saying, look, we rushed this, we didn't have enough time, we only got this started.
Man, I used to hate cherry. Now, all of a sudden, I like cherry flavored stuff.
Ago, we wanted to be sensitive to the survivor's identity.
That is weird.
Over the next 30 days for how we're going to release everything else. Then they build some credibility, even though they have not complied with the letter of the law. The problem is Blanche just goes on TV, says there are hundreds of thousands of documents, we'll do the rest later, and there is no explanation for what they're doing.
So the survivors themselves have illuminated the problem in their view with that approach. Some of what is in the files are their 302s, their interviews with the FBI. Is it your understanding that the survivors themselves have not been contacted?
All right. We're going to leave this one to the dice gods. Let's see. Highs, anything over 10? There's going to be, like, we're going to get something from this. Anything lower than, nothing's going to come from it. Let's see. 18. 18. All right. We'll see.
About their own 302s if they've been released?
To my knowledge, some of the survivors
20-sided
have not been
dice?
contacted survivors' lawyers. Now, I don't know if they have contacted some of the survivors. As you know, there were over 1,000 survivors in this case. I certainly haven't talked to all of them.
Okay.
But at the very least, you would say in a typical process, the Justice Department would say, anyone who's a survivor or their lawyers, we want to consult with you before we're going to be releasing these files, and we want to hear your interest.
Let the die decide.
I'm concerned that they haven't.
Honestly, instead of feeling helpless, fuck it. I kind of like that system. We'll keep doing that.
Thomas Massie or me, the authors of the bill. I'm less concerned that
PR, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that, man.
Committee.
Oh, damn. Are we there?
To the survivors or the survivors' lawyers. And if they have, they should.
We're one subscriber away from 1,600.
Be transparent about this. Look,
roll
the
for
reason Pam
initiative.
Bondi has no credibility is 6 months ago. She stood up there and said there's nothing more.
A double 8. I rolled 18 again. I rolled 18 again. It's not a way to die, I swear to God.
We released everything. And now, 6 months later, her deputy is going on TV saying we're releasing hundreds of thousands of more documents.
Okay.
And by the way, there are more documents we will be releasing. Well,
wow, a double 18.
What changed? Did she lie back then? Or
I wish
what
this was
changed?
combat.
How did they discover all these documents? She needs to answer. If the answer is, well, now Congress has compelled us and we've gotten judges who've ordered the release of documents that previously we were protecting because of DOJ policy, well, she needs to explain that.
Jeez.
But what's mind-boggling to me is
today.
she's not taking a press conference. She hasn't explained anything.
7. All
And
right.
this is just eroding trust.
There
And
it is.
Massie and I have never made this against Trump or against the DOJ. We literally have spent hours with the survivors. We just want to see justice. We want to see transparency. I'm less hung up if everything's going to come out today. I just want it all to come out, and I want them to be heard. That's really what I
Who
want
will
to see.
be the lucky 1600?
And
I
it's
don't
disappointing
know.
to me
That's
that
crazy.
not, the goal of everyone in this process.
Based on what Todd Blanche has said publicly and what you're seeing populate the DOJ website
Neat.
since they've done this batch, what is your, if you had to do some expectation setting for the survivors themselves, what are those conversations like right now?
My sense is that we are
All right. Update. I was definitely dehydrated. I think that I can cancel that doctor's
going to
appointment.
get information
That would have been
we haven't seen
embarrassing.
before. And the fact
Have you
is,
been drinking
because of your
water?
voices, I
No.
said this to some of the survivors. And because
Have
of
you
your
been drinking lots of beer and coffee? Yes.
voices, we are seeing something happen that has never happened before for decades.
I have a feeling
You
that would
should
result in
feel
this.
some sense of pride that you've actually gotten Donald Trump to try to comply with the law. I mean, for many things, he just ignores Congress. I mean, at least they're on the date trying to
Be
comply. And
gone,
that's not because
iTwitch.
of what
I mean, it was bad.
I did or Massie did or Oversight did. That's
I was looking at it in the mirror and like it was kind of scary. Where
because of you. That's
like
because you stood in front of the Capitol twice.
seeing
and
like my lower, like I'll call it my lower eye pocket, like just twitch. That was really weird.
lived your trauma, and the country saw that. And what they want to know is, what are we going to see? Because it's not about documents and it's not about photos
build
and it's
order.
not about sensationalism. If you talk to the survivors,
And that's
they
$600 right
know
there.
that some of these people are still in very prominent positions, and they either engaged in rape or they were at these parties and they saw young people, young girls there, and didn't say anything. And they want those folks to be exposed, to face the moral consequences.
Well, yeah. You know why this is a big, like, here's the shocker, guys. It's systematic. They would do this using models from other agencies because in other countries they had different age limitations. This was all systematic. If you don't think that they, like, every one of these guys used it like a fucking escort service, then I got a bridge to sell you.
Consequences, and in some cases, justice. And what they want to know is, are those things going to come out there? Is the draft...
Oh, that used to happen to you a lot? All right, so Axel, it's the...
which has some of that information.
Yeah,
gonna be
dehydration
out
then.
there. Are the interview members...
Because somebody literally said coffee and tea, and I'm like, okay, I've had 3 cups of coffee today and 2 cups of tea. No water in between. That would do it.
Memorandum going to be out there? Are the men who engaged in this heinous conduct finally going to face public shame and accountability? And we just have to see. But I'll tell you this, I'm not going to quit. Massey's not going to quit. Marjorie Taylor Greene's not going to quit until we get these documents. And we know what's in there because we've talked to the survivors and their lawyers, and the survivors' lawyers have seen a lot of these documents.
Congressman, I'll thank you and invite you to come back if you see anything that's...
Check this out. I got the submarine to sell you. Is that a screen door? Yes. Awesome. I'll take it.
Strikes you as being included or not included over the next couple hours. Thank you very much for starting us off today.
Thank you, Nicole.
All right. We got Thomas Massey here. Let's go, Thomas Massey.
Hi, this is Congressman Thomas Massey. We're about 48 hours from the deadline.
Old news. We'll move on. Give me 1 second. Let me find something new. Also, check in here. How's everybody doing? Welcome to chat. If you guys are new here, welcome to the channel. If you guys are new here, I appreciate you guys checking out the show today. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. Oh, man. So I promoted the show over on Twitch, or on no, actually on Twitter, not Twitch. And I gotta say, this one went kind of well over there as far as getting some attention. So, well, we is now schedule 3. There are some bad things about that, though. I was reading up on how that could still, it's going to impact the CBD market huge. Apparently, there's now there's a provision with the states' rights thing where, like, yes, because I live in a legal state, it's technically not really going to do anything for me. Yeah. Once they can actually put their money into a bank, though, that'll be huge, because that means that, you know what that means, guys? That means that we can make some different types of purchases. But no, I'm glad that it's at least the Republicans are blowing a fuse over it. I'm glad that he did it, and I'm glad, you know what? It's now I have something that when somebody says, "Can you name one good thing that Trump did?" It's like, yeah, he removed weed from being Schedule 1. Although I think it moved to Schedule 2. I think Biden put it to Schedule 2, and then it moved to Schedule 3 now. I don't want corporations getting into the flower market. They already are. The corporations are already there. See, the thing is, there's already provisions where, like, you can't get Marlboro or any of these types of things. Like, if anyone did, it was with the backing of, like, private equity. So, like, someone that might work for Marlboro might hold some private equity in some of these Marlboro. I'm saying that weird. Marlboro. It's a weird word anyway. What am I talking about? But whatever. As long as it's good, like, and as long as y'all got states like mine, where I love living in Illinois specifically because I know that we're not getting anything that has, like, the pesticide thing. Like, we have strong anti-pesticide laws here. We have to, like, you have to know exactly, like, the chemical compounds to everything. So that's cool. You know, pretty happy about that. I also love the way that I can curate my buzzes. Like, I could never do that before. Like, you had to kind of guess. You had to know the strains and then just kind of, like, hope that it was, like, you know, as far as the levels of what was in the strain was what you wanted. Because realistically, it's in how it's grown. So if they harvested a little bit early, you'll probably get a good sativa. If they harvested a little bit late, you'll get a little bit of an indie. If they harvested super late, you got CBD. So, this is why I love living in Colorado. Yeah, Colorado rules. I wish I could go, but like I said, here. By the way, we got Stan. Okay, maybe I can fix this to where his head isn't always off cam. Oh, I fixed the camera, by the way. It was indeed the cord. The cat totally just, pulled the cord out to where all the wires were exposed. I had to do just a little bit of a solder, which thank God I know how to do that. And it works, so don't have to spend money. But I did have to duct tape it, so it's a little janky. Most people still haven't been on a Terping game. I definitely feel that. Well, see, I know my Terps. Me and the Terps, I'm well acquainted. I know exactly. Left tech rules. Hey, done it? I'll send you guys a picture in Discord of it. It's kind of funny. I feel like it's like when I break my glass. I legit have a broken set of glasses up there that before I wore these, I wore them daily, and I had some hockey tape that was I didn't use white hockey tape. That was the key to not make them look like they were, completely broken. Use some black hockey tape, and you could barely tell until I took them off, and then I couldn't fold them. Can you tell that I'm a little frugal? I don't know, guys. I used to spend money on really stupid shit, and I'd also be that guy that would replace things that just didn't need to be replaced. Like fashion. Fashion was the biggest one, where it was just doing fashion just because it was like the trends were switching. I was just like, oh, this is the biggest set of marketing fuckery ever. And fast fashion, fuck that. I'm so glad that I did have the foresight to be like, no, I'm gonna keep everything that I own now. I'm not gonna get rid of this, and if the quality is good, the quality is good. I got my jacket that I've had for damn near 25 years. So, trust me, man. I'm pretty happy with good quality stuff. But that's also how I know I'm turning into an old man, where it's just they don't make things like they used to. They make things to break down now. Dude, I was just thinking of my TV. My TV's pretty old, right? Look at it. So I was like, yeah, maybe replace it. And TVs are pretty cheap now. Surprisingly cheap. But I don't know. It still works. So why would I? I just don't care. 25 years is impressive for a jacket. Oh, yeah. Yeah, still going strong, too. I got that in London. My mom took me to Harrods, and that was the one thing. She's like, I want you to choose a really nice coat. Because I didn't bring one. We went to London in the middle of November, and I was just like, I'm going to a different country. You know what? The second I get there, it ain't going to be as cold as it is in Chicago. It was worse. That sucked. It was in the middle of a snowstorm. My mom's just like, well, we wanted to go to Harrods anyway. But the thing that sucked the most was I had to use a bunch of my fun money on it, which I'm glad she made me, because honestly, now I was wearing it yesterday, and I was just kind of, I don't know, memories attached to it. So I'm also a gypsy when it comes to dressing. I am a little bit too. If you mean that by being eccentric and wearing lots of mixed stuff and lots of knit stuff and having lots of stuff that hangs, then yeah, my mom was like that. I'm more so, I just don't give a fuck. I don't. If it's comfortable, the more comfortable it is, cool. I do I want it to be stylish. I'm not one of those guys that's just I don't care how I look. No, I still care. It's just more so I would prefer to have something stay in fashion for 30, 40 years, if hoodies and a nice, like, you know, baggy pant, like, set of baggy pants, whether they be denim or even just, you know, a sweatpant, I'm good. If I had money, I would be hella stylish. But I is too poor to dress extra comfy. Yeah, well, and I is too poor, so I dress extra comfy. Oh, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Jeans, t-shirt, hoodie, all good. Exactly. It's funny because I've had people tell me, they're just like, "What are you trying to follow trends?" I'm like, "What? What are you talking about?" Like, look at you. You dressed like you're going to the skate park. I'm like, I'm always dressed like I'm going to the skate park. I have been dressed that way for way too long. I'll admit it. It's the one thing about Tim Pool that I kind of get where I'm like, hey, you know what? Notice how I haven't really gone after him for the flannel? I'm just like, I would be remiss to do that. 31 years with a stonewashed jacket. Now it mocks me every time I go to the closet. Yoshi Airhead, may the odds ever be ever in your favor. My man, if you think I look that young to where I can take place in Trump's Hunger Games, then I appreciate that. But no, I'm more. What was the guy that Woody Harrelson was? That guy. I'm more like that guy, and like Lenny Kravitz. See, I didn't read the books, and I just know kind of Haymitch. Haymitch is cool. Haymitch was a cool character. See, I didn't mind him. I thought it was cool. By Gypsy, I mean I don't care what I wear as long as it's comfortable, and usually buy or wear secondhand clothes. I used to date a geek girl who called me a gypsy by which she meant a bum. See, yeah, you know what? I had someone in my life call me a bum and like just say that I dress like a bum, and I was like, that hurt. Because they were right. Like, I know I do. I know I should probably put more effort in. Damn it. Skate park, the pump track is where it's at. No. Nah. Bro has 86 in the background. Illuminati confirmed. Oh, numerology made it so I just happened to be born. Then my fucking hockey number. Pick one. 33 or 86. But if you see those and if we're playing a game and you see those numbers and I'm on your team, you make sure you don't take those numbers. Those are mine. Both of them. Colorado will not be participating in the Patriot games. Oh, I don't think Illinois will. Are people already like just saying like we're done? The crowd at AmFest went wild when they brought out the biggest window. Yeah. That doesn't surprise me. It's AmFest, put on by TPUSA. This isn't like they went to a church and all of a sudden got a rousing, rousing procession. They didn't get a bunch of claps. No, it's the same thing with the football games. Like, I don't know. Anytime like Trump goes to one of these things, he kind of you get it in real time where it's just like, oh yeah, you see, you're not as popular as you thought you were. I go intermediate tinfoil hat. Really? Really? So if I like those numbers immediately, I'm tinfoil hatty. Or I was one of those lameoids that played hockey, and when I chose a number, I did what my hero did. I chose the number of the year I was born. Because, yeah. Why not? And I accidentally triggered Xander Hall so bad yesterday. What'd you do? Ooh, story time. What'd you do on Xander Hall's page? Also, did you shout me out? You guys been shouting me out out in the ether there? Come on, guys. That's honestly, that's where I could use it. Wait, Yoshi, for real? Do you think like I'm like some kind of conspiracy? Like, I mean, I talk about conspiracies here occasionally, but do you think I'm in? Do you think I'm in it? Do you think that I'm here as a mouthpiece for the Illuminati? I appreciate that because that would insinuate that people care. I did actually. Oh, you did. Oh. I feel good now. Thank you. But I asked him about his hatred for Hassan. He brought it. He brought him up. Really? Oh, why is he doing this? At some point, he just has to stop. Like, just stop. Just admit you want some of his audience. Like, this idea that he's just... Okay, so I made a comment which was in jest, but he didn't take it like that at all. That he was giving Destiny. And he exploded. Look close, you can see the skull and crossbones in the window. I don't know, man. What are your thoughts on Freemasons? I don't know. My mom dated one. He was kind of a weirdo. He used to have hoagie sales. Honestly, I used to be into that. Like, I used to be into, like, 9/11 conspiracies and all that shit when I was, like, in my 20s, but they lost their luster when I realized that everybody's a bunch of, you know, incompetent dickheads. You know, I don't think the Illuminati could really exist in the way that people think it would. Like this shadow cabal shit. Like, we're watching it in real time. They just, if they were doing it in the shadows, they're not doing it in the shadows anymore. Now it's just out there. Wait, giving seating. I mean, when you said giving Destiny, immediately I'm like, like, okay, that's a new thing on Pep Talks here. It's like, were you giving Destiny? Was it good Destiny? I unsubscribed from Zan recently. Anyone being on Ethan's side has been unhinged, or it is just toxic. Is he on Ethan's side? I didn't think he was on Ethan's side. I thought that he was admitting that he was still stupid, but whatever. God, come on, Zan. Maybe I can talk to him and... You know what? Fuck it. I'll throw it out there to him. See if he wants to come on the show and just be like, hey, so I got an audience that's kind of curious about some of your positions. And I'm kind of curious, and I'm kind of... I would like to know if I could just kind of calm you down a little bit. I mean, who am I to give any advice to anybody that is doing much better than me on these platforms? But I'm also just, as an older fella, gonna say, you know, I could calm down on that a little bit. That could reflect poorly on your career, especially as a young guy. And like, if you're unmoving in your positions and you just keep digging deeper, then that's gonna be a lot harder to crawl out of. And also, what do you really have to gain from it? Like, that's sad. That sucks. He played the Hassan thing from 3 years ago about the Ukraine, and I was telling him doesn't matter what he said since he changed his mind. And he said, yeah, the thing is, that was peak Xanderhall being right, because Xanderhall was, he was actually doing some really good coverage of Ukraine. I remember watching him when they first bombed. He was kind of doing what Agenda Free TV was doing. He was just watching a few Steadicams, and we just happened to see what was going on. So yeah, like, I guess he's stuck in 3 years ago where it's like that he was the most relevant, and then he got mad that things shifted and he just didn't get taken along with it. Like, dude, what is with that? Come on. Like, bro. And that, no, David, you did a good thing there. You bringing that up, like, come on. That's not fair. Something that he said 3-4 fucking years ago. Like, everybody knows that I'm not exactly like, I wouldn't call myself like a Hassan fan. Like, I like his work. I like what he's doing for the movement. If I met him, I would probably like be like, oh shit. But I don't watch his stuff regularly. I don't really go out of my way to search for his stuff, so. but it's also because it's not because I don't like them. It's just I got other shit to do. You know? But I'm also a streamer, so. Pep only likes peers? Yeah, exactly. Would rather double down than admit they are wrong. Exactly. Yeah, no, you kind of nailed that. He was like, no, it doesn't matter. If he said it once, then he has to live with it. Okay, so he's willing to hold himself to that exact same standard. I hate people like that. I cannot stand people that are just like, no, fuck it. Like, I'm gonna go scorched earth. It's like, dude. Big shocker, guy who streams all day gets some stuff wrong. Exactly. That's me. No, see, that's the thing. I'm not gonna harp. Like, I didn't like Hassan's Ukraine take. It bothered me even without having any other side commentary with it. But after I saw that he revised his position, actually apologized for it too, where he's just like, my bad, I was wrong. You know? But so you're saying Pep isn't 100% correct about all things all the time? When have I ever said that I was? I just realized that my chat was frozen. My bad. That's the idea, though. Jeffrey Epstein, for example, was a jackass who gave him his billions. Sorry, guys. I got to catch up on chat. I shouted you out by saying I like Hassan, Vosh, MR, Xander Hall, Dean, and Parker in Pep Talks. That'd be like saying Pep is giving Moist Crit. But I think he cruised right past my shout out of you. Oh, you're kidding me. Really? Balls. Well, sucks. There was a fan anyway, so whatever. I remember San had some drama with his fans in inappropriate relationships. I don't think he had inappropriate relationships with fans necessarily. Trust me, there would have been a lot of people to jump on that drama. From my point of view, no, he got legitimately fucked over by his ex-girlfriend. Like that whole saga. Nah, after I found out some more stuff about her too, like she had a past with this, or it's just like, oh, that's kind of her thing. Because like he was already into older women, and you know the fact that she was in her 30s robbing his fucking PayPal was a little bit allegedly was a little bit fucked up. Big Brother Pep Talks. I mean, 1 month resub. Hell yeah. What up? How you doing? Welcome to the show. Like your name. It implies that that's something people should do. But also, hell yeah, man. Welcome to the channel. How many more days for the peppers? Oh, you know what? I think that so they're technically ready. The peppers are ready to go. Let's see. I'm gonna do it either Monday or the Friday after Christmas, because I do plan on streaming that day. Let's see. Let me just send this message really quick, because now that I have this in the books, I want to get that coupon code going, because I want you guys to see the merch. Like, we're ready. Come on. Yeah, final guess. 16. Really? Getting lower. I've noticed that you guys are guessing lower now. Am I shaking it too much, or did the pepper shrink? Yeah, you guys were guessing pretty high for a while there. Let's see, Natch. Yeah, you were at 25. Are you sure you want me to... All right, 16. Damn it, don't discourage me. No, I put 16. You guys can keep your... if you guys can change it up until the literal call out. So, like, once I say final guesses... then you can do it. And I'll make sure that the last one isn't like so shaky. Natch in the casino. I want the pepper glass. No, this is mine. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys, somebody was awesome. They found out. Well, I mean, I have it in the Discord, so if you guys are part of the Discord, you can go to my PO box. But yeah, somebody sent me some nice gifts. They know what I like, so that's a ball mason jar. Oh, so you just want to? Yes, but it's got the peppers in it. I thought. You want a pepper glass? Oh, you want the cup? You want my coffee cup? No, it's mine. It was given to me. But yeah, somebody sent me some Pokemon packs. I appreciate that. Oh, damn, Xander is live right now. If I went over there and re-shout out Pep, would I be the villain? No, but you could just be like, hey, there's this really rad dude that wouldn't mind talking to you, you know, if you've ever heard of Pep Talks, and, you know, he's up and coming, you know, I'm one of those guys. I'm the new wave. Even though I think, what? God, I gotta be something like 12 to 14 years older than him? God damn. Just sit there chastising him, just like, I've been watching you, and I'll tell you what, you could be a little nicer. You could definitely be a little bit more forgiving, too. I never got to hear how many peppers were in the jar for the contest. Anybody remember? I have not, I haven't said how many are in here. We haven't done the drawing yet, so make your guesses. Whether we do the draw on Monday or Friday, I will know. Groove, you guessed 42. All right. There you go. I know, it's not as easy. Oh, dude. Holy shit, Bandit, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Fuck yeah, dude. Oh my god, I really... Man. Ruben's train. Haven't seen Ruben in a while. Woo, yeah, hell yeah, thank you. Here. We gotta give the special boy his treats, because... Here, look. Oh. Let me reset that. There we go. There we go. Look who's all wide awake and ready to go. Friday. I think my guess was 21 and I'm staying with it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many did you do? 10? We'll do one for each. 8, 9, 10. I'm just not gonna hold them. That'll take forever. But thank you, man. I chose my number 33 a long time ago. 33, you got it. Man, you guys remember all your numbers. That's impressive. You have to say. Someone who can't remember like any numbers worth a damn. Get it? Because numbers are worth stuff. Oh, damn, you gave him all 10? Yeah. I mean, look at the size of them. Here, I'll get one more because I need to show, but yeah. Look at these. They're tiny. They're not, like, maybe a quarter of a regular milk bone. So, honestly, this was the way to go. This is the way we're going to keep it, too, because he loves these. Stefanik suspended her campaign for governor after apparently not getting the endorsement from Trump. Really? Oh, Trump didn't even endorse her? Oh, that's funny. Okay. Well, didn't see that coming. Holy Stefanik. Oh, boy. Dude, seriously, thank you for all the, for the gifted subs, because, man, yeah, that definitely helps out in this space. And also, yeah, you know what? I got to put out some more members-only content. I think that what I'm going to have to do, though, is I want to format it in a way where... So, it's not, like, too long. So maybe, like, 20 minutes of just, like, a hot take. Ooh, spicy takes. There we go. Stan is like, you're trying to short me with reducing the portion size. Hey, shrinkflation got us all, okay? You know? That's how it goes. He's like, no, that's not how that goes. If shrinkflation happens, that happens to you. That does not happen to the dog. Actually, to be fair, it doesn't, yeah. Those are, like, cat treats and dog treats are the one thing that I've been very consistent in, where it's just like, nah, I gotta make sure I always have those on hand. Kaz here soon, because he's gonna be getting off work. Hopefully he can join us, whether he's on the other side of stream here, or he shows up. That'd be cool. Just sucks because, oh, damn! I got the Surfer. Fuck yeah. Honestly, pretty cool card. I love these full art cards. So cool. Sweet. Good pull. Good pull. Well, thank you for whoever sent me these, because they didn't put a message or anything. They were just sitting there with my freaking P.O. Box address on them. Along with all of my my neighbors' mail too. God, I just say that like the post office. I know, hot take, but man, post office be falling off. But I think it's legitimately like they're trying to kill it. They want to privatize that. That's been the goal since Trump won. Just gotta love the idea that Biden didn't do anything to. Oh, fuck off! I got a golden variant, guys. Executor EX. Oh, fuck, yeah. Well, okay. That's going in, let's see. Holy shit. Nice. Yeah, nice. Fuck yeah. Oh, I need 2 of these. Damn it. Yeah, give me a sec. Keep these over here just in case. Actually, my rarest card just got graded. Got a 9 back. So I got the Dark Charizard from the last set. From Paldean, which was cool. Anyway, yeah, Pika Pika. Yeah, that's actually the best time to use a shocked Pikachu face, that's for sure. I'll talk about being on brand. Quite literally. You waka waka. Anyway, losing people with the jokes. I do appreciate you guys hanging out today. Sorry, I'm stun locking a little bit just so I can do the bit here where it's like, okay, let's get this into a... how do you get them graded? You got to send them in. My friend at Firefist, he pops up in chat occasionally. He was the one who sends his cards in to get graded. And it was kind of funny. He was just like, yeah, I have a few slots open if you have anything to get graded. I was just like, you know what? I got 1 card specifically. Like I have to pack these like cigarettes. But yeah, you put them in like the cases like this until you do, so they stay nice and crisp. Don't want to you just want to make sure that the humidity doesn't get to the cards. And then yeah, they send it back with your grade. I thought I was gonna get like an 8 because I was stupid. I actually played with that in my deck. I was just put on some gloves. I know. Saddest part is I have collector's gloves. I have them for my comic books. Because, I'm uber nerd. But I don't even get I have 1 graded comic book. Actually, I just realized that I have 1 graded card and 1 graded comic book. Because I don't... Cards and comics are kind of there for the joy of them and to be read and stuff like that. But... So, that card is white gloved here. Yeah, this one was. This one was definitely white gloved here. Oh, shit.
Zachary Johnson, $144. Let's make that even $2,000.
Thank you. Holy shit. Yeah, thank you for that. Seriously, cheers to that. Wow. Holy crap. Thank you. Oh, I don't even have to add that. I'm kind of speechless. Thank you for the giant $144 donation to take it to 2,000. Thank you. Jesus. Guys, I'm humbled by your support. Thank you. And oh, Stan. Okay. All right. This one, we're going to do just a big handful for him, but here. Yeah, he's got to stay involved. I mean, here, handful. There we go. Oh my God. No, I shouldn't have done that. Now he is eating them by the pile. Crap. Oh my God. But never mind. To see how happy he is right now. Oh, that calls for a pepper hat. That does. We did it. Hell yeah. Man, this is actually the first time that I've pulled the pepper hat off of the new place it's been hanging out. All right. So yes. If you guys are not familiar with this, when I reach my daily... You know what? I need to put this somewhere on the screen. When we reach the daily goal of $100, that's Pepper Hat time. Now, Pepper Hat comes out no matter what we are doing. So, good night, y'all. Good night, Pendulous. Hold on. Before you go, were you able to acquire some... some stuff for the skilly there, because you had mentioned your scale. Wolfing down your food come from? Watch the dog eat. I mean, although he's nowhere near as bad as my other dog. My other dog was the worst with it. She would inhale her food. She was the reason that like those doggy dishes that like have like all the ridges in them, why those were invented. All good, still looking. Oh, good. Here, also, Pendulous, did you put it in the Discord? Here. He is now Mr. Pepper. I am. I have officially taken on the moniker. Sorry, Dad. I used to call it, you used to be Mr. Pepper. I am now Mr. Pepper. I am now Mr. Pepper. Stan is so cute. Yes, he is. Where's your lamb chop? He's like, why do you have my lamb chop? Those eyes. Trust me, it gets him out of a lot. Got to get Stan a pepper hat. I mean, just for the content alone, we can try to put some, like, you should see him when I try to put a sweater on him. It's something else. It's, oh my God. You know what? I have to get a video of me trying to give him a bath. It's like a cartoon because he's also like so long. So he does this thing where if you try to get him through the door, he will put his paws out like this. Usually he can't do that because of like, he has limited range on his shoulders. He doesn't give a fuck. He's just like, nope. And then you're just like, you're trying to get him in there and he finds ways where he's just like, no, I can't, no, you can't get me through that door. Sorry. Ugh. Yes, he has a dry shampoo regimen. Every 2 weeks, I have to go and give him this dry shampoo thing and then wipe him down with wet wipes. It's so much fun. He also has a thing where he has like hyper anxiety to go to the vet. So he has special permissions where my vet gives him his shots in the car. Because they just, they don't want to do that. They're like, we ain't fucking with him. He gets a little, he has anxiety, so like he's not like aggressive. He has anxiety aggression. So I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper. Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? Stream a pepper, yeah, stream a pepper. Now, wait, how can I add? So join Pep Talks crew. While I'm wearing this silly hat. Now I'm actually interested in the people that come here. They're just like, what the hell did I just find here? Pep Talks? I mean, you're a little on brand, aren't you? You see the Christmas video, Colbert's canceled Christmas, super good. Yeah, my buddy sent, he never sends me anything. He sent me that. So I knew it was good. So the DOJ just redacted like entire pages, huh? Yeah. No, dude. It's as bad as we thought. I thought they weren't going to be that like egregious with it because it was signed into law and they were going to have like, no matter what, this is going to get Pam Bondi into like hot water. The Supreme Court can't save her. Like, Donald Trump signed the fucking law. There's nothing protecting them. The DOJ is fucked. The hair coming out of third of the way down of the really ties it all together. Thank you. Well, I like it. Also, I like my little fuck ice thing. I got this from a protest. So there you go. There's the thumbnail. And I'll also do one just for Sugoi. Anyway. Let's get to some more news. We got so much more Epstein stuff. We got the... Oh, my God. Okay, so yeah, we have the survivor's statement here, which I'm going to be doing this in a pepper hat. That's how this goes, right? This is what I said would happen. If I got the donation during a serious story, which we just happened to be in there. Agus your Discord. I already Agused my... What do you mean Agus my Discord? I'm in Agus. How do I Agus my Discord? Do it like connect it to my... Can I connect my normal Discord to Agus? See, I'm not exactly what I would call the most technologically savvy person, so... When I said serious, I didn't mean this. Kirk, what up, brother? How you doing? That is not wife's cancer oh my God. Okay, hold on. That's not the link. What the hell? There it goes. Sorry about that. That was the last thing that I needed to save because, yeah, had to update that. But no, how's it going, Kirk? Hope you've been well because, yeah, we haven't really seen you around in chat. So hope you're doing well, brother. Miss you, degenerate fuckers. I love the fact that you're just like, oh, I feel at home. See, now that is the ultimate compliment for me. If you spend time away from here, come back and you're just like, I feel like I'm home. That's it. That's how I know I made it. That's how I did it, guys. I made a space that I know I say it a lot that it's the coolest on air, but that's how, yeah. I'm proud of that. But yeah, we hit the hundo today, so hence the pepper hat. We had a very kind donation from Mr. Zach to make this an even 2K on the cancer fund. So I really appreciate that. And again, thank you anybody who has contributed. Bandit, seriously, thank you for all the gifted memberships. You have no idea how much you helped the channel out with that. I wish I could just tell you, but YouTube be YouTube. But have a great rest of the stream and the weekend, everybody. Ghost Dog, I will, and I appreciate it. I will admit, Pepper's just asking. Wait, Peppers feels like home. Oh, sweet. Damn, Kirk is back on the same day the redacted Epstein files are released. Just asking questions. Yeah, Kirk, what's up with that? Were you? Oh my god. Wait a minute. Did you pass out from all the marker fumes from them trapping you in that back room so you could redact your name? Oh, there it is. Oh, wow. Groove Dragon writing out some new lyrics. I like that. Oh, man. Kirk. Hold on. I got to send you... I'm going to find this and send it to you this weekend. On the Majority Report, they are having a thing where you can send out some of your favorite clips and your favorite... oh, my God. Why am I blinking? Your favorite drops, your favorite sound drops. Rewrite. Nice. Oh, you dropped it. Okay, so yeah, everybody check out the introduction tab. Excuse me. Over on the Discord. We got Pendulous Dragon here in need. If you want to help a fellow Pepite get their smoke on. It is one of those situations which definitely for helping out with some charity. And yes, here, let me actually link does she have a Cash App or anything? Does anybody know like where Christina's link is? Because it's not on her Discord. I try not to be that way. Well, I mean, everybody tries. I hope. I mean, see, that's the thing. You try. Nah, it's Christmas, dude. It's literally like we're going into the Christmas week. You can grab it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, because Christina, she just lost power. Like they shut off her power. So yeah. And if you don't know Christina from this space, I highly recommend you check out her show, Cosmopolitics, which is a badass name. Gotta say, when I was looking into like making my my channel here, I was just like, wow, that's a really good name. Jesus, I need to update Android. Oh boy, we're talking about updating stuff, huh? Ooh. Dude, I've been putting off getting a new phone for over a year. It's getting bad too. YouTube chat doesn't update for me anymore. Just get here we go. Excuse me. Wow. Oh, there goes the eye. Hold on. Man, I hope it's not like smoking related. Bless me. Thank you. Oh man. Where is the... It does not look like he's making it. Damn it. I've sent Christina donos a few times. I'm out for her. I'm buying the trifold Samsung. Fuck the shit, I'm out. I did miss you guys a ton for real, though. Aw, dude, no. Well, we miss you here, man. Hope to see you for more shows coming up. I'm gonna hit you up for some music stuff. I know that I finally got around to pulling some of the clips for myself for, you know, what could be either the next song or the end song or my bumper song. Who knows? I just know. Oh my god, it looks like I'm drunk AF. No, it doesn't. If that's... Oh, man, then that means my friend probably thought I was drunk the other night. When I wasn't. I was just very emotional. I don't know. I had a similar thing that I had with you guys where I'm just like, I love you guys. It means a lot to me. Her power is staying on, though. Customer gave them a bonus or something. That's what I thought. That's... Yeah, hold on. Customer gave us a bonus, so the electricity stays on for now. Okay. Okay, I just saw that. All right, cool. Well then. I'm glad that that got figured out. Also, I thought that yeah, I thought that there were ways to do that. Specifically with like your local municipality. Wow, I cannot talk today. Pep cannot talk. All right. So I do want to get into this. Damn it, I gotta pee now. All right, here. We'll start this and
Let's bring in women's rights attorney Gloria Allred. She's representing more than 24 Epstein abuse survivors. Gloria, good to have you here with us. This has been a long time coming. What does today mean for your clients?
Yes, thank you for inviting me, Anna. I think it's a very important.
it's the autocorrect and it likes inputting that I'm actually
day
not
for
inputting.
so many of them. They know their own truth. What they don't know is the big picture. You know, in fact, third parties, for example, other rich, powerful, famous men who may have enabled, assisted, conspired with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell to be able to sex traffic underage girls and in some cases adult women as well. In other words, this was not a one-off, even though one-off would have been very bad.
Bio break. Yeah,
This was
I
a
hate
whole
to do
plan
it.
and a scheme. It was assisted by many banks who made loans to Jeffrey Epstein. Did they have knowledge of what they were doing? Did they not? Why didn't they? And what about these other men? Was Jeffrey Epstein using some of these women as bait or as in a transactional way? That, in other words, if these men did business with Jeffrey Epstein, that they would get a woman in return or a girl. In other words, these women were kind of pawns on a chessboard. They were used and abused. And we want to know if there's anyone else who should have been prosecuted. If they weren't, why not? And was there sufficient evidence in the Department of Justice files such that they should have been prosecuted? And who were some of these other men? We know the names of some of them. We've seen the photos of some of them, but we don't know if there's any evidence that they committed a crime. Maybe they were just there to do business with Jeffrey Epstein or receive donations, for example, some academics from Jeffrey Epstein. We have a lot of questions. We don't have enough answers. Maybe the files will assist in learning those answers.
I think a lot of us are bracing for some really, really disturbing stuff. Is there any trepidation with those survivors you represent that this is going to mean reliving the trauma?
Well, I think some of the trepidation is, even though we have requested that many names of our clients be redacted, in other words, erased, removed, when the files are released, we really hope and pray that there will not be mistakes and that some of the victims' names will not be revealed. This is extremely important. They are very worried. Many of them, in fact, most of them have not spoken out and they want to retain their privacy. Okay. And that's up to them. They don't have to be.
That was awkward and hilarious. So I got upstairs. I look out the window. My neighbor is walking into their house. We met eyes. And I kind of had that moment where I'm like,
survivors who've, whose names have been revealed, whose faces have been revealed. I honor whatever it is that they want, and they want privacy. Hi. So that's important.
Manda the pivot.
And so it'll be, there are some exceptions in terms of releasing the files. For example, the Department of Justice may say, well, certain men or certain people are under investigation, so they can't release the names of the accused possible perpetrators. But we don't know. We don't.
Yes, I had the pepper hat on.
Apparently, the Department of Justice
so
is saying some files may not be released today. The survivors
seems like a normal interaction. Well, let's put it this way. My neighbor is not. The look wasn't that surprised.
All of them, and they don't want excuses.
Let me play.
Mind you, they did see me wearing a Charizard onesie at one point that was far enough out from Halloween where I was just like.
Hey, what we heard from Deputy AG.
They've also seen me get my mail in my Uggie. So
this morning related to
at some point they just have to think that it's like he's a weird fucking dude.
That deadline tonight and really what we can expect.
Yes.
I expect that we're going to release more documents over the next couple of weeks. So today, several 100,000, and then over the next couple of weeks,
who here honestly likes high fantasy novels? I mean, I do. More. I mean, how high fantasy are we talking? Like the language is impossible to understand. I hate people that are up their ass that need to use Shakespearean in like high fantasy, but.
Gloria, are you
like high
prepared to
fantasy.
challenge the administration if you think that they're still withholding information? And how will you determine that they have released everything?
Well, and that's a good
What do you call Charizard when he's in the
but,
distance?
You know, they're not home free if they don't release all of the information.
I don't know.
For one thing, for
We'll be
example,
back shortly? Hell yeah,
there's a
Penniless.
lot of information from the estate of Jeffrey Epstein. Some of it has not made its way into the DOJ files. Even the Deputy Attorney General, Mr. Blanche.
I just, I am having thoughts that I'm like, oh man, because we have one of those blocks that it sucks. Like, that's the one thing about living in, you know, a cityscape is sometimes you can't really get all the privacy that you want unless you're like gonna have curtains everywhere, which fuck that. So yeah, you know,
has admitted that.
It's just that whole, the timing of that was
Time ago, after he was questioned as why he didn't ask certain information when he was interviewing Ms. Maxwell, and he indicated that he didn't have all the files from the
Farazard.
estate. Well, why didn't he? Do they have all the files now? Obviously, some of the photos, Anna, that were released yesterday by some of the minority members of the committee were from the estate. Does the Department of Justice even have them? I mean, I would think it would have been logical a long time ago
Anna.
to subpoena the estate and recover whatever they had. They didn't do that. Why not? Is there something in the estate
You're right, in your
files
third novel, you're on
that the
chapter
DOJ
15.
or certain people involved with the DOJ
Shit.
don't want to see, don't want to
I'll
consider?
give some of that a read.
Yeah, again, you know, there's a mystery surrounding all that, and it will definitely help the survivors. The more that comes out, the better. And of course, we're going to need trusted narrators to put together all these hundreds of thousands of pages in the files to make sense of it and to understand who, if anyone else, should be prosecuted.
Gloria Allred, all good points. Thank you very much for being with us.
Yeah. I think back to like me wearing the Uggy going out and grabbing my like Amazon packages. I was like, oh man. I just shut off my smart replacement. What do you mean by that? You should... Oh, wait, you got rid of Alexa? That reporter, Anna Cabrera? Yeah, Anna Cabrera is a very, very pretty woman. Pretty woman. On MSNBC now. That's not what it's called. Smart replacement feature, PF autocorrection. Oh. Yeah, I need to get rid of mine. Protect her, new Epstein, bombshell, Brown interview. That's a little too long. Hold on. Dude, I want more updates here. Where the hell are the live updates? I've been trying to cover this for a minute. Okay. Is that really all we have right now? There's no fucking way.
Annie and her sister survived.
Here we go. I knew it. I was like, this can't be it.
Epstein's abuse. She's now a licensed psychologist. Also joining us is Lauren Hirsch, the national director for.
Oh my God, we're talking to survivors, and I have a pepper hat on. Okay, I should probably.
World without exploitation.
It's getting itchy, and I'm also just like.
Annie, it's a heavy day.
No, I just feel like this is disrespectful.
A momentous day, but a heavy day, a heavy week. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I can't do this with victims on the. I'm sorry.
There's a lot of anxiety coming into today for many of
I'll put it back on after this.
survivors that have been involved in this process. But I have to say, it has been an emotional day in a way that I was not expecting. You
can't handle the
Farmer
pepper.
Reported Epstein and his crimes in 1996. We've been saying that
Why does it look like she's standing in the upside down?
over and over again. And part of what was released today was an official FBI form, and I think it was an FT 71, dated September 3rd, 1996, with my sister's, some of my sister's report. It was labeled under child pornography, and it described Epstein stealing photos of myself at the age of 16, of my younger sister, who was 12 at the time. And just to see it in writing and to know that they had this document this entire time, and how many people were harmed after that date, it just, we've been saying it over and over, but to see it in black and white that way, has been very emotional. I'm with Maria today.
Were you thinking of the clips later?
She felt.
No, honestly, it was just more so. I can't. I mean, I'm silly as they get, but
tremendous.
Like I said, I got my line. Like, this is a little bit much.
Amount of relief and redemption, but also sorrow in thinking about people like Virginia Roberts Giuffre who are not here to see this.
Epstein files they released are already big sus. Everybody is like, even Jake Tapper here, who has been on a hot streak of bad takes. Even he is just like, no.
Part of really forcing the government to be transparent finally about this case.
So Annie, I mean, I'm just so people know what this is, the document that you're talking about.
Bandit, I love it. You should tell your neighbors, yeah, we are the Pepper family and we dress up as peppers. What seems to be the issue?
It is the 1996.
I mean, no bullshit. I was at GameStop yesterday and I was standing behind a girl that was dressed as Cindy Lou Who.
Complaint that your sister.
Don't know why. Might have been a school play, might have just been for fun, but yes. It was just her and her dad. Her dad's buying a fucking PS5 in like every game possible.
Made to the FBI about
which lucky someone.
Epstein. She alleged that he stole nude and partially nude photographs of her underage sisters.
So I should just do the same. Wear the pepper hat. I was like, you know what? It's my name. What, you got problems?
Constituting child pornography. And as we know, law enforcement failed to act on that complaint in 1996. She's followed up on this. She sued in response. You've sued over what you experienced. Maria, in a statement, has said, "This is amazing. Thank you for believing me. I feel redeemed. This is one of the best days of my life." Of course, it's mixed with the fact that I'm devastated about all the other little girls like Virginia who were harmed because the FBI.
Grinch is popular right now. He's always been popular, I thought.
I'm crying for two reasons. I want everyone to know that I'm shedding tears of joy for myself, but
that wasn't her dad, it was the Grinch.
Of sorrow for all the other victims that the FBI. Looking at this document, and I can feel, I'm sure, just a fraction of the emotion you feel because you think of, like, if only they took this seriously, how many innocent girls would not have been harmed if only they took this seriously. But it is vindication. It is something, right, Annie?
Oh, it's huge. Yeah. I mean, and I still have big questions about whether it was, did they not take it seriously or were they protecting Epstein because of whatever relationship he had with the government, right? Like, there's just so many questions and why we hope for, again, more transparency.
McDonald's got that Grinch meal.
But
dude, the thing was sold out. Like, my wife wanted one and it was sold out first day. I got off stream, went to McDonald's and it was gone.
Yes, this
okay.
is really,
I still haven't even tried the salt yet.
really significant to many of us.
It reminds me also of the young woman who went to the FBI and complained about Dr. Larry Nassar at Michigan State, who was molesting all those gymnasts and was also not taken seriously. Think of all the pain that could have been avoided.
Oh, wait, it's the Dr. Seuss thing. They did sell a bunch of, yeah.
Annie, some of your fellow survivors have not been happy with the way that the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee have been releasing information and photographs, not necessarily with enough of a heads up for the survivors, sometimes with context, important context missing, et cetera. I imagine it's kind of triggering to not be given proper warning. What have you been hearing from other survivors about the way that these
they do that shit on purpose? Oh, trust me. I mean, that's marketing.
Released by Democrats on House Oversight.
And it, like, Star Wars marketing has worked on a certain pet.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say actually I'd like to speak more broadly because I think that similar to how things were released today. Just the government, I'd say, has not done a good job of communicating with victims throughout this process. We did not know what to expect from today. I don't think it would have been difficult from someone from the DOJ to reach out to prepare us a little bit more about how this was planned to be rolled out, but we had no information and we are literally just learning of things.
You're
like
insinuating that the DOJ is good faith.
Is also
I think that's their biggest fucking hang up here. Like, that's where I got to be honest. The victims are giving a little too much credit to the Trump administration here, where it's like, you do realize that you have had to go through every fucking loophole and you still come out of it going like, thank you, Mr. Trump. Thank you for finally listening to us.
The House Oversight Committee, and there has been communication, and I think they have made some efforts to try and rectify those processes because, yeah, it is triggering. And there's just a way in which it's hard to focus on anything right now with all of this going on, I think many of us are feeling, really on edge and worn out. It's, we have regular lives. People are trying to, go to doctor's appointments, take care of their children.
By the way, guys, if you're new here, I'm literally one sub away from 1,600.
Do regular life holiday things.
Consider
and
subscribing,
it's
which makes you awesome anyway.
Wait to always, not know what's coming next. So I think, there are things like victims advocates for a reason.
What up, Chris?
I know the government employs them. I don't understand why no one is using them right now.
I hope you feel the support of the American people behind you.
It's probably from their lawyers.
Because so many of us are just behind you all the way. Lauren, how do officials in Congress and the Justice Department strike the right balance when it comes to protecting the survivors and their identities, while also releasing as much information about this case as possible to the public? Because some of the documents we're seeing released are just 100 pages.
1,600 subs over on YouTube,
of redaction. And obviously, I don't want the names of survivors released, but like 100 pages of redaction, that's a lot.
It sure is, Jake. I think the survivors
sure
have been really
is there,
clear
Jake.
about what they want to see. I think they have said that they want all of the files released and they want redactions for victim identifying information. That's very different than document after document after document of full redactions. And they also want to see the names of people who have caused harm on both sides.
Oh, I thought you meant on Twitch. That would be big money. I mean, I'm at 514 on Twitch.
They don't care if they're names of people who represent the left, the right, the center. They don't care. For them, this is
Trying to get
not
there.
about politics. This is about pain, and this is about people. And so it's really time to
Make sure to
expose
unsub and make
those
it
who
harder.
caused tremendous harm and begin holding them accountable.
It's like, what, 3 days ago? I was at 98 that I was like, oh, I'm back to 90.
Lauren Hurst, thank you for your presence and your
A little
advocacy.
disheartening.
Annie
It's all right.
Farmer, to you and your sisters, I mean, sending you all the love and support from me and my staff here at CNN, as we have. Thank you, and I hope you're able to have a Merry Christmas. The co-author of legislation requiring the Epstein files release, Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna of California, says he's, quote, disappointed with what the Justice Department has made public today, which is not all of the files. His Republican counterpart, Congressman Thomas Massie, agrees, posting on X just moments ago that the release, quote, grossly fails to comply with both the spirit and the letter of the law, unquote. Joining us now, Democrat from California and the ranking Democrat on the House Oversight Committee, Congressman Robert Garcia. So, Congressman, you posted on X saying that you and your team are doing a major review of the documents, adding, quote, it's clear that this is not a full release. What stands out to you of what's been released or what has not?
YouTube makes you get 20K subs before they pay you slave wage. I'll break into people's houses and stuff for you on Twitch. Thanks. Don't do that, but
well, first, I think we should be very clear. This is absolutely
appreciate the
breaking the law. I mean, they have not
the sentiment
produced actually what they were required to do, which was all the files by today in a way that was searchable for the public, and that is not what's the case. What we have essentially is, one, we have a group of documents that have already been released to the public, and so there's could be even more than half of the documents we're reviewing right now have already been released. This includes court documents. It includes public video that's already been released to the public. It includes other civil case documents that are in there, the prison footage from Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell's testimony. And all of that information, including about 33,000 pages that were initially released to the Oversight Committee, are all in the public record. That already does not count for new information. Then we have what appears to be new, including some photos and other documents.
Squishmallow Dragon, good to see you. How you been?
Those are highly redacted, and we don't really have any explanation as to why they've been redacted or what is actually there in those documents. And so we have right now, what we're seeing is not transparency. This is not what the law passed.
Did they do the same shit from before? This is even worse, to be honest.
That the Oversight Committee has in place. What it is defying the Congress. And quite frankly, define.
I mean, this is an insult. Like, this is literally an insult.
The president signed into law in releasing all of these files. And so the review will continue. They're now saying they're going to try to get these documents over the next few weeks. In our initial estimation, and again, this is
I mean, the whoever blanket just redacted those even 5 pages, they need to be locked up.
estimation right now, it could be that we're only getting about
You were in the other day, but I'm not sure if your chats were going through. I don't think they were.
10% of what the DOJ
there's been some weird stuff
rightly
with that
has.
lately.
And of that 10%, 5% of that has already been released, and the other 5% is highly redacted. So we're getting very little so far. We hope to get more in the days ahead. But this is Pam Bondi. Donald Trump should release all the files today and immediately.
There's a lot that's been redacted. The White House seems to be arguing that what's been redacted is just to protect the names.
Can't wait to see political punk crash out about it.
Survivors.
Look, I think we have to obviously see what that
Hey, I like the guy.
redactions
May or may not have gotten a few comparisons.
actually are. At the end of the day, redacting names of survivors and victims absolutely should be the
No,
case.
this is great because it makes them look so bad, especially because they didn't even release them all. Yep.
And I'm hopeful that they've done that in a way that's responsible.
Dems, please sue them over breaking the law. Yes, Tallarico, all these guys need to, or not Tallarico, fucking
At the same time,
this guy.
we don't know what else is being redacted there. And so we've got to also talk to folks that we
Garcia.
know have worked to put these documents together. We have to ensure they're not just redacting the names of those that could have been either co-conspirators or names of men who have abused women and girls. So that information is going to be critical in the days and the weeks ahead. But we also need to be clear at this moment. I've been on the phone with Jamie Raskin and the Judiciary team most of the day. And we agree. We're going to likely have to take legal action if the Trump administration continues to stonewall, continues to not provide us full transcripts, and clearly they don't have a real interest in transparency. The searchable bar that they've included that's supposed to be searchable for the public is not even functioning correctly. And so this is not a real release. This is continuing a cover that's been going on now for months.
Blink harder and act sadder because you guys didn't see this fucking coming. Like, for real.
Now to our other top story, the Department of Justice releasing thousands of documents related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
How they reacting like that?
CBS
Again. Guys, we wanted them today. We told them they had to do this. We have the law. And they're not gonna do it. God. Can't somebody do something about this?
This News Justice Department reporter
Look,
Jake
I'm your average Democrat.
Rosen joins us now. Jake, these documents are highly redacted. What have you been able to learn so far?
Well, what we've seen is a reminder of the people who spent time with Jeffrey Epstein, some new
Squish, I'm not sure if the chat was not putting your
of him hanging and spending social time
messages
with
out.
not just Ghislaine Maxwell, but former President Bill
to see you.
Clinton, in addition to Richard Branson, Mick Jagger of the Rolling Stones, and some other people. In addition to that, what we've seen unsealed and some new valuable documents are some police reports filed, some with the FBI, others with Palm Beach Police, about victims who had gone to law enforcement years before Jeffrey Epstein was ever put behind
told
bars.
them this would happen.
Who told
Yep.
them about things that had happened to them, some of which were saying that this an underage woman had pit photos taken
This
up.
is yet another gift to us from the Trump administration. I'm going to be pissed if the Dems don't maximize the opportunity on this shit, or to shit on Trump and the Republicans. Yeah.
Sold by Jeffrey Epstein.
for real.
She believed she had given Jeffrey Epstein over
Which, if they don't, then that means that's just a gift to the left.
100 massages and was paid for those massages.
No, trust me. There's so many ways that people can fuck this up, but it should just go without saying. Where it's like, dude, just back up a little, and then we just realize, this. Everybody in America is just kind of like, yeah, I don't want to protect these people. I think this is fucked up. This is our game to lose, guys. I hate to say it.
And another, a victim said that Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh my God. No, not Michael Bolton. This is the tale
parents
of
and try to find a
Jeffrey Epstein
way to potentially come live with him. Is really a staggering
Oh
volume
my
of
God.
documents.
No,
Still continuing to
man.
comb through them, and the Department of Justice has also re-released a number of documents as well. We are still waiting, Lindsay, for
My mom would be so upset about that.
some of the court filings that have been ordered to be unsealed, grand jury testimony, grand jury transcripts. Those are not
All right,
included
why did
in this.
chat just
And in a
freeze?
letter to Capitol Hill members from Deputy Attorney General Blanche, he said that these are going to continue, like he said in that TV clip you just
Underage
saw.
women are called
and that it
girls.
took-
Yes, stop saying underage women. Stop saying underage women. They're called girls. They're called, yes, girls. Girls. Yeah, you guys don't say underage boys. You don't say that shit. Stop it.
200 plus.
You don't call them underage men.
Department of Justice.
They're underage girls. Stop with this fucking manufacturing consent ass language. This is fucked up. From the mainstream media, this is fucked up and needs to be called out every time.
As lawyers to come through these. However, we've seen
Jesus
Thomas Massie, the
Christ.
Republican, and
never wonder why the Brock Turners of the world get away with this shit.
Ro Khanna, who's a Democrat, who came together to force the vote to get this bill signed by President
My eyes
Trump.
twitching again.
Say that
I
they're
think it
not
could be
satisfied
from anger.
because in the
Like,
second
honestly,
line of
I
this
might be back to
legislation
going
that
to the
was signed
doctor.
by President
Ugh.
Trump, they directed, Congress did, signed by President Trump. Again, we should remind our viewers that all files needed to be released by tonight, and that's not going to happen, the Deputy Attorney General said.
So if this deadline has arrived and
Man, he looks like Doc Brown there.
passed, what is the accountability for future releases from the DOJ to make sure it's done in a timely manner? What should we expect?
Well, it's certainly possible that a lawsuit could be filed, Lindsay. It's certainly possible. We've seen some calls for Attorney General Bondi and Deputy Attorney General Blanche to be brought before oversight committee hearings to potentially face questions as to why this was not done in time. And a reminder of how sensitive some of these documents were, at least in the ones that I had personally reviewed. There are dozens of times of notable redactions.
Yeah. I know every day the Trump administration fucks something up totally and the Dems just kind of let it float by without playing politics with it. They will write a stupid fucking letter that nobody cares about.
Victims' names, social security information. And then, Lindsay, what has upset some people.
Political punk does dance parties.
Specifically
Ooh,
in
I could
Congress,
do a dance
is
party.
there are hundreds of pages of full blacked out
lights for it.
redactions with no explanation of why. That will certainly be something that not just lawmakers get after, but potentially other people who had filed, whether it's victims or just interested members of the public who had filed FOIA requests and lawsuits to work to unseal some of these documents before tonight.
Jake Rosen, thank you.
Oh, my God.
But now I need to go to Yasmin Meyer, who is a lawyer who represents more than...
Why does this guy have all these cookies and snacks? There's something about this that, I don't know, man. What is this? Major Garrett? Who the fuck is Major Garrett? Why does he have all these cookies? Why are they doing podcast stuff? Oh my God, I just realized that this is on CBS. Oh, dude. Yeah, you got what you deserve with Barry Weiss, guys. Good job. Good job. I love to see everybody failing with this.
Tom, we will let you dive in to the files, and I'm going to go to Capitol Hill. Ryan, let me just read a little bit. The Justice Department saying, in view of the congressional deadline, all reasonable efforts have been made to review and redact personal information pertaining to victims, other private individuals, and protect sensitive materials.
Thousands of black PDF
That
pages,
has been
yep.
a big part of the effort that has been underway in the days and weeks leading up to this release. Obviously,
Yeah, literally, just completely blacked out entire pages.
the battle to get these documents released has erupted on Capitol.
Yeah, cable is trying to take what they think is why streaming is taking over. That makes sense with the CNN live conversation where it's like two interns texting.
Hill, talk a little bit as our colleagues start to read through the Epstein files, Ryan, about that backdrop, the fact that you had this
And now you got people saying, surprised we're getting anything, prosecutor says.
to a bipartisan effort
Dude.
to
Dude.
pressure
Dude.
DOJ
They are gaslighting the public so hard on this one. This is fucking nuts.
to release these documents.
Holy shit.
You also had survivors.
They just know that nobody's actually going to do anything because if we do, they made protesting illegal, for other reasons. But I don't think that they thought that like people would actually go out for this.
Jeffrey Epstein come forward,
This is
hold
crazy,
press
dude.
conferences with lawmakers on Capitol
Like you
Hill
said, they keep
to
giving us
try to
these
make
gifts.
the
Let's
case
not fuck
that
it up.
These documents need to see the light of day, Ryan.
Yeah, let me talk about that in a second, Kristen. But there is one thing of interest, I think, when we begin to dive into whether or not the Department of Justice is being fully compliant with the law that was passed by Congress to release these files. There is a tab on this page that you go to that allows you to search the database. This was a requirement of Congress that not only do all the files be released, but that the American public would have the ability to use a searchable database to find information quickly that they might be looking for. I went in, and obviously this has only been up for about 15 minutes, if that, and typed in a few obvious search terms that folks might be looking for. And so far, it returned no information yet. So maybe they're still working out the kinks there. But I do have to tell you, one of the big questions that we're going to have, and it leads into what the question that you asked me, is how will Congress view compliance when it comes to the release of this information?
This will make a lot of attendees for the next big protest.
One of the things that kind of created this groundswell of support behind a congressional effort to force the Department of Justice to release this information was this idea that the Department of Justice was going to hold nothing back, that they were going to provide everything that they had in all of their case files and all of the evidence collection and all of the different court cases, and that the American public would have the ability to go through that information on their own without any kind of filter. Now, there's obviously a few caveats that have to do with active investigations and the protection of survivors and their victims. But one of the things that is happening right now,
they're blacking out entire pages, dude,
are these members of Congress that have pushed hard for this. They're going through these documents to see exactly if their vision of what compliance looks like matches what we see and what's come out of this early.
This is NBC, by the way,
release of these documents.
Still covering it like in the most milquetoast way, where it's just like, well, you know, they might. We're just Congress needs to determine whether they're in compliance or not.
And I think there's right now a kind of divide on Capitol Hill as to how much space they're going to give the Department of Justice to get into compliance. We saw Ro Khanna, who's one of the authors of the legislation, say, let's give them some time here. They say they're going to do what they're going to do. If they don't get everything out today, as long as they get everything out, that'll be okay. But then you saw Robert Garcia, who's the ranking member of the Oversight Committee, along with Jamie Raskin, the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, take those words we saw from Todd Blanche earlier today, that they weren't going to release everything today, and already declare them not in compliance. So this is a...
They had 30 days. Again, and this putz is sitting there just like, yeah, it was only 30 days. You know, it's a lot to expect.
Really important part of this puzzle is, what does compliance look like? How do you determine that? And if there is the perception that they aren't complying, what are the consequences associated with? And I think that's going to be one of the big...
Gee, I don't know. Again, 30 days. 30 days we had to figure this out, and we don't have answers. You're kidding me, right?
Storylines that plays out here over the next couple of days.
I think you're absolutely right, Ryan. And as our colleagues sift through all of the...
Shut up.
Tonight, for the first time, the Epstein files made public. The Justice Department posting hundreds...
Actually,
welcome to the News Hour. Late this afternoon, the Justice Department began releasing thousands of pages of files and communications related to the late convicted
PBS is getting some fucking funding.
Sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The new documents include photos, call logs, court filings, and more.
Yeah, look at how much has been raised for PBS ever since they got their funding.
Many of them heavily redacted.
Pretty
our White House
good.
correspondent Liz Landers joins us now. So Liz, you and our team have been reading through these documents. What stands out so far?
Well, there are thousands of documents that have been released today. That is far fewer than the Attorney General, the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche had said, and he has said that this will take a few weeks. What we have noticed in today's release so far is that this is divided into several different categories, and much of the new information is coming out in what is the Department of Justice disclosure category. We've seen a redacted masseuse list with more than 250 names, all redacted. We've also found at least...
Sorry. Oh my God. I think we need a part 2 of me and JS's debate, because, oh boy, do I want to bring this one up.
One of the grand jury documents in there from the United States versus Epstein. That is key. We have not gone through that document yet, but that is certainly something we will be looking through. There are tons and tons of photos in this. That's really what is the bulk of what's in today's release. Many more pictures showing Jeffrey Epstein and his lifestyle, including his former girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell. Also, former President Bill Clinton is in a number of these photographs. He's traveling with Ghislaine Maxwell in one of these pictures. They appear to be in a foreign country. There's another photograph of them in a swimming pool. And then there are another several photos of the former president with women whose faces are redacted. Now, President Clinton is not accused of any wrongdoing in relation to this Jeffrey Epstein.
How you keep saying that. It's crazy how Trump and Clinton, you know, the prominent ones that everybody we all knew about, like allegedly that were doing some shenanigans. They're the ones that are the most like prominent, where they're just like, guys, trust us. It was all on the up and up. You saw how that woman was on a private plane with Bill Clinton. Nothing to see there.
Epstein,
like, fuck you for thinking we're this stupid. Fuck you.
Relationship that he had, and these are
mainstream media can eat a whole bag of dicks tonight.
Undated photos, so we don't know when these pictures were taken of the former president. A lot of what we have seen today, too.
Like, even the GOAT, PBS here, it's just, guys, like, this is not the time to do robot mode.
Separate images include sexual innuendo or nudity. And
dude, he was selling and trading girls like they were fucking Pokemon cards.
I just want to note, too, that these photographs that we've seen today do not seem to...
Hold on.
Release the files
I've got a surfer and I've got an executor. I have a gold executor. How many hours with a private masseuse will that get me? Sorry, a little tasteless.
To include any photos that we've seen so far of President Trump.
The DOJ, as you said, makes clear that what they're releasing today is really only part of what they have, more to come. Still, what appears to be missing so far?
So we're looking for more of those grand jury documents. Of course, that is key and what many members of Congress have been asking for over the last few months and years. We're also looking for any more photos, and there's also a list that some members of Congress say may have some of these sexual accusers who may have committed acts against these minors. There's potentially a list in there of those names. So those are the things we're looking for. But the Attorney General, Todd Blanche, said that they're going to release these in the coming weeks. So we will be going.
It's almost like they're doing this blatant cover-up, and you guys are helping in it by doing this over-explaining shit. No, break it to the audience like this, guys. They had 30 days. They told us exactly what they were going to do. They tried to hide it. It's almost obvious that Trump was trying to skate around this. Then Pam Bondi said, listen, they can sign it into law. We'll stonewall them. We'll redact everything. They're going to sue us. This is going to take months to go through the courts. That was the plan all fucking along. Now, do the Democrats just do they do the Hail Mary and just take it straight to the fucking Supreme Court and just say, listen, he signed this into law. This is the fucking law. They are breaking the fucking law.
Going through this for potentially weeks to come.
And Liz, as you well know, the Trump administration initially resisted releasing these documents. Remind us how we got here.
Well, the document released today comes after Congress passed and President Trump signed a law last month requiring the Department of Justice to do so. One of the chief authors of that law is Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna, and he joins me now for reaction to what has been released today. Congressman, we just got these documents within really the last 2 hours or so.
And he is making
reading through this, what is your reaction to
making
what
his
you're
rounds,
seeing
that's for
in
sure.
these documents, and what is not in this release today?
Well, the survivors were approaching today with such anticipation. And I'm glad that they're actually releasing documents and abiding in that way with the law. But I've got to tell you, I've been very disappointed with the partial nature of the release. One
Stephen Rowe.
One of the documents,
I'm disappointed. I'm going to write them a strongly worded letter, and it's not going to do anything. I'm going to wait for the primary, so this could help us.
119 pages that a federal judge wanted released is totally redacted, and there's no explanation for the redactions. We also so far have not seen the draft indictment and a lot of the witness interview memorandum that would explain who were the rich and powerful men who abused these young girls or who were at parties covering up the abuse. So there needs to be a lot more that comes out in the days ahead.
Congressman, speaking of those rich and powerful men, your co-author of this bill, Congressman Thomas Massie, said yesterday that at least 20 men accused of sex crimes are in the FBI's Epstein files. He said that if this release doesn't include some of the names, that is an indication that not all of the documents have been produced. Do you agree with that? And do you know when and if that list will come out?
Well, he's right, and he's right because he's talked to the survivors. He's talked to the survivors' lawyers. They have said that there are other rich and powerful men who engaged in either sex trafficking, paying for sex with young women, engaged in
abuse of underage girls or were present at parties where 16 and 15-year-olds
Still playing this game.
were paraded.
We get it.
And just
We get it.
watched and did nothing.
We get it. So why are we here? Why is it the 19th when it was signed into fucking law? Why aren't you just screaming about this and telling the public how you're going to get your lawyers to sue the crap out of the DOJ? Why are you not doing anything with this except explaining away how disappointed you are? It's almost like we should just learn to be very disappointed in you.
The reality is that's what we want to see come out. It's less about is this a full release and more about the quality of the release and what are they.
Bro, keep it up. Keep it up so you can be chummy with your Republican buddies at fucking your luncheons or whatever the fuck.
Hiding. Why are they not having the draft indictment come out, which has some of this information or leads to this information? Why are they not having the witness interviews come out? That is really what the survivors want out and what we're after.
The Department of Justice has said in the letter sent over to members of Congress like yourself that they have not fully released this.
They're literally
we know that at this point.
They do nothing. They do nothing. They're sitting here patting themselves on the back. Well, we got something done. We got the vote. There was only one guy that dissented, but you know what? That's still not coming out. Why is that? I don't know. Oh, I'm just disappointed.
To compel the Department of Justice to release all of these documents, what are the tools at your disposal?
Well, first of all,
oh, good God.
Well, the Department of Justice 6 months ago, Pam Bondi said they've released everything, and now they're releasing.
Yeah. What's your fucking plan? What are you going to do about it? Stop making excuses. What Pat Bondi did 6 months ago. What are you going to do now, Ro?
More. So obviously they weren't being fully truthful back then.
Obviously. I gave them the benefit of the doubt and it bit me in the ass. Go fucking figure.
We can have this.
No wonder people, they love us. We're so popular, guys. Look at the numbers. Look at the numbers. The Democrats are so popular.
Survivors come back to the Hill
Fuck
to
you.
demand a release. That is what moved public opinion in the first place. That is what got my bill to pass the House and the Senate, and the president decided.
Oh, it was your bill? Was it your bill? Was it your bill, Ro? Here, you want your special sticker? You want a little lollipop?
There are also,
Fucking
of course,
Christ.
punitive actions. Thomas Massey and I have discussed possible impeachment, referrals for criminal prosecution if people aren't complying. And folks say, well, how is the Justice Department going to prosecute their own people? But there's no statute of limitations that runs out when we have a new administration. We could hold them.
So you're telling me that it's almost like they're playing this game because they know that they're going to make a power play, that you're never going to be in power again. So they just know that this is going to be fine because you guys don't know how to actually rile up the public at all to get some fucking people behind you. You are just useless fucking pieces of shit. Dude, you want to know what's going to do the most damage? This shit. Right here. Nobody's going to come out to vote for Democrats for this. They say blue tsunami. Well, guess what? This is the way they can fuck that up. Right here, by showing us their ass just as clear, like their lily white or brown asses.
Inherent contempt of Congress. So there are many options, including lawsuits against the Department of Justice. But my interest is not punitive against Pam Bondi or the Deputy Attorney General or Trump. It's to find justice, and I want to see what we can do to get more of these documents released.
Congressman, have you spoken with any of these survivors or the families today, and how are they feeling about this?
This got me really pissed off.
Some over email and text. I've spoken with.
Was it a strongly worded email, even though it was to the victims?
Lawyers.
Seems like that's all you have.
The
We had a strongly worded email for the people that voted against this, and then we emailed the victims and said, we're sorry, thoughts and prayers.
Survivors.
I can go home now. Let's have Christmas break.
They were very hopeful for today. They finally felt seen and heard when the Congress passed this bill. And I don't know what the reaction is of the survivors themselves, but I'll tell you, the survivors' lawyers believe that there's a lot more that needs to be released, that maybe this is an initial step, but a lot of the key information has still not been released, and we expect that that will be released in the coming weeks. What I hope would happen is that Pam Bondi or the Deputy Attorney General would stand.
Hoping this hand? Shit in this hand. Watch your right hand fill up really quick.
In front of the American public, explain what they're redacting and why, explain the timeline for what they're going to release, and be transparent in answering people's questions.
He's consistent. He
Congressman,
might
we
be
just
the
have a few
president.
seconds
He's a run for
left.
president. He's going to run for president, and he ain't going to get far.
But you and your Democratic colleagues on the House Oversight Committee have been, I think, cherry picking and releasing some of the images from the Epstein estate. Is that fair to the survivors?
What kind of question was that? Is that really fair to the survivors? PBS? You don't even get funded by the government anymore. Are you really now running? You're going to run interference for releasing more information? This just fucking broke me. That right there, that just fucking broke me. These absolute fucking shitheads. Like, this is what you guys, like, you realize that even her, she's making way more than you'll ever make to ask a question like that.
Well, I believe they all need to come out. And now
I hate this world. I really do. I really do.
Involved in the disclosure of
Jesus
those.
Christ.
It's Ranking Member Garcia, and he's done a good job. But my recommendation is just release all of them as soon as the lawyers go through them. I don't think they should be cherry-picked.
Bro, are you on the fucking list? Is that the reason that you're not? Honestly, is that what we got to start doing? We got to start questioning whether you're there? Because why aren't you fighting harder?
Congressman Ro Khanna, thank you so much
Why
for
you
joining us
seem
tonight.
why you seem a little okay with this?
Thank you.
Because it, I don't know, makes your job. You thought this would make your job easy because you could just go out there and be like, well, they didn't release it, and we said they should release it, and if they release it, then we'll be happy. What the fuck was that? I need to calm down. Yeah, I needed to smoke on that 420 for sure. Oof. Oofa. That was wild, guys. That was absolutely wild. I switching again. I can't believe this shit. Oh, do I want to watch one more Ro Khanna? No, I don't want to see any more fucking Ro Khanna. I'm so sick of the fact that, like, they did this. And now you have the media out there fucking lapping it up. Well, maybe they'll release more. Maybe they'll release more. We can trust them. We don't want to just not trust them. Yeah. Fuck it. We're doing Midas Touch.
A complete and utter disgrace, a total farce, a middle finger to the American people, trauma inflicted on the Epstein survivors. What the Trump regime just produced in response to the Epstein Transparency Act is not what was required. It is an absolute violation of the law. It is an...
You can be almost certain people who make his wife money are on that list. I swear to God. We don't have any representation in government. And the ones we do are the ones that go the hardest after. Trust me. Like it all makes sense now. Like it didn't always.
Obvious cover up, a disgrace.
This is right here. This is why I don't believe in 9/11 conspiracies. Right here. This is why I don't really believe in any of the cabal shit. They're too dumb. They're fucking too dumb.
Farce. Let's go through what it is that they produced, and let's be very clear. This lawless, criminal, gangster regime strikes again with more criming and further covering up a child sex trafficking ring. Just go through what was produced. So when you go to this DOJ website that says Epstein Library, you can take a look at what's on that website. It says Epstein Files, Transparency Act, first phase of declassified Epstein files, Maxwell proffer, memorandum and correspondence, BOP video footage. First phase? do you mean first phase? All phases were required by the Epstein Transparency Act to be produced today.
All right. And this is the like, honestly, Midas pisses me off with their coverage, but the fact that he's a lawyer, that will add a little bit of a layer of like, okay, are we actually going to get anything about this? Or can I just stop being so fucking just like invested in this at some point? Because like, that's what they want. That's what they want. They want people like me to just stop caring, where it's like, oh my God, I have given so much of my time, energy, and life to caring about this shit, where it's just like, nah, nothing's going to happen. Dude, I have a feeling that Trump is going to be the fucking president in 2028. My hope is not exactly at a peak anymore because I'm not seeing anybody really fighting for us anymore.
So what actually was produced?
And it's not just to the Democrats. Jesus Christ. Like, where's DSA? Where are the loudest voices? Here I am shouting into a microphone.
Was maybe 10%
Where am I?
of what's likely in the
Who am
DOJ's
I?
possession, custody, and control. 5% of that has already been produced. 50% of the 10%. So basically, of the 10%, most of that has already been produced before. And what was produced here is
boyfriend gave me a baking steel as a early Christmas present, and my pizzas are now S tier. Hell yeah.
basically entirely redacted. I mean, we're talking about one.
I have a stone that I keep forgetting to preheat, so I never use it.
120 straight pages of redactions on this document. This document purports to be grand jury testimony, all redacted. Another 119 page.
Jesus Christ, dude. They didn't even try.
Document entirely redacted.
Just fuck it.
Another
Fuck it.
50.
Redact. Like, if they thought, I mean, honestly, if they thought that this was going to fly, fucking one of these pages being fully redacted would have been enough to, like, catch everybody's attention to be like, hey, what are you covering up?
Document entirely redacted. All of the court files are basic.
It's 16 pounds, so I'm not technically supposed to lift it. It's just going to live in the oven.
Entirely.
Make sure you clean it.
Redacted. It's just basically
I made that
all
mistake.
redacted. And what?
Dude, so I was preheating my oven the other night, and I forgot after I made some pizza that I had some cheese like spill, and I meant to clean it up. Totally forgot about it. Oh my God.
We also,
dude, my house was full of smoke.
So learned as well is that
16 pounds for a pizza thing.
This department
Jesus.
admitted that it applied the same redaction standards to politicians, to rich individuals, and to exposed individuals who were involved with or hung out with Epstein or could have been involved in this trafficking ring or just knew Epstein. They applied those standards as they did with the victims. Remember what I told you that MAGA Mike Johnson was saying? One of the reasons we can't support this legislation is it's going to create a new class of victims, referring to the rich, powerful men who were involved with Epstein. Well, that's exactly what the DOJ did.
I need an Anna Kasparian type of person.
And said, okay, we're going to redact
Funny enough,
all the information, except
my wife
for Bill Clinton.
My wife has actually had people tell her that she kind of reminds people of Anna Kasparian. I was like, oh, there's like for good reasons, right?
There's lots of photos that are just of like Bill Clinton hanging with Epstein or Bill Clinton on airplanes.
I can't wait.
Or,
like one of these days, I hope to have her on the show. But yeah, unfortunately, this goes back to even before the cancer. She has a front-facing job where she's like contractually bound to not really be on camera unless it's like strictly okay with her company.
Bill Clinton in a swimming pool.
Sucks.
So Trump had photos of Bill Clinton released and nothing else about anybody else, basically. But if you really dig into it, I'm going to show you that.
But why? So she could ask, so Pep, what's your 2 cents? And then I could put a 2 cents graphic on because you know how that's the new thing they do, which it's fine if you're doing a segment, but holy crap, like, they did it multiple times in one show. I was like, oh, this is cringe as fuck.
Trump and Pam Bondi missed a few spots, okay? And we've been able to locate and some
That's the craziest thing is they redacted so much that the stuff that's coming out it's a big deal because we're now thinking like, oh, they missed this. Like you just said, oops, missed a spot. Oh, that seems, oh, wow, that's still pretty bad. Wow, what else could be, like, the thing is, even with those spots, now we're like, okay, so what's in the redacted bits, assholes?
Have been able to locate references to Donald Trump because Bondi and Trump are incompetent, and they let a few things slip through the cracks. So yes, the Justice Department redacted names and identifiers, not just of victims, but the same redaction standards applied to politically exposed individuals and government officials, even state regime media known as Fox News reports. So
that chair looks comfy.
When you went to the Department of Justice,
looks like a good reading chair, but I don't know. I need more. Like, I need to be able to put my head back.
This website, it was like you were waiting on a line to buy concert tickets to even access the website. It says you're now in line, less than a minute to wait. Okay, so you go into it. What the law required as well, the Epstein Transparency Act, was that the documents were not just loaded, all of them, by the way. Not some of them, not a few 100,000, every one of the documents, not phase one, all of the documents. And that they also be done optical character recognition, meaning OCR, meaning it's searchable. So if you type in Epstein, you search the database. If you search Trump, it searches the database and picks out all the names Trump. If you search Maxwell, it searches all of the files.
Call a fucking browser, we get it.
And we'll show you where those files are. Now look, when I was a civil litigator, I would get document productions of terabytes, 3 terabytes, 4 terabytes, meaning you can fill a skyscraper with the amount of documents, multiple skyscrapers. And then you would use OCR software, optical character recognition software, to search the databases, and you would try to do keyword searches as kind of an initial review. I guess before there was some AI review help. That's what I would do when I was a litigator, and I'd have associates go and help me. And the Trump regime's searchable database didn't work. And by the way, how could you search it when all of the documents were basically entirely redacted, kind of crossed out with like these black blocks so that you couldn't even read them in the first place? So you search Epstein, it goes no results found. You search Trump, no results found. You search Maxwell, no results found. And it's obvious what they did. They tried to find any photos of Bill Clinton, and they tried to present those photos and show those photos. Go, look, it was just Clinton. Like, we're not stupid. We know, put it this way, we know from the Epstein estate's production of those 18,000 plus documents.
How many, like, every American right now is kind of going like, we're not stupid. And then you have a big contingent just going like, I'm not stupid. You know what? This is,
documents, right? That Trump's name is all over
totally
it.
Normal.
So if the estate produced those 18,000 documents, right? Why wouldn't those documents be here when those same estate documents were given over to the DOJ? And how do I know they were given over to the DOJ? Well, federal judges recently, you probably have seen our reporting in the past 3 weeks or so, when the Trump DOJ asked the federal courts to release the grand jury transcripts. They were trying to set up the federal courts. The court said, okay, well, what documents do you have right now? And then the Trump regime had to admit that it has the
Tinkerbell bringing in some Google. Let's go. My 2 cents is a longer version. Put my 2 cents in an American and Australian idiomatic expression, one taken from the original English idiom to put my 2 cents worth.
Those documents from the Epstein estate. Now, it should also be...
We're not stupid. They had Trump-themed condoms at the estate.
Noted that not only do they have those documents, but we're able to see kind of a list of these other documents that they had, and none of that is being...
Wait, origin, the earliest reference to the analog of 2 cents dash pence appears in the lesson of the widow's mite. Oh, yeah. Gospel of Mark and Gospel of Luke.
Produced here.
Yeah.
Now, you take a look as well, and as I said...
I know that like a whole bunch of those sayings, they actually do have like biblical
The Trump regime
ties.
let some of these photos and documents slip that have Donald Trump's name on it. So look at some of these photos, right, that slip through the cracks. These are photos right here that look like they're taken from Epstein's home. And if you actually zoom in right here, you can see photos of Donald Trump. It looks like maybe that top one is a photo of Trump with, I'm not sure if that's, I don't know who that is on the top one. I don't want to guess. But then you have Trump with these girls, and for whatever reason, their faces aren't redacted in this photo because The redaction standards makes
somebody just sent me a fucking
0 sense at all what they're doing here with this Trump DOJ. But take a look at this one. This one was notable.
My aunt just sent me a picture of my mom.
You see this photo? It says "Once in a Blue Moon." It's Epstein with looks like to be a young lady or a young girl, unclear. And you see they're holding a check that says $22,500, and it's signed by Donald Trump. Does that check look familiar to you? Because remember the Epstein birthday book? Well, this was not produced in the DOJ production today at all. But the one that is "Once in a Blue Moon."
I need to make a new rule. Please don't send me pictures.
This was in the DOJ production right here that has this check. But the one that wasn't in the DOJ production today, but was in Epstein's 50th birthday book, was this one right here. Epstein and a longtime Mar-a-Lago member were joking about selling a fully depreciated woman to Donald Trump for $22,500. And you see them right there holding that check. So what it looks like happened is the woman who was sold, or that they're mocking right now as being fully depreciated to Donald Trump for in exchange for $22,500. It looks like
they really are.
Like Epstein's in the photo with that woman or with that girl holding the check, basically saying, look, I'm selling her to Trump, right? That's what it appears. Also, there was this document which had been publicly released before, but this was in the release today as well. And it's a lawsuit filed by a Jane Doe, I believe who was about 13 years old at the time, a 13-year-old, versus the Epstein estate. This case arises out of years of sexual abuse and exploitation of a young girl by notorious pedophile and convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. It all started in 1994 when a 13-year-old Jane Doe met Epstein and defendant Ghislaine Maxwell at a summer camp in Michigan. Jane Doe was their first known victim and was subsequently abused by Epstein and Maxwell for years as a young girl, suffering unimaginable physical and psychological trauma and distress. Despite that, Jane Doe has persevered and survived to tell her story, to hold the perpetrators accountable, and seek justice for the atrocities committed against her. This was a lawsuit filed back on January 17th, 2020. You go through the allegations about the grooming, how this 13-year-old girl was a student in an arts camp in Michigan, and Epstein and Ghislaine find her there and actually bring her, go to paragraph 17 right here, to Mar-a-Lago. During one of Doe's encounters with Epstein, he took her to Mar-a-Lago, where he introduced her to its owner, Donald J. Trump. Introducing 14-year-old Doe to Donald J. Trump, Epstein elbowed Trump playfully, asking him, referring to this 14-year-old girl, "This is a good one, right?" Trump smiled and nodded in agreement.
Dude, how does any father or like mother feel about this? Like, I don't have kids, and this is making me like.
They both chuckled, and Doe felt.
I am feeling just pure rage right now. Like this, I can't even make jokes. There's no jokes to be had. Like, this is profoundly fucked up. And we knew that, like I said before, we knew that this was going to how they were going to play it. But I didn't even expect them to be this fucking egregious about it.
Uncomfortable at the time, was too young to understand why. Meanwhile, you have the.
I just don't get it. I don't get how the fuck are we here, and how in the fuck are people just openly still like, don't care.
DOJ's official account saying that the initial deadline is being met as we work diligently to protect the victims. It's not an initial deadline, okay?
Jesus Christ.
The Epstein Transparency Act specifically says all unclassified records, documents, communications, and investigative materials in the possession of the DOJ must be produced by December 19th. Not an initial phase. Also, what the DOJ is now claiming is that the men who were involved in the trafficking ring, that they're the victims and they're the ones who should be protected as though they're the actual survivors or victims. I mean, just think about the re-traumatizing of these survivors right now that the Trump regime is putting them through. Democratic Congressmember Ro Khanna, who worked with Thomas Massie to put forward the Epstein Transparency Act, to get the discharge petition passed, just issued a statement about this massive cover-up. Play this clip.
The Justice Department's document dump this afternoon does not comply with Thomas Massie and my Epstein Transparency Act. They released one document from a New York grand jury.
Hold on. Got an update.
The Trump DOJ is releasing some Epstein files. That's the big headline as they hit this
breaking
deadline
right now.
today. And we're going to show you some of the headlines here. New photos and court records is how the Times reports it, given the clash over not fully complying. Democrats already threatening to take them to court because the DOJ missed the deadline that clearly states all documents. Interestingly, Fox News tonight has a headline up that says Epstein files explode open as DOJ details discovery of powerful figures and more than 1,200 victims. That is true. We mentioned the victim count earlier. It's the kind of headline that suggests maybe the government is finally sharing more, and people, of course, are debating that. WashPo going with DOJ releases, quote, huge trove of Epstein documents. Different ways to look at a developing story. Right now, we go to Congressman Stephen Lynch, who's been at the center of the action. He's a Democrat in the House.
Stephen Lynch.
Oversight.
I think of the comedian immediately.
Which is one of the committees that has had the most active legislative progress.
Someone sent me BTC's video. We'll see.
Welcome. I know it's a busy night.
right.
Thanks for being here.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks for having me, Ari.
Based on what you know, how would you rate
we might check
the
that
Trump
out after
DOJ's
this.
compliance with this law tonight?
Maybe a C minus. They obviously curated the documents that they wanted to give to the press, pictures of Bill Clinton, things like that. But we know that there are troves of documents that they have withheld. There are also documents that they have redacted so heavily that we can't possibly provide context as to where they came from and what time period those pictures were taken. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done.
Jump in there on that. Let's dig into that point. You and your colleagues were, as I mentioned, more successful than most House committees this year.
C minus. This is a full fucking fail.
You got to vote
again,
on this.
guys. Again, like, cool. It's all these old fucks that have plenty of money that literally have lived. They're on. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ.
You got the president.
The worst people in the world are the only ones that are just like, meh. You know what? We're happy.
To sign it. And
like, if anybody's happy with this, then you're on a list. How about we make our own fucking list? If you're okay with this, then you're on the list.
Very clear.
Call Chris Jericho, goddammit.
Clearly says more transparency than usual.
There's literally, again, one person in this audience that might get that joke.
Usually grand jury documents are secret. This law says...
Notice how they're not asking women about how they feel about this. Yeah, it's all white dudes.
They come out, usually redacted.
Like, this guy literally looks like he is hanging out in one of Epstein's rooms. Like, what the fuck? Why are we always asking these motherfuckers that are in a tax bracket that most of America will never see?
Things can be quite broad. Here, as you know, you guys helped write it, they're very narrow. Does this type of redaction, this is over 90 pages, every page redacted, does this, in your view, satisfy the law's requirements or violate them?
It essentially violates the
Pep is making a list. He's checking it twice. He's going to find out who's getting a visit from Vice.
order of the court and the spirit of the legislation that was sponsored by Ro Khanna and Tom Matt.
Get your lawyers ready. You're going down.
As well as the subpoena that was put together by Robert Garcia and Summer Lee, who were the ranking members on the committee and the subcommittee that got this done. So we clearly...
Dude, I'm actually like, I can feel this behind it. Like, this is why I'm worried that this could actually be something from Strauss.
said in the subpoena
I'm
and
feeling
in
this behind my
the
eye.
bill, the
Fuck.
Epstein Transparency Act, what we expected. And the judge reinforced that as well on the subpoena, that he set a deadline and said all the documents have to be produced on that date. They used this excuse that it was taking so long because they were organizing everything for us and making sure that people were protected. But then they just dumped the information.
I gotta enjoy this. I'm trying. How is my blood pressure generally? Not good.
And there's no context.
Actually, I have pretty bad blood pressure.
At all in terms of what we asked for. It's just a
Thanks, Mom and Dad. Mine's genetic.
jumble. So we're going to have to take some time and try to figure this out, and maybe work with some of the victims to find out what these pictures actually portray and what these documents actually mean.
Given that the DOJ...
White House touts transparency after the DOJ release. Of course they did. Fucking course they did.
admits it's not fully complying with tonight's deadline. They're in violation of the law by their own confession. Will you sue them?
This is fucked.
Yeah, we'll be back in court, right, to either hold them in contempt or, certainly sue them for their failure.
Okay, so this isn't, never mind. Hold on, guys. This isn't a basement. This isn't like an adjacent room. This looks like it's his living room. All right, maybe I would take back the tax bracket thing from this guy.
To
He's just got a very nice bookshelf.
produce all the documents as required. And so there's a...
So is that something you've discussed with your committee, with Kana? Is that's the plan tonight?
Yeah, right. Entire black pages are transparency. Even MAGA can't twist this into something like some kind of win. I mean, apparently they can, because they can just gaslight the American public into believing whatever the fuck they want to believe.
Well,
like I said, I'm not feeling the most hopeful right now.
Well, we've done this before. We've actually had
This bipolar ass fucking year I've had of just, oh, well, you know what? It can't be that bad. Maybe they'll get him on this. No. Maybe they'll get him on this. No. Maybe public perception will change on this. No.
this happened before in the committee, and it's pretty standard for what we do. And so we would go back into court and try to have the judge enforce that order.
Jesus.
And also, at some point, we're going to have to go back over these redactions.
You don't think this will fracture MAGA even further? We'll see.
We want the Department of Justice to
I dig all the brown grandma furniture.
Explain and justify every single redaction
Pinkerbell, I'll send you a picture of my kitchen table. You will love it.
that they've made that
It's third generation Amish wood.
conceals evidence and denies these victims
It's my wife's grandmother's table.
their day in court and justice.
And under the law, they have 14 more days to do that, right?
Oh, you can't beat it. Oh, it's heavy. Oh, fuck.
Right.
There's a not a vanity. What's it called? Hutch that matches it. It's
Well, I think next week
one of the heaviest pieces. I have a baby grand piano that my mom left me, by the way. That was a bitch to get in this fucking house. That is somehow lighter than the Hutch.
based on the fact that we have not received all the documents as promised and as required, we can go into court.
Yeah, all my friends, like, they bought these, like, newer houses and, like, newer places, and they, like, bought a whole bunch of new furniture and shit. And I was like, wait, did you guys have any heirloom stuff? They're like, yeah, we got rid of it, gave it to antique places. I'm like, what's wrong with you?
But I believe on Monday.
Like, what?
Back in.
Yeah, no, exactly. Amish don't screw around on woodworking. Like, if you don't like the color, then stain the bitch. Like, what are you doing?
To D.C. District Court.
Some people just don't understand quality, and the thing is, a lot of people don't care because they're in a consumerist mindset. Like, I don't understand people that literally change the entire like layout of their house, like by going to Home Goods and just buying random pictures and like vases and just like Pondering Politics, his background.
Court.
I think it's not surprising at all that the Trump
IKEA's flashy,
administration has not been forthcoming. I think what is surprising maybe is that they've been so
Old furniture is practically indestructible. Fuck yeah.
I guess sloppy and blatant about it. There's a way that they could have done this that would
It'll always be funny to me that these idiots think that we give a single shit about Bill Clinton, what'll happen to him. Notice how JS, he kept throwing that at me, and dude, I threw him for a fucking loop when he was just like, well, what do you think about Bill Clinton? I was like, lock him up. Oh my God. Edna's daughter.
At least.
I mean, I hate to say it, but she looks like Miss Swan.
Feigned greater
I can't say it because, that's not based anymore.
The redactions
Never really was, to be completely fair. I just didn't know better.
a little bit more selective. They could have released all of the documents on time, which
No, she really does. She looks like Miss Swan.
they've been combing through, they've said for months. And so I think, I guess on the one hand, the latency of their defiance is par for
Every time I read your comment doing that, I always read it in Cleveland's voice.
the course, but it's also kind of self-sabotaging.
Oh, man.
Yeah, when you put it that way, because there are so many other issues where people are accustomed to them getting away with it. This is the burning hot vulnerability that they have not gotten away with it, which is why Republicans made them sign this. And so
She got laser eye surgery? Who?
This year, as you say, is not exactly something that
are you saying she's Miss Swan with laser eye surgery, so now she doesn't say that?
disappoints the president's detractors. They would think that it's a win to have
happy to
him
talk about this for
saddled by
another
this.
year.
Go ahead, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that people are happy to talk about it for another. I mean, look, I think there are a lot of people who genuinely and with good faith are really trying to get all of this information into the public. I mean, there's that grand jury report, which is entirely redacted, right? Like more than 100 pages of just, black redactions. A court has already said that they can release that grand jury report, according to the New York Times. And it's
Sorry, I
so
didn't even get it out
there
before I
is-
laughed at it. When she said black redactions, I was just like, don't give the Trump administration ideas.
whether it's sloppiness or
Christ.
whether it's
We have one of the most cruel administrations just ruling us. Do it literally. ICE is back in Chicago today. They're not releasing their files. They're treating the Congress like the Duma. And we're all just like, oh. Like, I have nothing else.
Defiance is difficult to say.
We have all this obvious bullshit. Just, hey, look, Crystal would love this guy's tie. Look at it. Look at it. All that floral print. Oh, Crystal would die for it.
They could have done this, which might have at least quelled some of their critics. They kind of release everything. They could have redacted what was most damning to them. They could have released, kind of a few more photos of Donald Trump that, kind of don't particularly tell us anything we don't know. Instead, once again, they make it really look like they're hiding something.
In some clear evidence that the White House is further engaged in a cover-up,
I love that fucking hoodie.
The Epstein files that were released
Where do you get that? I like the hood a lot.
today are largely redacted
As a hoodie fan, that looks comfortable as fuck.
evidenced by screen recordings like this one, where page after page after page is just completely blank. Just black squares over and over and over again. In fact, here's Jake
Are you going? Check out Geeks and Gamers. Yeah, if they got anything, please do send it.
Tapper making that point himself live on air.
Talk about blacking out. I don't know if I can get a close up of my phone. This is one of the documents that the Justice Department released. It's 100 pages.
He's doing what I do.
Right,
This is what it looks
guys,
like. I don't know if you can see. It's all
That's
black.
crazy.
It's just 100 pages of redaction. That's the transparency we're getting here.
And here's another reporter upon learning of
At
what
least Jake Tapper's finally doing the thing where he's like, yeah, this is fucked.
was in the files.
I saw something that when I opened it, I gasped because I thought we were going to see something. And what I saw instead was a 100-page document that says Grand Jury of New York at the top of it. And that's the only text that you can see. And it goes on for 119 pages where every single page of it is completely and
Saturday Night Live gonna have a fucking nice cold open tomorrow.
100% blacked out, but for the Bates number, meaning how the Department of Justice has numbered these pages. It bears a stamp of EFTA, standing for Epstein Files Transparency Act, and the number of the document that corresponds to it. But over 119 pages, 100% completely redacted.
All right, I know this is kind of fucked up to say, because I just opened Twitter to see what's going on that end. But the first thing I saw was some puff piece about Pete Davidson and his girl having a baby. Who cares? Who the fuck cares? Why do we give a shit about these celebrities having kids or any of this shit when it's like, y'all got kids? Who the what did the news care? Did anybody care that they literally did the biological thing? Fucking Christ.
Did.
Remember,
Sorry, I know, probably hot take there, but fuck, I don't care.
the DOJ was instructed to redact
We get it. He was a man whore. Now he's settling down. Okay.
only information that could expose victims and minors. That's it. And yet, there's reporting estimating that the files are up to 90% redacted, hidden from view. So either the files include only victims' names everywhere, or the DOJ
Celebrity culture dash obsession is a huge reason why Trump is even in politics, I believe. Yeah.
in the White House is engaged.
Yeah, did you see that also, that it's not even just statistic. It's literally like there's a psychological study that if you if you are one of those people that stands a celebrity and you genuinely like are so into a celebrity that you know all about them and that like you almost idolize them, that you are in fact lower IQ.
Engaged in a cover-up.
And it's not just like an insult. You actually you can't really think for yourself. That's the reason that you do that.
Take all the time you need with that one. In fact, Ro Khanna, who authored the Epstein Transparency Act along with Thomas Massie, had this to say about the missing and redacted files.
The Justice Department's document dump this afternoon does not comply.
Big, massive dump. It was a massive dump.
With Thomas Massie and my Epstein Transparency
Lots of redactions, but still big, massive dump.
Act. They released one document from a New York grand jury of 119 pages, totally blacked out. This despite a federal judge ordering them to release that document. And our law requires them to explain redactions. There's not a single
Most conservatives I know have a celebrity relationship with Trump more than a politician relationship. It's bizarre.
explanation for why that entire document was redacted. We have not seen the draft indictment that implicates other rich and powerful men who were
we're taking big, massive dumps. All right.
on Epstein's rape island, who either watched the abuse of young girls or participated in the abuse of young girls and the sex trafficking. The reality is Pam Bondi has obfuscated for months. She first said there were no more documents to be seen. Now she's admitting and releasing hundreds of thousands.
We've just gotten the Epstein dumps. That's exactly what we thought about it.
Of documents, but it is an incomplete release with too many redactions. Thomas Massie and I are exploring all options.
Oh, shit.
It can be
I need a proper soundboard.
the impeachment
I really
of people
do.
at
I gotta
justice,
get on that.
inherent contempt, or referring for prosecution those
So when I have a good idea, I can just be like, hey guys, I have a great idea.
who are obstructing justice. We will work with the survivors to demand
that one doesn't get old to me.
Full release of these files, to demand justice for the Epstein class and accountability.
And of course, I should be interviewing Ro Khanna within the next 24 hours about exactly this
Of course you are. Of course you are. Oh my God.
issue. So if you'd like to check that in,
dude, the way he just glazes these guys. Oh my God.
Interview, please make sure to subscribe to this.
No, I've actually unsubscribed from your channel. No, I haven't. Oh no, I unsubscribed from his channel. Look. Because I don't like his bullshit. I don't like the way he does this.
Channel, it is and always will be 100% free.
No, and this is why you're losing subs.
Granted,
no. Recognize why you lost subs. Recognize your part in this, bro. The chorus drama wasn't just drama. It was a broader implication that you cannot be trusted. You're the corporate establishment. You suck.
There was one thing that was conspicuously not absent from the release of the Epstein files, and that was photos of who else but Bill Clinton. Surprise, surprise. All of these photos
Yeah, and you're the lib who would care that they're targeting.
Somehow managed to make it in, and yet nary
I'm sorry. Is this going to make your interview with Bubba a little bit harder when you go suck his dick?
Single
you're the first one?
appearance by Donald J. Trump, who Epstein himself said was his best friend for a decade. Now, how about those odds? Now, I should know,
man, I'm in a mood today.
For posterity, that I'm not here to defend Bill Clinton.
Spicy.
I could actually care less about what political party any of the men involved in this pedophile ring were in, because I am not in a cult, and I think the rest of the left could say the same. If any Democrat
Don't you dare. Don't you fucking dare.
Did something wrong, they should.
Don't you claim to be part of the left and then all of a sudden abandon all leftist principles the second it's convenient for you to get your fucking next interview with your next centrist.
Be held accountable in exactly the same way that any Republican should. I don't care if it was the entire Democratic caucus in these files, and frankly, neither does anyone else on the left, because this isn't about party.
He technically is. That's why I'm not going to, I'm not just going to abandon, that kind of support, because I'm not trying to create a rift. I do just want him to admit it.
It is about
where it's like, nah, dude. You can't keep doing more and more damage and then expect us just to be like, nah, you know what? C-grade hoodie? I like that hoodie.
Morality. Basic morality.
Hey, shut up. All right, so maybe I have one miss, but it looks super comfortable, but I like the hoodie.
So the notion
he's just a pundit.
That Trump's DOJ is dangling Bill Clinton in the release as if to say that this is somehow...
He's a pundit that glazed the shit out of Nancy Pelosi and then kind of did this thing where he's like, yeah, you know what, maybe BT or maybe AOC and maybe Bernie, but you know what, I also platform all the centrists and Cory Booker loves me.
How intended to damage the Democrats is a joke, and in fact only further undermines the DOJ because it's so obvious what they're trying to do. Someone let Pam Bondi know that nobody gives a shit about Bill Clinton.
No, exactly. He never has a substantial critique of the Democratic Party. Good.
Because unlike her, we do not put pedophile-aligned politicians on pedestals.
It's fitted too tight.
In fact, according to Fox News, of all places, the Justice Department says it applies the same redaction standards to politically exposed individuals and government officials.
It's sinister how similar your two voices are, especially when you are being a left-wing cancel culture apologist, right? White, racist, Israel-hating, American-hating, Mexican lover.
As it did to victims. Now, first of all, it's pretty rich that Bill Clinton, a Democrat, somehow managed to slip through despite those standards. But second of all, and more importantly, that is not the law.
Bad.
The law was to redact only the victims or minors, not
He should be warm and snug.
politically exposed individuals and government officials.
Or should be like a warm hug. Yeah, that's what this
What is the point of releasing the files that would expose
This
Epstein?
is the same material that mine's going to be made out of. Look.
His criminal accomplices, many of whom were
the pilled hoodies
in the government, if you're just going to redact names of everyone.
Also, I like hoodies that are made to have pilling on them because it doesn't make me sad when pilling all of a sudden occurs and it doesn't look right because the rest of the hoodie wasn't made for it.
Who has a connection to the government. What is
That's annoying.
The point of any of this? I mean, my God, I'm
looking at you, Under Armour.
Could not think of a more obvious cover-up if I tried. And yet, the reality is that this was all to be expected. Since the moment this law was passed, it was beyond clear that Donald Trump and Pam Bondi were doing everything in their power to
that's why you can calm down and not act so surprised.
Suppress these files to
you could, and if you're gonna actually do the rage thing, then maybe rage out a little bit.
The greatest extent possible. And so whatever they could do to protect Trump, they would. I mean, hell, they literally put 1,000 FBI agents on duty to redact his name wherever it was mentioned. Apparently, they had the resources.
That's the work of 1,000 FBI agents. I think that we paid too much overtime.
Resources for that, but not enough resources to actually release the full files by their deadline. A point that Glenn Kirshner pointed out here.
That bothers this old prosecutor for at least two reasons. First of all, what a gross misuse of our FBI special agents, because the reporting was 1,000 of them were detailed to scour the Epstein files for references to Donald Trump. Those 1,000 agents were taken away from the actual law enforcement work they were doing on behalf of the American people to devote their time to, making sure Donald Trump, as you say, isn't even embarrassed, never mind criminally implicated in those files. And
Piers is already on vacation.
Yet now, when DOJ has the opportunity to make
fun
sure
of me for
they
being
put
a boomer. Okay, boomer. That should be enough to piss you off. I mean, okay, boomer still seems to work.
Enough, energy and effort and man and women hours into scouring the files to prepare them to be released in accordance with the law. Why? To vindicate the rights of victims, not protect Donald Trump. They are just not up to the task. We're too darn busy. We can't devote enough time, people, or resources to complying with the law. That is offensive for, both misusing FBI resources in the first instance, and second, not giving a damn about vindicating the rights of victims when the law directly obligates them to disclose these files.
So look, if you were expecting transparency today, you got the complete opposite. But here's the silver lining. At least all of those Trump voters out there can have 100% complete assurance that Donald Trump and his White House are engaged in a cover-up. There will be no ambiguity, no doubt about where they stand. And if they're willing to lie about a pedophile ring, something as depraved as that, think about what else they'll lie to you about. This is what today.
All I can say is that I'm about to have some fun with some fungi tomorrow.
GOP represents, selling you a bill of goods while protecting themselves and their criminal economy.
Trying to do a hard reset on my brain.
No matter how heinous their crimes.
Let's see if you guys notice on Monday. Yeah, I'm not kidding. I'm gonna do micro. Like, I'm not gonna do anything too crazy. I got them in pilly form, so they're too busy making fake terror arrests like the Turtle Island Liberation peeps. MAGA are good at finding plausible deniability. When I type something, it autocorrects by erasing most of my text. Riddle me that, Gen X. Riddle me this. Let's watch Sagar cry. Fuck it. It literally says Sagar near tears over Trump's White House desecration. This will be fun.
As if things couldn't get any
Let's watch
worse,
Sagar
and as if
cry.
I could not be more personally
funny.
attacked by Donald Trump's renovation of the White House, his legalized rescheduling of marijuana, which is very likely to happen today, potentially not taxing gambling
he's gonna
winnings,
be so
helping
mad.
pornography companies.
I mean, look.
He has further desecrated the People's House with new plaques underneath his so-called Hall of Fame there on the White House colonnade. Let's take a look at some of these. This, called the Presidential Walk of Fame, was conceived, built, and dedicated by President Donald J. Trump as a tribute to past presidents, good, bad, and somewhere in the middle, who served our country and gave up so much in so doing. The Presidential Walk of Fame will long live as a testament and tribute to the greatness of America, dedicated on November 5, 2025. I am personally asking, no matter who it is that comes into the office next year, we need a ritualistic burning on the road, in the newly restored Rose Garden. So first, we will plunder the concrete. We will take it, we will dig it all up, we will replant the Rose Garden. After the Rose Garden is there, we will ritualistically burn these plaques and any other such desecrated signs that say the Oval Office on the Oval Office or the Presidential
All
Walk
the Home
chain.
Depot
Yes.
gilded
The ballroom,
bullshit.
we will dismantle brick by brick. We need like Marxist-Leninists to come in here, like Bolshevik Red Guard. I sign up, I'll be ready. You can give me a red guard, give me an armband. I'm ready to roll. We'll get the troops together and we will, by hand, and our socialist, like the hammer and the sickle, will come together. No bulldozers. We will do it together. We will rise up.
You don't get to claim that you're a socialist just because you're pissed off at your side now. Sorry.
Together.
Because your politics still suck, Sagar. That's not how this works.
And we will burn this.
We don't just
fucker
take
to the
we don't just take you in because you realized too late that you were being duped.
ground whenever it comes to the ballroom.
We'll take in certain people, but people like you, nah.
Now, just to show you the plaque.
Damn, Sagar's really done. Then quit being a nerd.
Up here. Let's put this one
Or
up
not
here
a nerd, but quit being a fucking just a dingus.
on the screen. These are the plaques that now accompany every president. He famously. Why the gold furnishings above the photo?
Because he's a tacky asshole. That's why.
You know what I mean?
Sorry.
Like the frame.
Being very shouty today.
Frames themselves are already offensive.
Tacky enough.
But why the gold above the said frame?
Because he loves that thing. He saw that at some rich person's house and he was just like, I need more of the gold doilies than anybody else.
Like, why? So let's read some of these plaques, shall we, which Trump apparently wrote
Jesus, he would love my mom's frame.
himself. This is Obama's. Yeah. Barack Hussein Obama was the first black president. It's very woke of Trump to capitalize
My mom's
black.
frame
Did
is
you see
nicer.
that?
Look.
Yes,
that
very
too,
woke.
yeah.
Thank you, President Trump, for sticking with the New York Times post-BLM style guide. A community organizer, one-term senator from Illinois, one of the most divisive political figures in American history. As president, he passed the highly highly ineffective, unaffordable CARE Act, resulting in his party losing control of both houses of Congress. The election of the largest House Republican majority since 1946. He presided over a stagnant economy capitalized for no reason whatsoever, approved the terrible Iran nuclear deal, and signed the one-sided Paris Climate Accords, both of which were later terminated by President Donald
Dang, Pep.
J.
What?
Trump. Under Obama, the ISIS caliphate spread across the Middle East. Libya collapsed into chaos. Russia invaded and took Crimea and Ukraine, crippled small businesses with crushing regulation, environment, blah, blah, blah. Obama also spied on the 2016 presidential campaign of President Trump and presided over the, what was that, the creation of the Russia.
What you gonna say, Ed? What you gonna say, huh?
Russia hoax, the worst
come out of my mom's looks
political scandal in American history. History capitalized. He handicapped successor.
His handpicked
Hillary,
successor.
His handpicked successor. I said handicap. So well, maybe Hillary.
I'm very much her son.
Rodham
You can
Clinton
see it.
would then lose the presidency to Donald.
Got a hot mom, thanks. Didn't hear that when I was growing up.
Very neutral, very, historically accurate.
Let's say even if it wasn't neutral, all right? Could we at
Hear
least
that,
have it be
Mom?
written better? Like,
The funny part is, my mom would have been like, "Oh, thank you."
Grammatically
That's-
correct, maybe. Just maybe a little bit more dignified or something.
A little briefer, too.
Yeah, briefer.
It's
It's very
Acton-esque.
lengthy. Lots
Yeah.
of run-on sentences. Let's go to the next
Getting
one.
rid of the character limit on Twitter
here
just
is-
continues to bleed over into our
Here's
politics.
Joe Biden. Sleepy Joe Biden was by far the worst president in American history, taking office as a result. Look, I hate Biden. I wouldn't even call him the worst president in American history. Was the result of the
I
most
mean, if you've ever
corrupt-
read a history book, Calvin Coolidge definitely takes a pretty, a significant role there. But Donald Trump is actually second to Calvin Coolidge at this point.
election ever seen in the United States, oversaw a series of unprecedented disasters that brought our nation. His policies caused the highest inflation capitalized ever recorded, leading the U.S. dollar capitalized, to lose more than 20% of its value in 4 years. His Green New scam.
We did it. We did it. Can I just show this? Hold on.
Surrendered America. Okay, I think everybody gets the idea for what we've got there.
He even gets into the debate.
Yeah. It gets into the
Infamous
debate,
debate.
the famous debate. Put E4 up there on the screen. If there was any
Now, if it holds, that'll be impressive.
doubt whatsoever, White House Press
But for a
Secretary
hot second,
Caroline Levitt confirming, quote, "The plaques are eloquently written descriptions of each president and the legacy they left behind. As a student of history, many were written directly by the president himself." We know, ma'am. Thank you for confirming that. Ballroom update for everybody out there. Let's put this one up here on the screen. New model
I have a portrait of Mary Magdalene holding a dick
that was displayed in President Trump's
after hitting my Girl Scout Cookie Express.
Oval Office. So you can see the campus. So we've got the West Wing,
It's
there you
literally
go.
just
You got
her
the iconic White House. Whoa, what is that monstrosity that's sitting there? Oh, that's the ball. Do you see how much bigger that ballroom is than the White House? I'm
Didn't
serious.
you have to get a new architect
Yes.
because the original one was like, I'm not doing
He's
this.
like, I'm not doing this. They actually started beefing. For anybody wondering, the cost may now actually be $400 million. Let's put that next one up there on the screen. This is an increase, I believe, in about $150 million since the last time that it had previously had been.
I thought that they would release Democratic stuff or anything, but full blacked out pages is insane. I mean, we got Canadians even looking at this and going like,
talked about. So yeah, that's we're talking about $400 million. $400 million.
That's a lot of blackout,
dollars for the ballroom being privately donated or whatever by these multi-billionaires to desecrate the White House campus. And unfortunately, this is a little NIMBY sell for all of you. Right now, unfortunately, the White House campus and a few other things under control of the president
Such a waste
do not
of
have
money. Yeah, but we gotta still pay taxes.
to go through any historical preservation or architectural review. They're basically under the total purview of the executive. The National Historical Preservation actually tried, let's put this up here on the screen, that would have blocked the construction of the ballroom, but ended up overruling them and denying the motion in order to do so. This is shocking. And actually, we need to make sure that this never happens again after we dismantle the ballroom, by the way. after we dismantle the ballroom, we're going to say nobody can ever touch it again. And then it actually needs to go through some architectural review. Now, people may think that this is some pet project and all of that, but the reason why I think it's fun to include in the show is what we learned about through those word clouds and through polling. This shit resonates in a way that I never thought that it would. And yeah, I think there's a small sequence.
Guess JS was right about one thing. Nothing would actually be released in this. Yeah. Yeah, ain't that a bitch?
Conservatism that a lot of people feel where they're like, oh, this is not about you. This is not about, like, the White House is literally not about you. And then whenever it comes to the plaques, making it, it's not about overtly political. It's just overtly Trump. Like, he's like, I am going to make
Just
the
like
colonnade.
so petty.
You voted for this, Sagar. You voted for this. You voted for this. You voted for this. You voted for this. You voted for this.
Right, because what is, yes, the pettiness, which is a direct expression of Donald Trump, but what, those photos that come out of...
The more that he pontificates like this, the more I get, like, the more I really do start to get convinced that Crystal might be useless.
The colonnade.
Like this whole thing, Breaking Points, the success that this was all built on her just being kind of a centrist and never challenging him directly. And the fact that she tries to like put her hat in with the fucking farther left, you know, the progressive movement, when in reality, no. She really does just fucking like play the centrist game. She's such a fence sitter.
It becomes a place where everyone's photo who's taken
Fucking
there. You know, I
gross.
have one. It's not about me. I'm just saying people who have the photos that are taken there. It's about like
I have
that
to
was
work
at
with him every day. Then don't do a show like this.
the White House. But now it's about the Trump house, right? From the Rose Garden to the Colonnade to the Gold to the Oval Office. He's like, this is about me. And that's what I think is resonating in terms of its takeover across the country. Call me a shit lib and all that. Don't care. Like I don't care whether it's Trump or anybody else. It's a monstrosity, right? Like that's the point that I think a lot of people are resonating with, is they can see this as a direct obsession of the president while they feel like they're, you know, the economy is slipping away and that this is your overall priority. So that's why, you know, I'm pleasantly surprised to see that a lot of people care. A lot of people care a hell of a lot more than I thought.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's very interesting what breaks through to the
I'll never
normies and really
understand. I'll
gets,
never.
you know, like has its cultural moment. But in terms of the plaques, listen, it's one thing when you see this bullshit from him on Twitter, right? It's Twitter. Twitter is not sort of inherently undignified, right? We're talking about the White House here. And now you're putting some Twitter-esque or Truth Social-esque bullshit on an official plaque at the White House. And it's so in his, like, I mean, it sounds and reads like he literally did post it on Truth Social. And now this is what you're doing
we're 4
to the
minutes
people's
away.
house. Yeah, it's so incredibly petty. It's so small. It's so undignified for the office. And, I think it just makes Americans feel like, what have we come to? What have we come to?
Does it, Crystal? Does it? Because I don't think so. I don't think his base gives a shit. You may give a shit now.
That this is what's going on in the White House with our president, that this is the man who is leading, a country that many people see as the greatest on earth through their like American exceptionalist lens. So yeah, I do think these kind of things, it's very visual, it's very visceral, all of that. And it speaks, as you were saying, Sagar, to the fact that like this is what he's spending his actual time and brain share on. And then meanwhile, he's like rushing through some bullshit speech about the economy because he really doesn't give a shit and he thinks that everything is fine.
Yeah, at least that's the way that comes off. I mean, there's no defense, okay? And this is why it's like, this needs to go, period. Like, we cannot have this. And we need NIMBYism to fully come into effect and be like, nobody gets to touch the White House without an insane architectural review process. I can't handle this.
Between that and the data centers becoming more pro-NIMBY already.
Okay, so the thing is, NIMBY gets a knock, and I get it, is that it is often
Okay, so I totally lost my grinder.
weaponized by the landowner class. In San Francisco, the rich people in order to protect their property.
Where the fuck did I set it down?
But the fundamental idea behind NIMBY is people who live somewhere get to control the shit that happens in their neighborhood. And that's true. I mean, it should be the most true for public resources. We're not even talking about private land here. We're talking about public land, like publicly owned, taxpayer-funded land and buildings, which are not just iconic, belong to all of us. That's the whole purpose.
Yeah.
One of the tragedies, unfortunately, for the White House is that people can't really get that close to it anymore. with 9/11 and Boston bombing and all that stuff. Like, I've watched it happen over the years. You used to be able to go up to the fence. Now you can't even get close. And the more that it becomes securitized and people get farther away from it, you don't feel the connection that you deserve, in my opinion. Everybody should be able to go up to the fence at the very least and take a picture, if they want to, or easily be able to get a tour, because the history is yours. It's not theirs. That's the whole point. And I think that's what it inverts. It's very sad, honestly. I was just looking at photos yesterday from the East Wing. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe this is gone. I can't believe it. And it's one of those where I think they don't know what they're playing with. They really believed that they could just do this and nobody would care. And then when those photos started to come out of the demolition and those went very viral.
Yeah.
And because
Trump started to realize, because he banned
photographs
photography being taken
of the East Wing.
He kind of started to get like, oh, this doesn't look great. I mean, the other thing that connects to the story about him like exploring a third term, because what, you really think this guy is like building this gigantic ballroom and he intends to just like step aside peacefully when his term is over? Doesn't really feel like it, does it?
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more.
Sorry, guys. I usually wouldn't have done that, but I did kind of panic because I thought that I might have left this somewhere. Like, not home. So I was like, oh no! Yeah, my heart's pounding because I legit thought I lost this thing. But I'm stupid, and I left it in my bathroom. ER. There's an ER there, goddammit. 420. Excuse me. All right. Whew. 420 fun half. All right. Perfect timing. Okay. Wow. I'm like out of breath. All right, random story. Since we're in the fun half, I wanted to watch this one with y'all.
For most people, the idea of getting around on a flying car seems possible only in the distant future. But in China...
2015, bitch! We're fucking 6 years too late!
That reality may
10 years.
not be so far away.
The government is encouraging the growth of what it calls the low-altitude economy, aircraft that fly below 1,000 meters. This EHang electric vehicle is the first in the world to be certified by a national aviation authority for commercial use.
What is math? Pep doesn't know.
With the gradual popularization of low-altitude flights, this type of air taxi will become widespread. It will become a daily mode of transportation, a lifestyle to enjoy.
It takes off and lands vertically, no runway required. And in this case, no pilot. That means I can try it myself.
Oh, ha, 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 ha.
The interior is simple. 2 seats and a navigation screen.
Wait, are they letting...
The route is pre-programmed. In case of emergency, there's a button I can press to communicate with the operators on the ground, and a small fire extinguisher. But before I could ask about a parachute...
Here we go!
Oh my god, she's actually driving it! I was just wondering, I'm like, oh my god, are they gonna let her drive this by herself?
We're going up. Going up. I'm not gonna look down. Am I gonna look down?
This air taxi can travel at speeds of up to 90 kilometers an hour for 130 kilometers. It's quite a view, but a little unnerving not having controls. The company says automation reduces accidents caused by human error. But if you prefer to drive,
I'll try to teach you how to fly this in less than a minute.
there are other options. The firm AirRidge is waiting for regulatory approval.
Don't like this. I don't like this. As somebody who has done a lot of the the BattleTech and just Mech Warrior kind of stuff on PC over the years, and just this is a whole new. I think this is bad news for us if we plan to mix this technology anytime soon while we still have the cars on the road there too.
For its land
I don't know
aircraft
about
carriers,
this.
which can be
As
automated
much as I wanted flying cars, no.
or controlled using a driving stick. The flying vehicle is stored and transported inside this van, the ground unit.
You can store it in your own personal parking space. You can drive it with your own personal.
That's dope as fuck, though.
Passenger driver.
What up, DJ?
License to say some scenic sites, and you can charge it. Use this ground unit to charge the aircraft for up to 6 times. So
Wait, so you gotta park? Oh, I thought the van turned into this. Hold on.
You can fly freely without worrying about the infrastructure.
Hope everyone's good. Ow, we're doing fine. I might have had a crash out or two about this Epstein stuff.
And the cost? One of these will set you back $300,000 to $400,000.
Of course it would, because you know how this is for the average person.
So far, eHung's biggest customers are tourism companies and governments using them for policing and firefighting. But experts say this is just the beginning. As long as you can conquer your fear of heights, the sky's the limit. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Hefei, China.
I mean, she's like, I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this. I really don't like this. Not gonna lie, I don't trust the average person to drive something like that, so automation makes some sense. No, that's the thing. I was in it until they said, but we have a version we can drive. I was just like, nope. The second I saw the stick, I was like, nope. Son. Nope. I'm out. Don't want nothing to do with that. I don't need anybody doing their bullshit. Sorry. That's just that. Whew. No. No. All right. What do we watch here? Oh, good news. Here. I have some good news about protests and how the federal government's having a real hard time prosecuting.
Like scores of Los Angeles residents, Catherine Carreño has been protesting President Donald Trump's immigration crackdown.
2 people have been taken from just right in front of my apartment. I see the impact, and it's my neighbors and my community members that are being affected and taken.
Is it bad that because of where I live, though, I am very apprehensive to ever throw up a gang sign?
Last August, she was among a group of people in front of a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement
Damn, we were probably watching this one.
Facility when an agent approached her as the vehicle attempted to enter. The confrontation ended in Carreño's arrest.
Eating cold chicken fettuccine. Gotta reheat it. Be right back. Dude, I hate it. Don't you hate it when you make food and then you're like, oh, this isn't cold. This isn't hot warm enough. This isn't hot warm enough. This is not warm enough. I must go do that.
I kept telling myself, I
had that with eggs the other day.
I am protected.
Right. Like, I misjudged how long my hash browns were going to take to make. So my eggs finished, maybe 20 minutes before the hashies. And my eggs were cold.
Everything's going to be okay.
But what Carreño didn't know was that the Department of Justice would pursue charges of assault on a federal officer, a felony with a potential 8-year prison sentence.
When I first read the complaint, I was just like, they're lying. They're lying.
Carreño's case is one of dozens the Associated Press has tracked since President Trump began unleashing federal forces on several cities in the name of quelling violent protests and cracking down on crime. Attorney General Pam Bondi said protesters accused of assaulting
reheated eggs are mid no matter how they started out. Thank you. It's like pizza.
Federal officers would face severe consequences.
Although I did finally find the fucking perfect way to reheat a pizza, and it involves an air fryer.
The AP examined 166 federal criminal cases in 4 cities: Los Angeles,
but I'd rather just eat cold pizza at that point,
Washington, D.C., Chicago, and Portland, Oregon. The analysis found the Justice Department has struggled to deliver felony convictions. Of the 100 people initially charged with felony assaults, 55 saw their charges reduced to misdemeanors or dismissed outright. Another 23 pleaded guilty.
Cold pizza's a crime? Fuck no. Cold pizza is a great morning snack. Yo, I feel like we're about to have a little bit of judgment. I don't like this.
Reduced charges that resulted in little or no jail time.
I think this is all about messaging by the Trump administration. I think they want to get out there the word that they're going to go after everyone and that it's going to chill the behavior by the protesters.
In response to AP's analysis, the Justice Department said it will continue to pursue the most serious available charges against those alleged to have put federal agents in harm's way. A department spokesperson said, "We will not tolerate any violence directed toward our brave law enforcement officials who are working tirelessly to keep Americans safe." The Department of Homeland Security responded by saying 238 assaults have happened on ICE personnel since the start of the year.
Fridge cold, not room temp cold. Yeah, no. Room temp cold, evil.
Up from 19 the previous
That equals evil. No, you're right.
The agency declined to provide its list or provide details about how it defines
That's Portland. I recognize that street corner. That's Portland.
assaults. Prosecutors have successfully secured felony indictments against at least 58 people accused of throwing rocks
Cold savory is a no-go for
and
you?
projectiles at federal vehicles, punching or kicking officers, shooting paintballs, and spitting at officers. Those cases are awaiting trial. The 5 people who already went to trial on misdemeanor charges were acquitted.
If you're using your resources to go after misdemeanor cases like this, there's a lot of real crime out there that's not being investigated or prosecuted.
One of the 5 trials that ended with acquittal included Sidney Reed.
Cold salami's good. What? Yeah, because that's how it's supposed to be eaten.
The D.C. resident was arrested.
Salami is a
after
cold.
filming
It's a
ICE
cold cut.
detention
It's literally called a cold cut.
outside a jail.
Yo, I'm about to have an argument here.
She was accused of injuring a federal agent.
I was detained for 2.5 days without being read my rights, without being told what I was being charged for, and without a phone call.
Body camera footage played at trial showed that Reed had not intentionally struck the agent. Instead, the agent had scratched her hand on a wall while assisting another officer.
Mind your own business. That's all you have to do. Mind your own business.
You know, I don't think what I did was brave or anything, earth-shattering, but it is still kind of a sensitive topic because this is my city.
In Los Angeles, it took jurors under 5 hours to acquit Carreño. The jury didn't agree with the prosecution that the 32-year-old, quote, raised her hand and brought it down in a slapping, chopping motion, end quote, onto the officer's arm.
Oh my God. They're saying the same thing about Kat, where, remember, they're saying that she damaged the police vehicle?
Not doing anything.
Now, weeks later,
That poor
Carreño
vehicle.
is still
Somebody think of the
reeling from
vehicles.
experience, but plans to continue protesting and volunteering.
I get anxiety, but I still go. I am still scared of retaliation, but I think it's more scary to think about what would happen if we're not out there.
Fred, you get it. I mean, especially if you're doing a pizza, like, for yourself. Like, I've been there. Oh, Stanley going nuts. All right. Be right back. Go see what he's going nuts over. I don't know. Kaz like 5'0". If you got to beat her up while you're wearing riot gear, you are a pussy who deserves permanent atomic wedgies. I like how that your sentence is to a permanent atomic wedgie. All right, that's pretty fucking funny. All right, let's get one more update video here while we can. Here we go.
Welcome everybody to Crystal Kyle and Friends.
Oh my God, no, that's too much. Oh shit. Cataboo. Yeah, that's BS. What up, brother? Pull up that chair. Hey, I got a guest tonight, folks. Look at that. Let me turn my gain up here so we can get him on here.
What up, Pep fam?
Here, I'll also move over a little bit for you. Yeah, sorry. Didn't know you were gonna be here so quick. All right. Where is my... There it is. Let me fix the game. Oh, wait. I can actually get a Kaz cam on here. That's right. Yeah, that's right. I can. Hold on.
I have to go in stand spot.
I gotta turn this up all the way. So no, you're good. Here, I just need to do this. Boom. And then, all right. I mean,
I'm like,
I can fix it. All right. I mean, no, we can keep Stan on it too. It's fine.
No. You guys gotta donate, and then I get a treat.
Oh shit! If you actually eat a milk bone, that'd be fucking wild. All right. So yeah, we're gonna do a little podcast style here. Let me get this all going. It works. Yeah, it does. All right. We're gonna do. Yeah, we haven't done this with him yet. All right. Here we go. Let's watch a video where we might agree, disagree, hate it, love it. Who knows? So if you didn't see my show yesterday, I was talking about Taylor Lorenz. You didn't? Okay, so it's okay. I get it. Other things to do. So I was watching Taylor Lorenz, and you know who she is, right? She's that vocal fry girl that like kind of was against chorus and stuff. All right, so he's not as.
If I see the face, I might notice it.
He is not as online as us. Yeah, we don't need this. We're good. All right, so here you will know who she is.
People thought that they were addicted and would.
Now she has a thing where she thinks that social media isn't the same type of addiction as like your standard type of addiction, whether it be drugs or whatever, where the argument for it, like where it's essentially the same kind of mindset. Oh, for Stan. But I mean, you could do it. Well, ain't that a bitch?
Can I have this treat?
Yeah, $5. There, he gets a treat. He gets a treat, guys. He's getting a treat. Yeah, he gets a treat. All right, so make sure that, yeah, you got it. All right, cool. Yeah, so I ended up actually kind of agreeing with her because she had an argument with another leftist podcast called The Vanguard, where they were kind of arguing against her whole like calling just like drug addiction instead of like acknowledging that there are like gambling addictions and, you know, just any psychological addiction, specifically like to your phone and social media.
Yeah.
So I guess she took a lot of flack because I mean she came out with this literally like the next day. So
she doesn't think that social media is
addiction.
Okay.
Yeah. So
would call themselves addicted, even
yeah,
though
this is
they
gonna be fun.
They did
I
not
haven't done
fit
this.
into
We
the
haven't reacted to
category
a
of
video
actually
yet. This is gonna
addicted.
Live react.
Over the past few years, the language of social media addiction has taken over the media. Despite these inflammatory news reports, a big new research paper containing 2 major studies found that not only are a lot of our perceptions around social media and addiction completely wrong, framing social media use as an addiction itself is actually extremely
Bush Light is a Pabst.
harmful and makes it
baby.
even harder to moderate our
Midwest.
use of tech products. Ian Anderson is
Did
a
you see the
researcher
can?
at the California Institute of Technology
Yeah,
who
it's got wait, it's Godzilla.
conducted the study along with his colleague Wendy Wood. He joins me today
we
to
just say
break
it like
down
Godzilla.
what his research found, how the media's framing of technology use as an addiction is causing enormous harm, and to talk about what we can all do to actually meaningfully fight back against big tech. Ian, welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me.
First of all, Ian, what made you want to study
Bad,
the
I'm just like, okay.
concept of social media addiction?
I think noticing that you can't kind of go 5 minutes online without seeing someone either compare social media use to cigarettes or describe themselves, even in real life, you see this all the time where people are like, oh, I'm so addicted to my Instagram. Oh, I'm so addicted to TikTok. This is really common language that people use. And I, as someone who studies habits and also how those relate or don't to addiction, was really interested in whether or not this was having an effect on how people perceive their social media use, and also whether or not they feel like they can.
I have the gain all the way up, by the way, guys. So if you guys are hearing like double audio from the video, let me know. I'm here trying to pull
manage it in ways that make sense.
Tell me a little bit about what you study. What sort of research do you do, and what's your kind of field of practice?
So my PhD was in social psychology, and I spent the entire time basically studying how habits form in relationship to technology. So basically the process by which we start to post information online, scroll, share content, all of these little activities that you do in your daily use of social media. I was studying how these become highly frequent and how they...
I can say this as a content creator, though, like this kind of thing that she's doing here, and I know this is just B-roll. This was kind of my worry about it, was always just kind of like looking at things as content, you know, especially like when we were out at protests and shit, even like people were asking me about doing more IRL stuff, and I'm just like, well, no, because I'm not trying to make everything into content and then get addicted to that side of the internet, you know, like the numbers and all that.
But at the same time, I think that if they want to have like a first person view of the protest, I think it's important to document that, you know?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it depends. I don't think I would tune into a streamer to eat their Wendy's or whatever, but if it's like a culturally significant thing, like a protest that is relevant to today's climate, I would tune into that. I don't know.
Well, okay, so I guess I would have a...
I mean...
If you weren't at the protest with me, you'd probably be watching, right? Right?
Well, of course. I mean, if I didn't want to go out and do it myself, but that's because I'm passionate about it. I don't know, like, I think some people are passionate about food, so they might tune into, like, a cooking show or, like...
or farming, because I know that Kowalski from Nebraska, you may not know who he is. He's a regular on the Majority Report. He calls in with like the farm report from like Nebraska. So he made a YouTube channel that is blown the fuck up. I'm very happy for him, but also, you know, cool. He just started it. It's cool. You know?
Become habitual in sort of like in the
shout out Kowalski
scientific definition of that term.
I feel like that's such a
and Silly and Billy, I'm coming for your fucking job with my man Kaz here.
Fascinating thing to study, and also such a relevant field of study right now, just given the sense of like technology.
Two guys, one mic.
Role in our life, and how we're all like, I guess, forming habits around it.
Yeah, absolutely. My background before that was actually in social media marketing.
We need to start doing the...
Yeah.
As a consultant, I was watching how social media was affecting people and affecting the world, and I was really fascinated by that. And that's sort of
goodbye to me tonight.
What drove me into researching this in the first place. And I found basically this framework in social psychology of habit formation and social learning to be extremely useful in terms of explaining how social media is affecting people and changing their behavior.
How did you conduct these studies?
So both of the studies were done online, but using verified
it's
users
gonna be our
of the
half
Instagram
bad
platform that were representative of U.S. adults on demographics like race, age, gender.
Two men in a stand. Wait, two men in a stand. Yeah.
Tell me what some of these questions were measuring.
So we
got so many
really interested in a number of things. And one of the primary things that we're interested in was actual symptoms of addiction. So are people at risk for Instagram addiction? Defined
this is the part
the clinical researchers are currently defining it. We used a scientific scale that had 6 components.
Also like this.
So the 6 questions. The first is, if you spend a lot of time thinking about Instagram or planning to use it, do you feel an urge to use it more and more often?
Sound is perfect. Yes.
Do you use it to forget about your personal problems? How often have you tried to cut down on the use of Instagram without success? How often have you become restless or troubled if you have been prohibited from using Instagram? And have you used Instagram?
We've all been here though.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I have. Like, I just admit it, where, like, I caught myself doing it yesterday, where I was sitting on the fucking couch, I was watching It Part 2, and I'm, like, halfway through the movie, I'm scrolling, and it's not because I wasn't interested in the movie, it's because it was just something that my brain was just like, nah, it's time to check your stuff now.
Yeah, and I think that this kind of started for me with COVID.
Really?
I never touched my phone. Like when I was working in the office, I never had the inclination to take out my phone unless my girl was texting me or something like that.
Mhm.
Never wanted to check Facebook. I mean, you could even go back to my Facebook and just see.
No, you
never touched.
you were like radio silent.
Yeah, never. Like anyone that I cared about.
Yeah, someone who's
like,
known you for a while, like you were only in the group text.
Yeah.
Or you like in our group Facebook chat.
Yeah. So I think it's kind of an especially recent phenomenon because they found out like, okay, we can really use the algorithm now. Technology's getting cheaper, and we can start cashing in on this. And
do you think they doubled down on that? And like, see, this is where I'm wondering about Taylor Lorenz ignoring something like that.
So she's not down with this theory?
No, she kind of like. Well, here, I'll let her explain it because
Instagram so much that it had a negative impact on your job or studies.
So these are the 6 questions that you asked these users.
Yeah, these are the 6 components of Instagram addiction.
Okay, so walk me through some of your findings.
Yeah, in the first study, we found a big overperception of being addicted to Instagram. And what overperception means is that people thought that they were addicted and would call themselves addicted even though they weren't. They did not fit into the category of actually addicted.
Wait, Autumn got remodded on TMR
to the app.
Oh shit.
Why do you think that is?
Well, I hope that I hope that's water under the bridge and they can come back on the next show and everything be cool.
I would say there are a few things driving that. One would be the fact that colloquially we use addiction as a term very casually, right? And I don't think many people know exactly what the clinical definition of it is. Second, I would say that there is a large overuse.
Well, I have a feeling that this interview took place before the Vanguard, and I'm starting to see where her argument came from, which I think that this is the problem with Taylor Lorenz is that sometimes she'll take somebody who's smarter than her and just like blanket take their opinion without actually just being adding her little bits to it. Because before this, I'd be surprised if she didn't think that there was social media addiction. I mean, I think, like I said, we can all feel it.
Use of the
she's just kind of riding the coattails, maybe like this is a very smart idea and I agree with it.
The term
I also
in the
think this
media
that's
and
the
also
second
from
part that's up there.
policymakers and other institutions. I think
she's just platforming it.
Because like when we watched this thing with her in the Vanguard yesterday, she's way more argumentative. Like as far as just like the one of them was making the point where he's like, I've noticed this in my own life, and she's just like, yeah, but that doesn't mean it's truly addiction. It's just like, no, I mean it does.
I mean,
psychologically, it is the same. I mean, whether or not I feel like this is where we can break it down into 2 different subjects.
Yeah,
where
you
it's
got psychological addiction and physical addiction.
Right.
Literally, some drugs will emulate neurotransmitters in your body. Like you have like, I don't want to start saying the drug names, but you have like your uppers typically that will stimulate dopamine and norepinephrine, which gives you that like high addiction, and then you have like the downers that will stimulate like the mu receptor response, and that's like your more chill alcoholic type addiction. So those chemicals are needed by your body, and once outside sources provide that, then you literally have a physical addiction.
See, this is what we were saying earlier in chat, that dopamine, like that, it's literally when you're getting your dopamine fix, that's when it becomes like the addiction, and it's just over like dope. Like, I mean, can you get addicted to dopamine? I guess is the bigger problem, or like the bigger question.
I don't see why not. I mean, maybe physically.
Well, isn't that physical? Because technically, the chemical
but it's coming from within your body already. It's not an outside.
But I remember making this argument that we already have THC receptors. So
you have the receptors, but how do you release them?
Wait, yeah, I just kind of saw the flaw in my argument there.
So no, I'm not arguing
No,
against anything. I'm just saying that's how like scientifically they classify addictions. Like if your body can produce the chemical, then it's technically a psychological addiction, since all you're doing is giving yourself stimuli to produce more of those chemicals.
Right.
If you're adding the chemicals to your body, then it's more of a physical addiction because you cannot live without those chemicals being added.
I mean, I think that's where Taylor Lorenz is coming at it with the well, you can live without your phone. Like your brain will reset eventually. So maybe it's not like
you can go off.
But I also feel like that's kind of like doing like you're mincing words at that point, kind of thing, where it's just like, well, no, it's still technically addiction. It's still technically something that could really ruin somebody. I'll be back if you still are around later. I have another stream I want to go check out. Oh, okay, cool.
Combined with those two things, you see this addiction terminology becoming
There's good dopamine and bad cringe dopamine. I don't mind getting stimulated by good dopamine.
norm, right?
So you're
It's
not
like
gonna go goon.
Your dog eats your Pokemon cards. Hey, I'll put that out there.
way that you describe heavy social
Don't
media
manifest
You
use.
just made me look at him.
When you're talking about heavy use or highly frequent use, you're always saying
Hell
addiction.
no.
Yeah, it seems like this is just how people talk about social media these days. It's like they're like, oh, I'm so addicted. You know, what does it mean to be addicted to social
This is where I get really fucking annoyed with her.
media? Because I kind of always argued that can you be like really addicted to like messaging your friends on an
Yes, you fucking can.
app?
That's a great question, and it's one that is actually a big debate in the scientific literature as well. So even clinical.
So if it's a big debate, then and she's sitting here just being like, no, I talked to one expert, so it's been we've already gotten all the data we need. I have my consensus. We're good.
Addiction scientists can't really agree on whether or not behaviors like social media use
Trust me, I
should
hope
be
you're as annoyed
categorized
by her
as
by
an
the
addiction.
end of this than I am.
Right, and that's the
Otherwise,
reason that
it
it's
ain't going
not
good for me.
in the diagnostic manual of clinical addictions, which are used to diagnose things like depression, these things that we consider serious clinical addictions. Social media addiction is not in there.
Yeah, there's no such thing as like internet addiction, social media addiction. I mean, I've talked to a lot of researchers.
That's
right now, right?
That's quite the leap. Just going from like 5 minutes in the video and suddenly there's no such thing as really.
No,
I'm pretty sure there's been a lot of studies.
It's not even it's like she's not even giving like the leeway for these studies to be conducted and finished. She's just like, there's no studies. That means that there's no consensus. That means that like right now we can just say there is no addiction instead of looking at it like the way we are, where we're just like, no, like I see kind of where you're coming from, but no, this is definitely something new to be studied. That's why he said it at the beginning, that this is kind of like a debate.
Is it something new to be studied though? Because I'm pretty sure they have pretty extensive studies.
Oh,
on, like,
well, see, now on the Vanguard, she brought up this point about like newspapers, right? She brought up like the dad who like goes at like, and he's reading the newspaper, ignoring his family, how that was essentially the same thing. Because like, it's always a new technology thing that we need to fear. Like, you know, she was saying how like it's essentially the fear of like television and like everything new thing. Instead of looking at it like, no, but this is like these are businesses using algorithms to trick our brain into constantly thinking something else. Yeah. And like that in itself changes all of this. Like this started with television, actually, to like where she was saying, well, they were saying that TV can be addictive. It can be. It totally can be.
Of course, yeah. Does she expand on why?
This like concept
good.
and. As you know as well, so many people also use these apps radically differently. When you say you're addicted to Instagram, like, what do you mean? Are you watching Reels 24/7? Are you messaging your friend?
Oof.
This is actually a good topic because I never played WoW. And you're like, that's kind of the reason. Like, you know, our friends.
Yeah.
You know, Firefist. He's the main one who played that. So like when he was just like, yeah, you would love this. I'm like, that's the problem. I would love it too much. And I was like, I can't get into it. I'm sorry. Like I purposefully ignore things that I know I'll just like get too into. One Piece is one of those things where I knew I would get really into One Piece. So I was like, I can't right now. Like monetarily.
That's impressive because like as a kid, dude, like our friend group had a lot of people that were managers and worked at like a game shop, you know? Mm-hmm. And I had one of our friends save me a copy of WoW because it was off the shelf everywhere. And like, dude, I played Counter-Strike my whole like young adult life.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and like I played a lot, but I never like dreamed about it and like thought about it immediately after every day of work or school. But with World of Warcraft, I had like friends in that game that like, you know, I was able to spend like lots of time with, and it wasn't like in a competitive environment. You're just sitting in a raid and there for 4 hours just clicking a button. So it's much more of a social.
Right, and that's where the thing is. It's like with your guild, like where you're like, and then you feel like you're not there for them. Like it was the same thing with actually Final Fantasy 11. I decided not to get into that game because I was just like, it's the same shit. Where I'm like, it's just too much. It's not even the time. It's I know me. I will devote too much to this. I will spend too much on this, whether it be time or money.
Yeah, and I think back then it used to be time was your, you know, the resource that you didn't really care too much about because
that's true.
I mean, back then you paid whatever $15 a month for a WoW subscription, and that was all you needed. They didn't like push transactions on you.
God, the good old days.
Like that, you know, like,
the good old days of gaming.
And it was hard to justify a subscription for a game because it was not really done, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So
wait, being social creatures that we are, social media and parasocialism is still a form of socializing. When you banish someone from that, it could be devastating. Oh, back to Autumn. Yeah, no, exactly. Especially when it was Autumn was a 10-year mod on the Majority Report. Autumn Leaves, and that's where I've gotten like a lot of traction with some of my community. I gotta say, so to see somebody that was a 10-year mod get banned because they said I forgot what it was. She get that? He actually.
Why did he get that?
He got banned because of... So, Autumn, from my understanding, is a black male who got into it with... can one of you guys in chat remind me of what the actual argument was, as far as like what the group was? Because I can't remember it. But it was like the ones who argue in favor of reparations and all that. And apparently Autumn said... we're not going to allow that in chat. And then one of the people, like one of the actual like producers, ADOS, thank you. So one of the producers decided to take Autumn off of the mod list.
Because they weren't going to allow people to talk about
ADOS.
Okay.
Yeah. Because of their personal feelings about it. So, yeah, I mean, honestly, for after a 10-year mod, I would have given them a warning.
There was no warning?
No, they just... and that's kind of, like, honestly, that's kind of part of the problem.
If this was, like, a long-time thing...
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a bad look.
Okay, cool. Then I think that we're on the consensus here, where it's like, no, they could have... They could have given a warning.
And as a lot of young people do, the primary way that
was
a
just
lot of young people use Instagram is through messages to
here.
DM. It's literally the core experience now on the app. So I've always found this to just be like very problematic framing. And I feel like it seems like, I'm curious if you felt like this too, it seems like a lot of it's very heavily influenced by the media framing it this way.
That's actually one thing that we found in our study that's pretty likely the case. We did a media analysis and compared the use of the term...
I am interested in this because it is a targeted study. I'll admit it.
...social media addiction to the use of a more neutral term like social media habit. And the addiction framing, or that term, is used like 500 times the amount that a more neutral phrase like social media habit is. So that kind of pathologizing language and like addiction...
I don't know why they're arguing the semantics of it. Whatever you call it, is it something that hurts your body to suddenly remove? And if that's the case, then call it what you want, but we need to investigate it and see how to minimize. I mean, you got Australia banning social media for anyone under 16.
I think that's where this all came from, though.
Oh, okay.
Like, I think that's why she's even talking about this, because she thinks that was absolutely ridiculous and like overstepping.
I don't know, man. I don't know. What do you think about that?
Personally, well, if you want my real just like opinion, I don't have kids, so I don't give a fuck. But
of course you give a fuck. If that's your community. Do you want kids running around? And I'm gonna frame this as neutral as possible. Do you want them addicted or on social media instead of forming real life relationships? Has that worked out?
Well, see, that's the thing. I think that's why she's building this around the idea of addiction, is because she's trying to disprove that that's even a thing. Let's
that does no good.
Hold on. I'm gonna approach this from 2 points of view. So from her point of view, if there is no addiction, I do think that it's a little ridiculous to police these behaviors that they're going to go and do anyway, because you know how it's literally the tale as old as time about how you tell a kid not to do something, they're going to want to do it.
Yeah.
So you kind of have like a little bit of a gray area there. But I also do think that, you know, keeping kids off social media until a certain point is beneficial. I just think,
I think
personally, I think Australia went a little too far going to 18.
Oh, was it 16 or 18? I thought.
Okay, never mind.
I thought
Even
it was 16.
Well, even
but
16.
I think
No, even 16 is too far. I think 13 is where it's like you start putting the guardrails, because your 13 is where your brain is starting to really kind of develop into what it's going to be.
Yeah.
So like you want to kind of start from the like from that point and then kind of like train it from there. But we didn't grow up with this shit, dude. Like that's also where I'm a little apprehensive to really fucking.
But that's why I'm saying it's even worse. Like with what we grew up with, like I don't know, man. I can totally see how I would sink into some like
of all our friends, and I hope you take this the right way. You would have gone all right.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I think that I would get.
It's just because you're a nice dude who entertains. Like, no, I just saw the way you interacted with some of our fucking friends, where I'm just like, you entertained that motherfucker for fucking 6 years too long.
Yeah.
You know, I've seen it in real life where I'm like, he was a fucking Nazi and a pedo. Like, what are you doing?
Well, okay. That's a different story entirely. And okay. No. Let's not get that out there.
Sorry.
I was literally working at a computer shop when I was a kid, if that's what you're referring to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. All right.
That's exactly what we're referring to.
All right. Well, I had to support my WoW addiction somehow, right?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, but I think
I had a bug up my ass for like 14 years from this shit.
But yeah, I don't know. I'm with that regulation on that thing, but I don't think you should totally cut it off for anyone that's 16. That sounds wild.
Social media would be fine if it was to actually connect people through their interests, but you have algorithms and TikTok shop and your parents' credit cards. It's all greed for yeah. And that's honestly like, I don't know, man, because like we grew up through the videos like game scare age, you know, and we like to be in the advent of the internet where it's just like it wasn't taken as seriously until literally like I remember it was like 2003. I was in high school when all of a sudden it started getting taken really seriously.
With what, the internet?
Like the internet. Yeah,
Well,
yeah. Because like chat rooms were always kind of a thing, but
it was
all
like
of a sudden,
stranger danger when we were really young, like when dial-up was a thing. Like they would talk to us about like, you know, not talking to anyone online that you didn't 100% know.
Yeah.
I think that was before the majority of us even had internet, though.
No, I mean, let's see. If I have to really think back to it, I was probably like 1998, like 99. When I had my first like online account because I was like playing Doom and shit.
Yeah.
And I remember going into chat rooms and fucking like there were some of the creepiest people on the planet. But like the thing is, we learned how to navigate that, where we were just like, okay, you just don't talk to those people.
Yeah.
You know, and if they try to IM you, you don't fucking do that. You just talk like. In my house, I had like a rule where my mom she kind of caught it early because she had watched one of these news reports, and trust me, my mom was like really big into like satanic panic kind of shit.
Yeah.
But this one she kind of saw like there was no going back, so she said to just be aware that there's bad people out there. They're gonna try and get you to do things, and they're trying like the second that they start asking you personal info, back out. That's one of the best pieces of information I think I've ever been given.
I think that's a good example of having a liberal parent. My conservative parents never would have touched the conversation in a million years. They would have waited till I was in my 30s.
Guys, that's dangerous. That's fucking dangerous. No, right here you're witnessing like the like how two of us had And again, this is crazy to me because my mom definitely took some flack for her mental illness. So people were just like, oh yeah, we're going to listen to her. Mrs. Pepper, you know, she got some issues. But meanwhile, Mrs. Pepper was telling me specifically, hey, you don't want to go out there online. You don't want to go putting yourself out there. She was very big about having an online personality if I was going to be in chat rooms. She told me never to IM anybody that I didn't know from school. And I kept that as a fucking rule where I was just like, all right, yeah. And it also, you know, whether or not that was like so you only interact with people from your school? It's like, you know, which you know was weird. Like for, you know, internet age definitely was still kind of showing my ass as like the Christian kid, you know, where it's just like, well, my mom won't let me. I'm sorry. You guys aren't in my Bible study.
I can't play with Pokemon cards or read Harry Potter.
That was you.
Yeah.
See, I got Pokemon cards. Like Harry Potter was the one we didn't get.
Yeah, I could do Pokemon, but not Harry Potter either.
Yeah. See, okay, so no, we're the same boat.
Yeah.
See, the most intense one was the homeschool kids that couldn't do Pokemon.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, like the Pokemon, it's like they're animals. I don't know what the argument.
It was gambling.
Oh, was it gambling?
Yeah.
I know that they had like people called them like pocket demons or whatever.
No, so they tried to play that, but no, it was the gambling aspect. I remember that, like, because like it was like right around 7th, 8th grade.
I remember that for Pogs. We couldn't have Pogs anymore at my school.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
See, we couldn't do Pogs, and then they caught on to Pokemon because we were doing. I mean, I remember what happened at my school. Like, it literally happened where like one of our gym teachers caught us like trading Pokemon. He's just like, I don't like this. I don't like what's going on here.
I don't understand this.
I don't understand it. I'm gonna bring it up to the principal. And at my school, because we had a very small school, we had a lot of assemblies. A lot of assemblies were just like, we're going to talk about how Toy Story is an allegory for the devil. Like, yeah, we had a lot of that shit. Which, if you guys didn't know, and if you don't mind, he grew up in a pretty religious background that was a little more than mine, too. Like, he was in... Can I say it?
Sure.
He was in Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah. Very strict. Very hyper conservative.
Dude, we literally used to look at you guys like, it's like, oh, we're not that bad. Like, I got a birthday party. Yeah. Like, that was my big thing. I'm like, I get to celebrate my birthday. And then my we used to call you JWs. Yeah, my JW friend, I don't get to go to his birthday and he doesn't celebrate mine. And my mom even explained that, where she's just like, oh, they don't celebrate birthdays. I'm like, that's fucked up. That's significantly fucked up.
That's rough.
All right. When did you actually like turn around on that? Like, when did you like start celebrating your birthday?
Honestly, I never really did.
That explains a lot. You still don't? Jesus. So now you just built it into the psychology of an old dude that's just like, I don't know, I don't care, I don't want my birthday.
Honestly, yeah, I never really was like a big holiday guy either.
Really?
Yeah. I never really picked up that. Like, my sister's like married right out of high school, basically. So like they took on those like customs from their partners' families, and you know, I never settled down. Right.
This is one thing I've always respected about you is like you date different cultures all around. So your sister's the same way?
No, one of them settled down with a white dude, one of them settled down with a Puerto Rican, and one of them settled down with an Italian.
That explains. All right. What's up? Sorry, we're not giving you attention, buddy.
We used to spend a lot of time overseas, like growing up, because I have a lot of family in Europe. I think we have.
Hey,
want to go outside or something?
No, he's just being a butt.
Yeah.
It's funny. Again, never really asked him about that, so you guys got the first one on that.
Negative. It's pathologizing.
Are you gonna be quiet? Here, give him a treat.
Oh, is that what you mean?
Yeah. Uncle Cass can give you a treat.
Thing of heavy use, and that's used way more frequently than a more neutral term.
Do you think that like aggressive
That's right, Stan, you're the man.
media
got chat
coverage
behind
and
you, buddy.
like these lawmakers claiming that social media, people are getting addicted to social media is leading to the results that you found, where these huge amounts of people are believing that they're addicted?
Oh my God, so cute.
To these products?
Yeah, so I think it's highly likely, and actually that is very similar to what we looked at in our second study.
What did your second study find?
That increased perception does have negative impacts. It does harm to
So smarter people are the ones getting impacted the most on social media?
frequent users. And that is what the second study within our paper, there are two studies in there that we looked at. And so in that second study, we basically aimed to see what happened when you increased people's perceived addiction to Instagram. So basically, like, we exposed them to some text basically saying, you're a frequent user of social media. That suggests you might have a social media addiction. Reflect on some times recently when you felt like you were addicted to social media, well, to Instagram in this specific case.
Anyone in chat, did any of you guys know somebody that might have gotten a little suspiciously into like Facebook a little too much, or Twitter? Like I did. I had somebody in my life that was like way into Twitter when it first like kind of popped up on the scene, and like it became their life. Like where, yeah. Where like they had tweet brain, where it was just everything was a fucking retweet, and it was annoying, and it like they were into politics, so it was really annoying.
So you're like sort of like mimicking like
Oh, I get it. Drugs are only addictive because we say it
the
is.
effect potentially that like these types of articles
Like
would
how Ash
have
just catch it.
on
He's just like
users.
Precisely. So we are basically trying to imitate the effect of seeing one piece of content or one article framing Instagram use as addiction on people's perceived addiction. And we find that this effect is pretty harmful. Like you see significant decreases in people's perceived ability to manage and control their social media use. You see them start blaming themselves more for overusing social media, and you see them feel more negatively about their Instagram use overall.
That is so crazy, because I feel like we're hearing all of this
someone who doesn't even have an Instagram. This is kind of like foreign language to
stuff
me.
about these
I have an
tech
Instagram,
companies
but I
that are obviously
can't imagine being addicted to it. I guess the scrolling thing, once you get in like a little.
Well, that's the thing. Like,
you know something funny?
What's that?
All right, so like on my Instagram algorithm, it's like a lot of like geopolitics and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And pro-Palestine stuff. I somehow like got into this like not pro-Palestine but anti-Israel thing.
Oh shit.
So like it's like a bunch of
Nick
weird...
Fuentes shit?
Yeah. I'm like, what the hell? Since when did all right, I get it.
All right, I guess I needed that little bit of insight, because like I said, I don't have an Instagram.
Yeah.
So
I understand like the right-wing pipeline now, like where it's like having like compassion for innocent victims so quickly leads to like conspiracy theories against Israel, and like, well, not Israel, that's fine. I mean, Israel's fucked up, we can all agree. But like Jewish,
they do it to themselves.
Yeah. But like Jewish conspiracies, which I think we can all agree are bullshit. Like Israel's doing fucked up shit, and Jews have nothing to do with that.
Well, no, it's the way that they blanket say, like American Jews are for Zionism, where it's like whether it be Sam Cedar or people I know in my real life that are like, I'm not a fucking Zionist.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
That's
I disagree with all this shit.
Yeah, that's an awful generalization.
Well, and they kind of said it's like, we're not doing like any favors to us, like, and the weird part is how they do have a little more conviction to be like, no, like than Christians, where Christians are just like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think plenty of Jews will use their faith to have their hateful views, just like plenty of Christians do the same thing. They just cherry pick all the parts that coincided with their.
Did you have that in Jehovah's Witness? Like my evangelical sect was mostly like Christians and convenience that liked to use politics. They liked to use their Christianity to affect their politics, and then to like kind of do moral grandstanding because of it.
The opposite. People were so much more convicted to their beliefs because they had to. I mean, we were going to church 3 times a week, Bible study. We would like clean up our church every month.
Yeah.
We would go out door to door to preach. So
that was the annoying part.
Yeah.
That's the part that I think really PR wise did you wrong.
Yeah. So like all this stuff. But like, I gotta be honest, man. They did have like I have never met people of so many culture in my life. Like half the church was black, you know, like which is pretty interesting from where we are, you know.
I
like,
mean, my only other Jehovah's Witness friend is black. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I mean, it was just kind of a big culture shock for me, and I think that was kind of a positive thing, to be completely honest, because they were really welcoming and like honestly charitable if you were willing to be that deep to like you have to give up.
Do you think that like the powers in Jehovah's Witness would have changed? Like, you know, like if they saw that maybe they were being perceived as being like too intense.
They are. They literally are, and this is happening right now.
Really?
Yeah, they just made a change like 2 years ago where like women can wear pants. They weren't allowed to wear or skirts. I don't know.
No.
One or the other. But I'm
assuming pants because they were I mean, knee-high skirts I mean that was a thing even in our dress code.
And now men can wear beards. They weren't allowed to have beards before. They like in the Bible, they found some verse where it said like an unkept face was a symbol of, I don't know, corruption. So like they ran with that, and they're like, you can't.
Jesus had a beard.
Yeah, I don't know. That was their whole thing. I don't know, man. That was their whole thing. But they just a couple years ago changed their rules where men can have beards because it's such a big. It's making like a resurgence, you know, like among people apparently. So they wanted to appeal to that, and I thought that was super interesting. Like, did this come down from Jehovah? Did he like hand this down, or was this just to get more recruitment? You know, it's so fucking weird.
Oh man, Jehovah's Witness in the TikTok era.
I don't know if they exist on TikTok because
that's next. Literally 20 years from now. It'll be 20 years from now, but like it's coming.
Companies are doing evil things. We're not like apologizing for them here, but like I do feel like there's so much blame placed on them, saying like, look at you guys, you know, you're getting all these kids addicted and addiction, social media addiction, da da da. But it seems like your study found that like the media also plays a significant role in people's own perceptions, and like you said, has these like serious consequences that actually negatively affect user behavior.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I think the study imparts the idea that one,
in the future AI will do the saving. I mean,
they're already trying to.
It doesn't help that like I don't want to blame Gen Z, but like whoever the youngest was it Alpha?
That what? Right now?
Yeah, Alpha. Yeah. Like I think that they're gonna rely on AI, dude.
I mean, in the same way that Gen Z relies on like cute UI, you know, like they don't know how to use a Windows computer, so they're completely useless at work.
Yeah, but cute UI is different than like, okay, UI doesn't tell you exactly what to do.
I mean, it kind of does. That's the purpose of like phones. They make everything intuitive where there's only 3 choices. You know, on a desktop computer, there's nothing intuitive.
Right.
You can't do anything with a button. You have to like go through a process. So there was like some recruiting video I was watching where like these recruiters are having such a difficult time keeping Gen Z in jobs because of their attention span and because they just don't know how to use technology. I'm serious. They don't know how to use technology.
You hear that, folks? You hear that, folks?
You're not addicted.
If you are a millennial, you need to value yourself because we are the tech generation, apparently.
Addicted to social media, most likely.
We know
right?
those.
That
we got
first
those
study,
cybers, just like Barron Trump. I'm really good with a laptop.
2% of the
I just push a
entire
button and it turns
sample
right on.
actually showed symptoms
to be fair,
of being at risk.
You're who I call when I can't turn this
for social media addiction. So even the small percentage of people that were at risk for addiction, you still need to have that diagnosed by a
they know how to
clinician.
post,
So
but
the
they can't
actual
copy a file and they can't deal with it. Yeah.
There you go.
Probably significantly lower.
However, we're being
Ooh.
constantly exposed.
Actually, I think that's it. They never learn how to copy paste. They just learn how to share.
To
That's a good
media
example of it.
that tells us you're probably addicted to these apps. And that's a big mismatch, and it's not a harmless one, right? And I think that like the entire conversation
See, at least he's saying that. At least he's saying it's not harmless, but I also feel like she took the wrong message from that. Like the blanket, like kind of make that
around it needs an adjustment. And I think our studies suggest that like using the term addiction more accurately, right? Like when it actually applies to maybe people who really do have clinical problems. And for the rest of us, a more neutral term is probably better to use. And I don't think it would have the same effects.
Yeah, well, I feel like it would probably.
All right. I mean, that's kind of a thing though, because there are people who like, I don't know. When I was growing up, there were emo girls who would always fight over who had the worst mental illness. And I know it sounds like I'm joking about this,
You're
but
not.
like,
I mean, I don't.
so like, do you see people nowadays where it's like, oh my God, I'm so ADHD. It's like, bitch, no, you're not. You know what I mean? Or they have a bad day and they say they're depressed. It's like, this isn't the the Olympics here. You're not
Meanwhile, I'm over here explaining to my audience that it's like, no, I'm not clinically depressed. I'm situationally depressed.
Yeah,
you know, like
probably.
Yeah, they definitely. Well, they also. I saw this thing about trauma bonding recently, where it's like that's how a lot of the like Gen Z is like finding their way with their friends is by trauma bonding. I'm like, that's not necessarily great.
Look at who their role models are. You got Andrew Tate that's teaching young men how to treat women like shit and still pull, you know.
Taylor's totally bastardizing this person's study to fit her story. That tracks for Taylor.
Help a lot of people actually moderate their.
Hey, if there's one thing you guys can do is give me credit that I'm even watching this.
Instagram use, because I'm sure there are people that are going to listen to this or watch it and be in the comments like, oh, but I'm really addicted or whatever. And I feel like what you're
I'm glad that you could see that was going to be a thing.
saying is maybe by like reframing it and recognizing like, okay, actually this is just like a habit that I can't stop engaging in, or like it's a really bad.
That's called a fucking addiction, Taylor.
Yeah, I don't know. Just her whole argument is semantic.
Like we all have really bad habits in our life.
Like,
I guess
all right,
different
call
things
what you want.
that might like.
I'm waiting for you to get as annoyed as I do it.
actually give you better tools and a better
I'm
framework
just grateful
to
I
moderate
didn't
your
know who
use,
she
whereas,
is, because that means I'm
if
not
you believe it to be an
wasting my time
addiction,
on
you
it.
you can't treat it that way because it's not going to work.
Exactly.
Oh, no matter what, this ain't a waste of time because I'm getting what I want out of this.
And I think like the addiction framing leads you down a different path of solution.
What do words mean?
Right. It leaves you to propose like doing detoxes or like rehab.
It depends on what
and
you
a lot of
mean
those are
by
actually
word and
words.
mean.
Yes, the meaning of mean means that the words are words.
Time consuming and expensive,
which is
and
an expression
if you have
of the
a habit
patriarchy.
rather than an addiction.
They don't like that.
They might not actually work. So as a habit,
But patriarchy is not real because patriarchy implies that the social power comes from me, which you're blaming me.
researcher, what we've shown is that because mobile devices are with us constantly, it has changed the way that we consume media. But I think all of us have kind of had these experiences where you brush up against what we would call like an actual habit, and those are basically when you go onto your phone probably to do something else, like look something up, and then suddenly it's been 30 minutes and you are deep in an Instagram reel scroll or like a TikTok scroll. You're like, how did that even happen? Right. And that's because habits are basically engaged pretty thoughtlessly and automatically, right? And they are tough to control with just willpower and intentions alone. So that's part of the scientific definition of habit, and also some.
Yeah, but I can see that changing because that's not really taking into account like
the things that we
a
study.
lot of what we're experiencing through social media, especially algorithms. Like, do you notice how algorithm isn't part of that?
Yeah.
Is that like when people lose control over the behavior due to habit, they find that hard to explain. And it's better if they have these kind of habit-based solutions in front of them so they can choose those instead of going down this pathway of like, oh, I'm so addicted. Like, oh, I need to go to like phone rehab, or like, we need to ban all the smartphones, for example.
Yeah, it actually, I would imagine this makes smartphone bans even more dangerous because it can exacerbate these problems rather than fix it. I need to write like a longer story on
How okay, she's calling a phone ban dangerous. So she's taking the opposite position. She's like, no, please don't take away social media. That's dangerous.
Do you okay, somebody said in chat the other day that like she was doing that because it literally is gonna affect her.
I didn't want to go there because I'm like, ain't no kid watching her, you know what I mean? But I mean, I think there are bootlicker types who want to protect their corporation, you know?
The status quo for them.
Yeah.
On
So
this,
yeah,
but
maybe
I'm
not
so
personally
horrified
directly,
by this
like as an
entire
audience
predatory
member,
industry
but
that's
yeah,
sprung up, especially
I can see
around
where you're going with
teens,
that.
treating social media addiction. And in some cases, they have these like brutal like rehab programs, you know, like it's like the troubled teen type stuff where they like pull the kid out and they
Taylor, no one is taking your phone. Relax.
you know, send
She's
them to the
making it
woods
sound
in
like it's
Utah
like
or whatever.
like one of those gay reconversion.
Yeah, like a gay conversion therapy.
And abuse these kids, traumatize these kids, all to treat their alleged,
take
you
it
know, quote unquote
easy.
social media addiction, which is not even a real
To be fair, she has her issues within these spaces.
thing. And then even adults I've talked to, you know, they'll do similar things like take these extreme measures or support really dangerous legislation
I have a feeling this video specifically is not going to do her very well.
because they feel like
I
they
hope
themselves
not.
cannot control, you know, their
Sorry,
use.
not.
And so I just think
I
that
mean,
like the
I've-
stuff that you've found is it's so important for people to like
I
understand.
think there's like a reason why like someone like Joe Rogan could get popular by having such crazy guests because he has no opinion on things. He's just like, that's crazy. You know what I
crazy,
mean?
bro.
But
Yeah.
like she took this hardline stance on kind of a controversial subject. So it's like I feel like she's presenting these really weird views, thinking that like she can have this like edgy, you know, take on things, but it's
Do you
like
think it's edgy, or do you think that she's like honestly thinking that she's just being contrarian?
I
Like,
can't imagine that she released this thinking it would be a well received opinion.
well,
If she doesn't, does she have a producing team or something? Because
I
this
think she does. I mean, like, without saying too much, like I know people that have worked like to get her booked, and they said that like she had a production team.
okay.
So
things. Knowing that
So someone
social
else
media use tends to be
saw
more
this.
of like a habit or
yeah, but whether or not that's someone like if that's just like if she has a management team, but management doesn't always mean they influence your opinion.
oh, fair.
Like I got a
fair.
channel manager, she doesn't influence my opinion one bit. She's literally just someone that I can run stuff by and just be like, hey, got this opportunity.
Yeah,
Check
for
this
sure.
out.
bad habit, maybe if you
fair,
feel like it's
yeah.
having a negative consequence on your life. Like, how can people effectively moderate their use if it's not replicating the like?
The other thing that I was interested, this is the only reason that I even brought this video to you, is because she's like our age. So like, this is coming from a
digital detox, like
Yeah,
12-step
millennial.
program for
Yeah,
tech or
the
whatever.
millennial
Like,
aspect.
what sort of things are effective?
Yeah, so I think,
not
and
Gen
a lot
X.
of these strategies are pretty simple, and I think a lot of people already use them. So, one pathway that you can use is introducing more friction into the sort of places.
if I say it enough times, it becomes true. Social media isn't addicting. I'm not addicted. Taylor, as she writes a poem on Twitter.
Or the pathways that usually cause you to use the app
That's what I love
in
my
ways that
audience.
you don't
Funny
like.
as fuck.
And what I mean by friction is basically like making it harder to use the social media app. So you could like move it to other parts of your phone screen. You could delete the app from your smartphone screen and like force yourself to re-download it. Because basically like when you have a habit,
That's ignoring the fact that they now made it to you have to go through your two-factor authentication, and God forbid you fucking change phones between them.
smartphone
Yeah.
itself or like the
So he's
spot where
presenting
that
some
app
like,
is on the
coping solutions to deal with a habit.
Well, I mean,
so I mean, whatever you want to call it, you want to call it a habit.
that's what I
or
did.
addiction.
But you like, I think that like you knew this. Like I deleted fucking Facebook from my phone
Yeah.
for like the longest time, where I had to come down here and do it. But then I just found myself coming down here even more. So
on the screen becomes a
great
cue to log on, right? Or
Get some
like you
steps
can stop notifications from
Sure.
coming in, right?
Gotta look at
and
the
like the
positives.
stronger your habit, the
linings.
harder you're probably going to have to push to like intervene on yourself, right? So you're basically doing kind of like scientific intervention
shit,
studies to
super
see what the most effective way of like managing your own use is, right? I actually was talking to a student a few weeks ago who said something funny, and he was like, "Oh, okay, so once I've done
All right, guys. So what that means is I overestimated my time. It's all right. You got 3 minutes?
Yeah.
All right.
That's my chance to lock in. And I was like, yes. So you have to lock in and then start to
We'll
try to break
finish
the
this
habit.
part of the
And
segment,
sometimes
and
it can be
then-
useful to also build a new habit.
It's time to
Right. There are
decide.
some studies who have tried to replace social media habits with like Duolingo use or like other things. So I think it's really something for people to determine on their
Not the worst thing, but also the fact that it's like a corporate thing.
own whether or not their social media habits are really bad. And I don't think that we should really pass that like kind of moralized or like pathologizing judgment on them. And they should be the ones to decide, you know, what is a behavior that I would rather be doing. And you can try to work to use those moments where you have like, you know, deleted the app to try to maybe change your behavior. And that's when it'll be most effective.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, I know some people that just use like TikTok or Instagram on the web now because the experience is so much worse and it just like makes them, I don't know. I also read about this like company
What did she cut there?
recently that these kids started to like try to make
You noticed that, right?
A chuckle.
a really heavy phone case. So the phone case is like, I think it's like 6 or 8 pounds, but it just makes it really heavy to hold your phone. So you just don't end up scrolling as long
That's ridiculous. If you're walking around with that, you're addicted.
on it because it's like a heavy
Oh,
case.
like it hurts your wrist almost.
Yeah, like, and you just,
That's literally
it's like heavy.
Why do you not get that?
And you just don't feel like holding it that long.
No, I mean, like those kind of things can all be
I made my phone look like a Cybertruck, so I hate it.
useful. I don't know if the heavy phone case is like as much of a habit
That guy's getting bullied.
but I guess it is because it kind of like it makes the activity like more tiring and like
I mean,
less sustainable, right?
Yeah,
that
we might be bullied.
goal of those type of interventions. Yeah.
One of the people that I saw online like talking about it was just saying like I just sometimes like I'm on my phone and forget that I'm on my phone. And I feel like if it's like a little bit heavier, you're
Do not have that experience where you're just like, what am I doing? Like I said yesterday, where like I chucked my phone across the room because I knew I had to save space for it to land, but
like, okay, you know you're on your, you know what I mean? You're like feeling that you're on your phone.
I guess that makes a lot of sense because, you know, the thing I was describing before where you're kind of like thoughtlessly using the phone.
is this guy a scientist or not? He seems like he's very convinced by like opposing arguments as a scientist.
And like suddenly you're like, oh shit, I've been on here for like a whole hour. Those are called like habit slips in the scientific literature. And it's basically moments when you kind of realize that you have a habit because
we call that relapse. Oh man. Okay, so yeah, we're definitely continuing this one. I'm gonna save this video on my to-do list here. We'll start it from probably like 5-10 minutes ago. I mean, you know, if he pulls that huge phone case out, IRL, someone is putting him in a locker, or he's not getting a date because like she's just like, oh, he has a porn addiction. Like he's doing that for a reason. That's a chastity belt. Like, what is he doing?
Imagine
What
taking that on a plane.
You put that in the box. It's like, sir, what's going on here? Pendulous Dragon. I stepped out for a few. Who's your guest? This is Kaz. Yo, this is Kaz Man. You know him as Kaz Man in chat. He's a good friend of mine that we looks like a brother.
Brothers.
Yes, we are brothers. No, we are brothers. Whether you know, it's that whole different mother type of situation, but we are bros. No, I appreciate you guys checking out the show tonight. I am going to hop off. But yeah, DJX. That's always fucking funny when you guys start at least a cousin. Yeah. Kaz with a C or a K? That's a K.
K.
Yeah, that's a K. Kazman, you know him in chat as the Kazman, right? Does it have the?
I think it's just Cat. Maybe, I don't know. I
You don't
think
even
it's
know your own
Kaz,
name?
man.
Damn it.
In Discord, I'm Kaz, but yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. You can also catch him in Discord. But all right, folks. We are going to hop on off. Fantastic show today, Pat. So much fun. Thanks for the good night. No,
Good to see you, Etch.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
And
Etch.
everyone else, too.
Yeah, no. So just so you guys know, I will be back on Monday. Gonna take the weekend off, do the full weekend. But here's the surprise. because we got a whole new batch of members here, I will see you guys on Sunday. I'm going to be releasing a members only short for y'all, so look out for that. And let me get my outro here. There we go. Can we do it? Nope. It sucks. I've been having to do this with my my chat lately. God damn it. This is so bad. That's it. Where the fuck is it? There it is. All right, guys. I will catch you all on Monday. And then I do this. This is my outro. All right, folks. Love y'all. I will see ya.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.